everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok popped to Olivia. They found the orphanage in a mess. Olivia was consoling the children. There was a tree in the middle of the courtyard that was burned down. He could see that it was a huge tree and there were swings tied to it. Many children were sadly looking at it. What happened, Olivia? Tell me everything. Alexander went to her. Dobby and Ragnarok went to cheer the children on and repair the building. Alex, thank you for coming so fast. I came here to check the infrastructure and the standard of living. It was a standard inspection. I thought everything was normal, but then I saw the children acting a bit reserved with me. So I looked into their thoughts. Some people were trying to force them to work in their heroin factory. They had threatened these little ones. You must punish them, Alex. Olivia rarely showed anger, but whenever she did, it was for a good reason. I will, Oli. Don't worry. The hand will be erased by tomorrow, Alexander promised her. Then he looked at all the sad faces of the kids. Kiddies, your grandpa is here. With chocolates. All the kids got excited at the mention of chocolates. Once again, M&Ms started raining from the sky. They were all in the wrapper, so hygiene was no problem. The tree they loved was also healed up back to its perfect condition. Alexander stayed for a while to cheer them up, then he gathered Dobby and Ragnarok. All right, this means war. I won't sit down until I have removed the hand from Earth, including their demon, called Beast. Ragnarok, go to Fahim and bring Hela and all the remaining seraphs. Dobby, go and bring Hulk. This fight won't be small, so we need to bring as much firepower as possible for efficiency, Alexander ordered. Meanwhile, in a hidden valley in Japan, the 5 leaders of the hand were called for a rare meeting with their god, Beast. Alexandra Reed, Madame Gao, Bakudi, Murakami, and Saon Day kneeled in front of a blurry projection of the Beast. The Beast was an ugly and fat-looking demon, so fat that most of his body would vibrate when he spoke. You 5 have doomed my work. The work I did for 4 billion years. The hand is going to end soon. If you don't want it to happen, then prepare for the hardest battle of your life. Beast angrily roared. The 5 were shocked and confused. What? Who can bring such harm to us? And who have we offended? Madame Gao asked. Silence, you foolish ugly meatbags. The place you attacked in the land of Hindu gods was owned by an entity you cannot fight. He's a being higher than even the elder gods. Beast explained. The 5 were fear-stricken at that mention. They knew how powerful of an entity the elder gods were. Alexandra Reed spoke quickly. Respected God, please help us deal with him. Beast snorted and continued. You started this mess. You deal with it. I will only fight if he comes after me. As long as I live, you all can be replaced. He bluntly declared and vanished, leaving behind the scared leaders of the hand. They quickly gathered themselves up and called back all the forces around the world. They pulled all the strings they could. Alexander was destroying every single base of hand in the world. He just needed to find one, and the rest were easily found with a bit of mind reading. Alexander already knew where the headquarters were, but he wanted the leaders of the hand to feel helpless and hopeless. He wanted them to fear. One by one, every city, every country on every continent was cleansed. The Earth's purity level was at a meager 50%. This is not the universe purity, even after he was done. Then finally it came to the final deal. Alexander and his fighters went to Japan. As expected, the fight started as soon as they stepped foot on the land of the rising sun. Various Japanese gangs and clans of Yakuza came to hand's support. Alexander was in Kyoto with his team, paving his way towards the headquarters of the hand. Surrender, is it really worth dying for someone you don't even know? Alexander loudly spoke. He was wearing his full metal armor. There were about 50 men surrounding him. Many had guns and many had katanas. But there were also hundreds of other dead bodies around them, which was the reason for the fear in their eyes. Soon, one by one they dropped their guns or swords and fell to their knees. You can come now, Shiroi Cage, Alexander called, looking at a shadowy alley. Greetings, boss. I heard what happened in India. I have come to help. The hand has been a cancer to Japan and I'd very much like to use my sword to purify it. Haha, then follow me. Alexander agreed and walked deeper into the building. The place he was going to was a secret city situated under Kyoto. It was created by the sickly ones before even humans existed. It was unknown who the sickly ones were. Were they aboriginals of Earth or some aliens? But it was widely known that they prayed to Beast and started Hand and Hydra. Boom. Alexander blasted through a lift door. He looked inside the shaft and couldn't see how deep it went. Shiroi, grab my shoulder. We're going in. Alexander ordered. Hulk jumped in before anyone else could. Sai, get ready, everyone. This is the final fight. I don't know how I will find this beast, but I have promised Olivia that I'd end this. Let's just hope that things go smoothly. Alexander stated and also jumped in. Instead of falling, he was floating down at a very high speed with Shiroi. Once at the bottom, they saw Hulk was already raging and destroying whatever he saw. The 5 leaders had bunkered themselves behind a swarm of people. Hela, you go east, Ragnarok, you go west, Dobby, you go south. I'll go north with Shiroi and find where the 5 leaders are holed up, he instructed. Alexander went ahead and started cleaning every building he could find. There were hundreds of traps laid around for him. He mind-searched every single attacker before killing, hoping to find the 5 leaders. After killing an unknown amount, he finally found a rumor. That's all he needed. He went to the rumored location where the 5 leaders were supposedly having a party. It was an underground location. Alexander told Shiroy to continue cleaning the place outside. He punched the door to break it, but it surprisingly didn't break. He checked it closely and sure enough, it was made of vibranium. So Alexander used much greater strength than it could hold. Soon the door crumbled down like a wooden door. Inside, he saw thousands of exact copies of the 5 leaders. Finally, we see your face. A voice came. It should me to say this. It was you who were cowardly hiding here. Alexander scoffed. Today, we will slay a god. Another loud voice came and all the copies attacked him. Ha 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 ha. If you think you can overwhelm me with this, then I'm afraid, even your beast god can't save you. Alexander laughed and a dragon made of fire left his hand. It was fiend fire. One by one, all the copies got burned down in screams and agony, leaving behind only 5 people in good condition. Alexander had mind-swept every single clone there and knew which was the real one. He gave cruel punishments to the 5. He put all of them in time torture. In it, they got violated, sexually, by their fat ugly beast god. Then they got pregnant and gave birth to more ugly beasts. The newborn beasts then violated them again. The cycle continued for 1,000,000 years in their head. The 5 leaders of the hand were madly screaming the whole time. Finally, when he was done, he burned their bodies and sent them to eternal hell. They all were late category 4 sinners. They had killed millions. Alexander knew that this was not the end. He still had to deal with the demon and knew that it was hiding in his own dimension. So he took out his anywhere door and went to Beast's dimension. Alexander looked around at the red rocky world. There was nothing but rocks. In a far distance was a huge castle. Huge and ugly. He started flying towards it, thinking that the beast probably lived there. You had your revenge. You killed the hand and refused to make peace with it. You overestimate yourself if you think you can kill me. I am the beast. I found my way to become so powerful by fighting for billions of years. You think you can defeat me? The beast fell from the sky in front of Alexander. Alexander could feel the dark aura radiation from the beast. Nearly the same level of aura he felt from Dormammu. He just shrugged and replied, "There's no harm in trying. Death it is then," the beast arrogantly proclaimed. The beast dashed to Alexander at an unimaginable speed and punched him in the stomach. He thought it connected but it was just an illusion. Alexander appeared on the right side of the beast and kicked him. Huh. Alexander shockingly heard beast scorn. The next thing he knew, beast had caught his leg and slammed him to the ground. Boom. A many miles wide crater was created where Alexander fell. Alexander thankfully covered himself in a magical shield so he didn't get much injured. But there was blood, his golden blood falling from his mouth. He cast a minor healing charm on himself and got ready for round 2. Alexander disappeared and reappeared beside Beast and punched him. He repeated the same thing at a very fast speed. He appeared and disappeared after each punch. Hundreds of punches were being thrown at Beast every second. Then Alexander suddenly took out his RPG launcher and started firing thousands of rockets with his magic in them. Each of those rockets had the power to destroy a small planet. But the beast was just dodging the rockets. Alexander found himself wasting time and went back to physical attack. He created dozens of illusions of himself and started bombarding him with punches. Bam asterisk. Finally, a good hit connected with the beast's face. The punch was so strong that his body was thrown back to his castle many miles away. The castle got demolished from the impact. Haha, now I understand. The beast exclaimed and continued. So you can get stronger from fighting HA? What if there is no fight and you just die? Let me remind you. This is my realm. Beast picked up some black stone from the ground and ate it. Alexander suddenly heard the sound of people screaming and crying in agony. Then he noticed that they were all coming from inside the beast, or the black stone he just ate to be precise. My billions of years of hard work. Billions of souls I collected. But I have no regrets if I can kill you with it. Your soul will be much tastier. Beast spoke. His body was radiating black smoke and his mouth was salivating. For the first time in so many years, Alexander was unsure how to fight this foe. But he also had energy worth a black hole. Hopefully, it would be enough. The beast jumped towards him. Alexander unleashed all his strength. Haha, it won't be enough. Beast laughed in the middle of the sky. Boom. Nothing happened. The beast was standing in front of Alexander. Alexander looked down and saw a wide hole in his chest. You died, Beast grinningly said. Alexander looked back up at Beast and started laughing. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't start enjoying victory yet. Suddenly his body vanished while Alexander had been thinking about how to deal with Beast. His body then popped up a few miles away from where he died. How are you still alive? Beast had a shocked face when he sensed him. Immortality, Alexander revealed. He then unleashed all the spells he knew. Bombarda Suprema, Fiend Fire Suprema, Frost Fire Maxima, Killing Curse, and also grenades and rockets. It was actually doing something to Beast. While continuously keeping up his magical attacks, he attacked him physically. You might have the strength, but it will soon run out. While I have the strength and all the time in the world. Alexander punched with full force. Their fists collided. Beast screamed in pain as his arms bones broke. How are you still alive? Beast was surely losing his mind now. He kept on asking the same question. But his maddening state was proving to be harder to handle. It was like he was in some kind of beast mode and his body reacted automatically. No matter how fast Alexander was, he was always countered with strong attacks. Alexander was again getting bloody. Whyyyyyy, the beast roared and took out another black crystal. It was smaller than before. Alexander didn't want more souls of people to be eaten, so he attacked. Haha. The beast laughed. Alexander realized his mistake, but it was already too late. Beast grabbed his neck. Then he proceeded to eat the stone. Alexander got enraged and turned into his animagus form. The humongous lion was too big for Beast to hold. Alexander quickly slapped his claw at Beast, making the black stone fall from his hand. Before the stone even touched the ground, he took it into his pocket dimension and got purified, releasing all the trapped souls. But his big form was a disadvantage as it gave the beast more area to attack. He refrained from turning back as it would take time. He started fighting the best he could to tire Beast out, hoping that he would die and be res beyond in his normal form, or it would at least give him time to turn back. What are you? Beast crazed. The huge lion and the demon fought for a very long time. The battle still didn't look anywhere near the end. Beast also had his dark black bluish blood flowing out of his various wounds. Alexander's lion body was also covered in his golden blood. He was panting a bit, but his eyes still had a firm resolve. We can keep this up for as long as you want. I promised someone that I'll kill you. And I will kill you, he spoke in his thunderous lion roar. 1 week had passed outside. The hand was already erased from Earth. But there was still no news of Alexander. Dobby, Hela, and Ragnarok were trying to find him but couldn't. Their search only led them to one conclusion, that he had gone on to fight in another dimension. So Dobby went to the Ancient One as she knew how to cross dimensions. Yes, I can feel him in a demon called Beast's dimension. He should have told me before going there. I could have helped. Ancient One exclaimed. Can you take us there? Hela worriedly asked. She had grown to love her new family and didn't want to lose anyone in it. Absolutely, I can. Wait, someone is trying to come here. Ancient One loudly interrupted. Suddenly a dark red flame appeared in the room. Jean Grey walked out of it. What happened to Grandpa? Why haven't I received funny texts from him all this week? She asked. He's trapped in Beast's dimension. He's probably fighting it too. We were about to go there. Dobby explained. You should go. I can help kill the beast. He's a very powerful demon, Phoenix told Jean in her mind. Then count me in. Jean was interrupted by a colorful light falling from the sky. When the light disappeared, an old man with a white beard and golden eye patch appeared. Where is Alex? He promised to play chess with me this week, Odin asked Dobby. Dobby repeated what he told Jean. Damn it, why wasn't I invited for this fight? He told me I'm a part of his Defenders of the Universe team. I'm in, let's go and kill this beast. Odin's golden armor appeared on his body. I am coming too. He went there due to my stupid promise. Olivia barged in. No one had the guts to say no to her at that time. They already had a pretty strong lineup, so they didn't worry much. Jean Grey, Phoenix, Ancient One, Odin, Hela, Ragnarok, Hulk, Dobby, Olivia, and Shiroi Cage were already very odd people. Wait, count me in too. Another voice came and Archangel Michael appeared in his majestic form. Dobby nodded and shouted, all right then. Defenders, assemble. Why do I feel like the boss would have laughed at those words? Dobby felt. You can't kill me, beast. So do me a favor and just die. Alexander shouted. He was back in his human form and continuously grew stronger. How Beast madly raged. He was able to kill the lion, but Alexander appeared again, which made him go crazier. Alexander only had minor injuries now, much lesser than his opponent. But Beast had started to summon lesser demons now, which were very annoying to deal with. He didn't know how much time he had spent fighting. The beast was much weakened now, but it'll still take some time to finish him off. Then suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Need help, boss? Alexander turned and saw the craziest lineup of people. Haha, the defenders have arrived, Alex, Odin majestically spoke. He had become a very good friend of Alexander and nearly considered him his elder brother. Haha, it seems the pig has been giving you trouble. Ragnarok joked. Grandpa, I missed your jokes, Jean added. Alex, you will sleep on the couch. How can you be so careless to come here alone? Olivia showed her love-filled anger. Alexander felt so loved at that moment. Ha ha ha. I didn't know this pig was this strong. Then let's finish it. Hela smoothly took out the sword that Alexander gifted her. The beast had started to feel the combined power radiating from Alexander and the others. Pests, all are pests. He dashed towards them and they did the same. Hulk smash. The first attack came from Hulk, who punched Beast straight into his face. How dare you hurt my husband? Olivia roared. She was in her own armor and had a long sword in her hand. Olivia had a very pure magic thanks to the old man god. It was very effective on demonic beings like Beast. She made a slash at Beast's arm and a wide wound appeared on it. They all heard anguish-filled roars of him. You mess with Grandpa, you mess with me. Jean burned him in her fire phoenix form. You delayed my chess game. Odin attacked with his spear, cutting his leg. Your existence is a threat to the mortal world. Ancient One used her mystic arts and cut his left arm. For corrupting my home. Shiroi suddenly appeared behind Beast and slashed at him. Demons like you have no place in Father's world. Archangel Michael bellowed and stabbed his sword in the beast's guts. You dared to put your filthy eyes on my family. Death is too little for you. Hela planted her sword in the ground and many spikes came from the ground under the beast, punching many holes in his body. Odin looked at Hela proudly. The beast was kneeling on the ground from the constant attacks. Alexander walked up to him with his huge dragon slayer sword. The defenders of the universe sentences you to death. He prepared to slash with full power at his neck. He also read his sins at the same time. No, you can't kill me. Beast, Category 5. Damage to lives across multiverse and dimensions, 7,158,578,432,789. Sin percentage, 100%. Yes, I can. The beast really felt that he was going to die and started to use different tactics. Please, mercy. But before he could say more, Alexander interrupted. Showing mercy to your enemies is the biggest hypocrisy. And I am not a hypocrite. Slash. The sword beheaded beast at a speed many times faster than sound. He then used his eyes to erase his body and soul from space and time. Since that day, his sword wasn't just called Dragon Slayer, a new name Demon Slayer was also added to it. Let's go out and celebrate. I don't know how long I've been fighting and I really need a drink. Alexander announced. Yes, let's celebrate. It's been a very long time since I've been to Midgard, Odin cheered. Alexander took out his anywhere door and opened a path to Westeros bar. In just a few minutes, the defenders of the universe were eating and drinking the best whiskey and the best burgers in the world. Cheers! They all clanked their glasses and drank in one go. Alexander stood up. Everyone, thank you for coming for help. We are the defenders of the universe and should stick to helping each other. Ancient One, Michael, Odin. Thank you. Jean, you too. It is our duty to rid the world of such demons, Michael spoke. I agree. His existence was doing more damage to the world than good, Ancient One added. They talked, ate, and laughed for a while before everyone started to disperse. But Alexander stopped Jean, Ancient One, and Odin from leaving. What's the matter, Grandpa? Jean asked. I wanted to talk to you all about the 7th Infinity Stone, called the Ego Stone or Gem. I know that it's in a place called Ultraverse. Do any of you know how to enter it? Alexander asked. He wanted to get stronger, and what can be better than the 7th Infinity Stone? It was said that there was a time when all the Infinity Gems were one single being called Nemesis. Then the being got bored and willed itself to be divided into 7 stones. The 6 came into the Marvel world and the 7th stayed in Ultraverse. The 7th stone actually had the consciousness of Nemesis. If you combined all the stones with it, then Nemesis would be reborn. Alexander had no plans of bringing it back, but he was going to consume the stone. He had realized that he was not strong enough as compared to the Marvel Universe's standards. Phoenix was intrigued by the question and spoke through Jean. I've heard of it. A long time ago. It's a rumor that the path to Ultraverse is inside the unimaginably huge black hole at the center of the universe. Even beings like me don't go near it as we don't know how it would affect us. And whoever ventured into it never came out. Yes, I've heard the same. Odin agreed. Ancient One didn't know about it, but she did have lots of knowledge about dimensions. From your description of this Ultraverse, it seems like it's a higher realm than ours. I've known about one of them. A long time ago one of our Sorcerer Supreme also ventured into it and never came back, she added. Alexander thought for a second. Then I have nothing to worry about. I have various ways to make sure that I don't die and come back. If any problem arises, I can simply consume the black hole in my magic reserve. It is a very dangerous thing you are planning, my friend, Odin warned. I know, Odin, but we need to do it. We need more strength if we want to keep peace in the universe. You all know that there are beings many times stronger than the beast. Just take Dormammu for an example. Or what if the Elder God turned evil, then comes back? I can't imagine his power, he reasoned. His words put them in contemplation. Okay then. I trust you. I know you are unkillable. You could have dealt with the beast as well, given the time. But it is also true that we are still weak, Odin stated. They all agreed and started to leave. Before Jean left, Alexander talked to the Phoenix. I have the Emkron crystal in my possession now. If you come to your white-hot room, don't be surprised. Phoenix was surprised, but nonetheless happy. The crystal was in much safer hands now than ever. Phoenix thanked him and left with Jean. Stark Industries. Obadiah Stanat, the CEO of Stark Industries, had never thought in his wildest dreams that war would bring so much profit to the company. And him too. For the past few years, he's been secretly selling weapons to a terrorist organization in Afghanistan. He doesn't know they are the 10 Rings. The profit gained from them was his and only his. To him, Tony was a naive fool who would never find out about it. His main ambition was to own Stark Industries. But there was a problem. Tony owned 36% of the company and is its biggest shareholder. Then there was the mysterious 15% owner, the second biggest holder. He only had meager 5%. He had already somehow made other shareholders sell their part to him. Now he had 15%. But it wasn't possible to buy more. The only way left now was if Tony died. Tony didn't have an heir and he was closest to him, so it would be easier for him to gather Tony's shares. Knock knock. His secretary walked in. Sir, I have found a small lead on the mysterious shareholder. He goes by the name Old Man and is very hard to find. We don't know how to contact him. Sai, keep on looking. We must find him. Where is Tony? Obadiah asked. He's working on the new missile, sir. Okay, you can go. He dismissed his assistant and relaxed down in his seat, thinking about the future. Alexander was preparing for his new adventure to the Ultraverse. He wanted to be prepared for everything. His super soldier serum was good, but it needed him to constantly train. He could theoretically get stronger without limitations with it. But he needed more power for now. He had the Sentry Serum in his mind, but he found out that it was never invented. The reason was simple. Sentry Serum was created by scientists who worked on Project Rebirth. After Erskine died, they all should have gone different ways, but he hired them in Navaya Industries, which altered their fates. Now he only had one option. Gather the Power Stone again and recharge his APEC as much as he can. Ring ring. Alexander picked up the call from Navaya Industries. Sir, we have a sad news. Richard and Mary Parker were found dead. It's all been set up as a plane accident. Sigh. Alexander had let Richard and Mary work in the Navaya Industries. Even though he knew they were SHIELD agents, he wanted to stop their deaths. But they were sent on to investigate something in Russia and eventually died in this timeline as well. Alright, prepare a check of $2 million as their company insurance. I will go and give it to May Parker. Knowing her, she would let the money sit in the bank for little Peter and only use the interest they'll receive. He ordered. Yes, sir. It'll be done. Alexander went to 20 Ingram Street. That's where May Parker lived. She didn't have children, so she treated Peter like her own child. But the news of Richard and Mary had broken her heart. She didn't know how to tell it to Peter. Doorbell. May Parker opened the door. May from New Movies. Yes. I am from Navaya Industries. I have come to settle the insurance. Can I come in? Alexander politely asked and showed her his ID. After checking it, she invited him. Yes, please. Alexander followed her to the living room. He was suddenly greeted by the sight of our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Currently 5 years old. Peter was playing with toy cars in the corner. Peter's parents were always busy with work, so the boy mostly spent his time at Ben's home. Vroom vroom. Mr. Burglar, you are under arrest. Alexander slowly walked to little Peter and sat down beside him. Hello, Peter. What are you playing? Alexander warmly asked. Peter quickly looked back at May to ask if he could talk with the stranger. After receiving a nod from her, he spoke. I am playing cops and robbers, he said. Alexander looked down and the toys were worn out. It seems May hadn't found good jobs yet. No, I have a gift for you. Alexander muttered and acted like he was taking something out of his bag. He finally took out a police car toy. Here, play with this. Peter excitedly took it and started playing. Then he suddenly remembered he didn't say thank you. Thank you, Grandpa. Alexander patted the intelligent boy and went to talk to May. So, according to the company's insurance policy, Peter is entitled to $2 million. Here's the check. He handed it over. May was shocked. So much money. Why? Richard and Mary worked in our science division. It's company policy that they all be insured by the company. You can use this money for Peter. It'll be helpful when he grows up and goes to college, he suggested. She thought about his words and looked at giggling Peter. May nodded and grabbed Alexander's hand. Thank you, we can now at least make sure that he'll have a good life, she tearfully said. Alexander shook his head. It's the right thing to do. I should take my leave now. By the way, call this number if you are looking for a job. It's Navaya Industries hiring department's number. Take care. Peter saw him leaving, so he came to say bye. Bye, Grandpa. Thank you for the toy. He chuckled and left the family alone. Alexander had taken the Power Stone again and was waiting for APEC to take in as much energy as it could. Suddenly his intergalactic communicators rang. Boss, this is Brian. We have a problem. I just found out that a Ravager clan has been stealing from our ships. We had received news that someone was targeting our fire whiskey shipment, but now it's confirmed. Brian hurriedly explained. Did you tell this to Joachim aka Blue Fang? He asked. Yes boss, I did. That is also a problem. Blue Fang went to investigate, but hasn't returned yet. It's been a week. Brian sounded worried. Sigh, I'll look into it. Don't worry. He left Power Stone and APEC together. Then he took out the Anywhere door and headed to wherever Blue Fang was. Surprisingly, he found Blue Fang hiding on a ship. What are you doing, Blue Fang? He spoke from behind him. Ting. Blue Fang unconsciously swung his blade at Alexander, who just caught it with his 2 fingers. Ah, it's you, boss. I thought they found me. He sighed. I should give him some kind of super soldier serum. He needs more strength, Alexander thought. Boss, I caught the thieves. It's a Ravager's clan headed by Yondu Udanta. We are currently on his ship. I've also seen the stolen shipment, so we also have the proof. Blue Fang revealed his findings. Alexander patted Wolfman's shoulders. You did good, Joachim. Now just follow me so we can deal with this quickly. Alexander walked into the main hall of the Ravager ship. All the weird faces looked at him with surprise and shock. Emperor Universe's face was very famous after all. Bring your leader here, he loudly ordered. Just that was enough to make them all scared. Some of them tried to run to the escape pods, but one wave from Alexander made sure that they all didn't move an inch. What happened? Why did you disturb? Yondu walked in but stopped speaking as soon as he saw Alexander. Behind Yondu, an 18-year-old boy was walking. Alexander walked straight towards Yondu, making the blue man nearly faint from his overbearing aura. But Alexander just pushed him aside. He looked at the human boy and spoke. What's your name, boy? Star-Lord, he proudly announced. Your human name? Alexander again asked. You are from Earth too? Oh, my name is Peter Quill, I'm from Missouri. Peter excitedly replied. I am not human, but I've been to Earth. It's a nice planet. Now, back to the reason I have come here. Yondu Udanta, you broke the Ravager treaty with Finta. From this moment on, you are banned from ever setting foot on Finta. Staker will be notified about this. The next time I find you harming my property, I'll sign your death warrant. Alexander harshly warned. And kid, here, take this. It has got new Earth songs. He threw an iPod at Peter. Alexander didn't even wait for any reply and went back with Blue Fang. Once back on Finta, Alexander gave a small vial to Blue Fang. Take this, you've earned it. This will make you physically stronger, he explained. Blue Fang looked at it with interest. Thank you, boss. I will use it for good. Haha, drink it when you are free and alone. Alright, I'll be on my way now. Take care, boy. Alexander patted him and left. Blue Fang was the last of his species and Alexander didn't want to lose his furry friend. So making him stronger was the best option. After that, Alexander headed to the center of the galaxy. He was bringing the Power Stone with him as he didn't know how much power he'd need to cross the dimensions through the biggest black hole in the universe. He only brought in his clothes as most of the other things won't be able to handle that much pressure. Reaching the center was easy. It just took him a second with the anywhere door. But from there he needed to go in on his own. The black hole was far bigger than he had imagined. Even if you combined several galaxies it would still not match its size. In all honesty, it was frightening. Even for Alexander. He crossed the event horizon and flew straight into it while using magic to shield himself. It took a long time for him to reach the center of it. He was surprised with the ease he was able to enter. Once he was near the center he saw a small hole from which white light was coming. He made himself small and crossed towards the other side. Alexander was expecting the Ultraverse to be like any other place but he was wrong. He looked around and as far as he could see, everything was white. It was like someone had inverted the colors of the normal universe. He couldn't see any light except one. Guessing that it was his destination, he headed straight towards it. The closer he got, the more he realized how big it was. The planet was 10 times the size of the sun. Once close enough he realized that the red shining surface was actually liquid. He sent a rover in and noticed that the red liquid was also much hotter than the sun's core. So he sent a heat-resistant, magically enchanted rover. But this time it got turned into ice. He understood that the planet was a protective shield to whatever was inside it. Alexander jumped straight in without a single care. Mainly because he had the Power Stone in his hand. He was constantly channeling its energy to protect himself from the weird liquid. He kept on swimming deeper. Surprisingly, he didn't face any problems. After a long time, he finally touched something hard. But as soon as he touched it, he got sucked into it. He thought that he'd die due to his carelessness and prepared himself. However, instead he found himself in a small white spherical chamber. In its center was a golden crystal put on a nice holder. Come, take the power, become immortal, touch it. A strange voice started to attack his mind. But he only ignored it. Alexander expected that the stone must have the dark intentions of the previous owner still looming in it. To purify it, he simply put it in his space pocket. As expected, when he took it back out the stone was shining more than before. He first licked it to check it. Well, here goes nothing. He threw it into his mouth and chewed on the stone. Soon it turned into powder and started spreading in his bloodstream. He waited for side effects to come just like what happened with the Philosopher's Stone. He waited for a long time but nothing happened. Am I missing something? He asked himself. To check himself he took out some of his blood and observed it under a microscope. He had seen his cells before and now what he was seeing was totally different. Before, only his blood had turned golden. But now, his cells had turned golden. All of them. He started to use magic and felt a lot more at ease performing it. It was like he had become one with the surrounding, the universe. His magic felt like it was in perfect harmony with his body. What if Ego Stone was actually made so that the user can use the power of all other Infinity Stones perfectly, he deeply thought. Alexander left the magical water planet and decided to head home. But surprisingly the whole planet followed behind him. He didn't know why. Maybe because it was meant to hold the Ego Stone. Give me your body, a voice came to Alexander's mind. He quickly remembered that the Ego Stone was supposed to have consciousness of Nemesis in it. Alexander started fighting the Shinik War with Nemesis in his mind. Nemesis knew better how to use Infinity Stones so Alex didn't use Power Stone. He used magic from Apec. Which was more than enough. Begone. He slowly destroyed Nemesis' soul. When it all ended, Alexander received the memories. The weird planet was a vault, prison, or just a safe house. It was impenetrable by anyone who didn't have an Infinity Stone in their hand. Alexander thought about taking the planet with him so he just put it in his dimension pocket and left the Ultraverse. When he came out back in the Marvel Universe, he didn't even need to use magic to counter the gravity of the black hole. He could just simply pass through it. He was having doubts that Ego Stone didn't give him power, but gave him the authority over governing forces of the universe. But all that was to be checked later. He went straight back to Fihaim and checked his family out. Alexander was gone for a little more than a year and not much had occurred in his wife and children's lives. They all had fun doing whatever they liked. By far the biggest thing that happened was actually on Earth. Tony was kidnapped in Afghanistan. But he was back and had just dealt with Obadiah Stanet 2 days ago. I guess this marks the start of the main game, he thought to himself, and went to spend some time with his loved ones. He would also start directly involving himself in the world now as most of the superheroes had already been born. Since coming back, Alexander stayed at the bar and looked into various matters. The mess Obadiah made left Stark Industries vulnerable. Lots of its stocks were in the open market. The company also lost a lot of its value because Tony announced he would stop manufacturing weapons. The current Stark Industries was in a lot of mess. Pepper barged into Tony's underground lab. Why didn't you come to the meeting today? You are the backbone of this company. Many investors are dumping their shares. You need to show them that we can survive without weapons too. Oh come on, Pepper. Everything's gonna be fine. Tony shrugged without a care. No, nothing's gonna be fine. If someone with ulterior motives buys those shares, then you can say goodbye to your own company. We need money. You must have absolute control over the company if you still want it to be called Stark Industries. She got angrier. Then use the money from my account. Problem solved? Pepper shook her head. Not enough. You will still need $6 billion to become the 51% owner. Before you say we should loan it, I talked to the banks and they want your Iron Man tech as collateral. Tony suddenly realized what trouble he was in and left his work and sat down on a couch nearby. I'll do something. Maybe a new invention can prove that we are still in good. Getting money is going to be hard, he thought. Please tell me if you have any ideas. I'll be in the office. She left angrily. Tony just sat there and looked at the ceiling. They want my suit, my company, and even my life. I'll show them what I can do. But what about the money? He mumbled and soon got back to working on his new armor. Alexander was in the bar. Amy sat beside him and ate burgers. What are you going to do today, Amy? He asked. Go to Mexico and paint a desert, or maybe go to Big Sis Medusa. She's been sad as she hasn't seen Loki in a while. She cheerfully announced. Ha ha ha. Oh, Odin is trying to talk to me. He suddenly felt a voice directly in his mind. How are you, my friend? Odin asked. His voice didn't feel cheerful. What happened, Odin? He inquired. My foolish son, Thor, nearly made war with the frost giants of Jotunheim. He's grown too arrogant, and for that I have stripped him of his powers and sent him to Midgard. I want him to learn his lessons. Can you help me mold him into a king, my friend? Odin asked. But don't you have 2 sons? Haven't you told Thor and Loki that one of them will be king since they were small? What would Loki think when he sees you trying so hard to make Thor king? He'd think that you are taking sides. I will help you teach your son. But you should also focus on Loki. You adopted him as your son. Treat him like one, Alexander advised. Odin didn't speak for a few seconds. He genuinely thought about his behavior. He couldn't deny that he was biased towards Thor. Yes, you are right. Perhaps I've been too biased. I nearly forgot that it's not the kings that makes Asgard. It's the Asgardians. I will heed your advice and talk to Loki. Thank you, Alex. Haha, no thanking in friendship, Odin. I'll go and check on your son. He cut the mental connection. Amy, my dear, I am going to New Mexico. Do you want to come? He asked. Yeah, she rejoiced. Then Alexander noticed a customer coming into the bar. It was very rare for someone to come due to filter magic. If someone was able to come, then it meant that they were either some noticeable character of Marvel or someone in an emergency. But the current customer was a special one. After all, it was Tony Stark. Tony simply came and sat on a stool in front of the bar counter. Finally I had time to come here. I've heard a lot about this place. That it serves the best burgers in the world. I've tasted your whiskey and there's no denying it's the best, Tony remarked. Yes, Uncle Dobby makes the best burgers, Amy added as she took a bite of her own cheesy burger. Tony gulped saliva when the pleasant smell hit his nose. Yes, I will take 2 burgers and a fire whiskey, he ordered. Dobby went to cook and Alexander gave Tony his whiskey. Here you go. He poured a glass. Tony picked it up to drink, but then his eyes met with the photo frames hanging behind Alexander. The glass nearly fell from his hand from the shock. Why is my dad in that picture? He confusedly asked. Tony and Howard didn't have a very loving relationship, so Tony never found out much about his father's past. Most of the documents were also protected by S.H.I.E.L.D, so it was even more impossible for him to learn about his father. Dobby walked in with a plate of burgers. Alexander didn't answer as he was just a random old man currently, but Dobby was the official son of General Dobby. He was currently going by the name Dobby Jr. Those are some personal pictures of my father from World War, he answered. Yes, I can understand that much, but why is my father in so many of them? And why does he look so intimate with that old man? Look at that one, he's sitting on the old man's back. Tony pointed to various photos. Oh, didn't you know? Your father was the unofficially adopted son of America's old man, General Alexander Maxim Universe. Dobby revealed. Alexander nodded his head cheekily spoke. Ah, what a great man he was. For Tony, it was like a bomb. He just realized that his father was so much more than just a grumpy old man. That his father had a huge past. What else can you tell me about him? Tony enthusiastically asked. I heard all this from my father. After General helped Howard and his mother get away from his abusive father, he brought them to this building, where they lived for the next many years. That apartment is still as it was back then, you know. Howard also loved burgers and fire whiskey and was a regular here, Dobby informed. Thanks for telling me that. I'll eat my burger now, Tony stated, deciding that he'd do more research later. Dobby left after that. Tony happily ate the burger and drank whiskey, thinking that his father ate the same thing while probably sitting where he sat now. Forgive me if I'm intruding, but you look troubled. I saw your congressional hearing and they aren't going to leave you anytime, son. Alexander spoke while looking at the Mute News channel. Tony also looked and saw his name on the screen. Oh, they can whine all they want. Iron Man is my private property. But Stark Industries might end up being someone else's if I don't do something. Alexander acted like he didn't know what the kid was talking about. So he asked, what's the problem? Tony looked at him and said sarcastically, so the old bartender can solve Tony Stark's problems. Alexander didn't look tad bit offended and just laughed, haha, you can try. Big surprises often come in small packages. For some reason, Tony felt relaxed and told his problem, well, for starters the government wants to turn Iron Man into a personal weapon. Then there's the mess Obadiah left behind. I need money to retake my company's stocks and become the majority stakeholder so I can work. Tell me, can you fix that? How much money do you need? Alexander nonchalantly asked. Leave it, old man. You can't help it. I want another burger by the way, and do you home to live? He got interrupted. How much? Alexander asked again. $6 billion. Satisfied now? Tony got a bit annoyed. Alexander started to fiddle into his pocket. Glanpa, here you go. Amy cutely handed him the checkbook. Thank you, sweetheart. Alexander then wrote a check of $6 billion and handed him the check. Here, return it when you can. Tony took it laughingly. Is this some joke? He stopped speaking as Jarvis spoke up. This is real, sir. I checked it. The check is real. Tony quickly looked back up and found that the old man wasn't there. The girl was missing too. Where did he go, Jarvis? He asked. I don't know, sir. It's like he just vanished. Jarvis sounded even more confused. I am starting to doubt your usefulness, Jarvis, Tony mumbled. I can only be as smart as you make me, sir. Jarvis retorted. Wait, did you just call me dumb? Tony argued back. Dobie came with another plate of burgers. Here you go. Anything else? Yes. Who was that old man? He inquired. Oh, that was the part-time bartender. I can't tell more than that. Dobby left him alone. I like mysteries, and also solving them. Tony internally thought. Alexander and Amy had come to New Mexico, the town Puente Antiguo to be precise. The shield had already appeared on the site and had put up an encampment. Glanpa dearest, where will I paint? There's so much disturbance here. Amy asked worriedly. He took out a pair of glasses and handed her. Don't worry, sweetie. Here, wear these glasses. They will filter all the disturbance and only show you the real beauty of this landscape. Really? Wow, they work. Thank you, Glanpa. She planted a kiss on his cheek and hopped away. Now, let's find the pompous young master. He walked towards the nearby restaurant. He entered the place, which looked exactly like in the movies. Another one, Thor loudly ordered and broke the cup. Alexander walked up to him and gave him a hard smack on his head. He didn't really have any bias towards him, but he just didn't like his attitude. Thor was also always on his radar, as he didn't want another of Odin's sons to woo Rena. Thor irritatedly looked back. Who dares to? Uncle. Haha. Thank you for coming to get me. He cheered. Smack. He received another blow to his head. If you still haven't realized why you were exiled, then you are more foolish than a toddler. Odin has asked me to teach you humility, and I will have fun teaching you that. Do not expect any help from me while you are here. Alexander stated. What? Why would father do that? Thor retorted, still not ready to accept what happened. Did you or did you not call your father old and a fool? Alexander angrily asked. Alexander knew what kind of man Odin was. He may be bad parenting, but he was no fool. Thor looked down in shame. Alexander continued, did you know that you just started a war? A war in the peaceful Nine Realms. You should be thankful that he didn't lock you up in hell as he did with Hela. I was trying to protect. Thor was again interrupted. Jotunheim is also a part of the Nine Realms that Asgard rules. Were you protecting yourself from yourself? Your behavior was nothing but arrogant and foolish. You disrespected your father and betrayed the realm. He scolded. Thor didn't say anything and sat back down. Excuse me, who are you? Jane Foster asked him. Just a passerby. Keep an eye on this boy for me, will you? Alexander stated and left. Who was that? Thor. Darcy asked. You won't understand. He replied without much thought. Then he heard the whereabouts of his hammer and headed towards it, thinking that he'll just lift the hammer and go back. Alexander was going to make things much more difficult for Thor. He was going to make him understand that without his powers he was just an above-average mortal. So he had ordered some of his Unsullied shield to make things harder for him. Thor foolishly infiltrated the facility and was beaten bloody before finally reaching the hammer. But things didn't turn out well. When he tried to lift it but could, he only heard words in his ears. You are not worthy. Thor looked at the sky and started shouting, why father? Soon a tranquilizer dart pierced him and he fell down. The next moment he got up, he was strapped to the bed. What is this? What are you doing? He asked. Bam bam. For some reason, everyone fell unconscious. Alexander walked up to him and unstrapped him. Now you understand what kind of situation you are in? He asked. Yes, help me. How do I become worthy again? Thor pleaded. You are immortal now, you just need to learn how to live like one. It won't make you worthy if I told you. Alexander warned him. He brought him out and set him up back in the nearby town. Surprisingly, Jane Foster was waiting for Thor. Alexander saw how Thor looked at her and he wasn't happy. Jane was a normal girl who wanted nothing but knowledge, while Thor is a god with a huge lifespan. He'd rather see Thor with Sif. Speaking of Sif, she and the Warrior 3 should be on their way. Uncle, how do humans live? Thor asked. Well, they live just like you, albeit a bit less kingly. But you don't even know how a normal Asgardian's live, so I have no hopes for you. He bluntly replied and continued. Sleep, you'll be facing your toughest challenge tomorrow. Alexander left Thor sleeping as he sensed Sif and Warrior 3. He headed out where the four had arrived. Why have you come to Midgard? He asked. The four quickly kneeled down. Elder, we came to help Thor. There is nothing to help. He was not banished just to live here. This is a test. You four will follow my words if you want Thor to be back in Asgard as a better man than before. Yes, Elder. We will obey your command. Sif quickly agreed. Good. Now follow me to where you'll be living. In the morning, Alexander took Thor out for exercise. Amy was tagging along. Alright, Thor. You will be doing 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, and 10 kilometers running. Thor interrupted him. That is so easy. I wasn't done. You will be multiplying that by 100. Now start. He added with a devilish smile. For the next few hours, he tired Thor out. That was exactly what he was planning to do. I am hungry, uncle. I will be going to eat something. Thor stated and started to leave. But suddenly, a bright light fell from the sky near them. Thor looked at it in confusion. What is a destroyer doing here? But the destroyer instantly started to attack Thor. The destroyer wasn't actually sent by Loki as he was being taught by Odin currently. The destroyer was in Alexander's control. It was also strengthened. Why is this attacking me? Thor questioned. Then another light came from the sky and Sif and Warrior 3 appeared. Thor, are you okay? Sif asked. You all came for me. Thor emotionally spoke. Yes, and we came at the right time, Volstagg said while looking at the destroyer. The destroyer again resumed the attack on them. We need to stop this. Let's do it together, my friends. Thor suggested. But you are just a mortal currently, Sif reminded him. Yes, but it is my duty to stop it. It is my duty to protect Midgard. He proudly proclaimed. Alexander just rolled his eyes at his false proclamation and made the destroyer increase its attacks. He was teaching the importance of teamwork. When that was done, it came to humiliation. The destroyer beat Thor badly. Thor couldn't even land one punch on it. He also saw his friends miserably getting beat up. Thor looked at Alexander in the distance. Help me, uncle. This thing will kill my friends. Alexander scoffed and spoke. If you are so worried about your friends, then why did you take them to Jotunheim on that suicidal mission? You need to overcome this on your own. Thor looked at his friends getting beaten. Fandral was already on the brink of death. Fake. Sif was also lying injured. Only Volstagg was left. He felt so helpless at the moment. Only if I had my powers. No, I need to do something. I need to save them. Even though he was immortal currently, he decided to go ahead and save them. I am here. He tried to distract the destroyer and he successfully got its attention. But he couldn't do much against destroyer. He fell down and got up again and again. Sif, Volstagg, take the other two and leave. This is your only chance. I can't hold it any longer, Thor loudly said. But we can't leave you, Sir argued. Thor loudly bellowed, I order you as the Prince of Asgard. Goo. That was the moment he truly realized what it meant to be responsible for others. He realized his foolish thinking. Thor had surrendered himself to fate as the destroyer charged towards him. But then out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning struck in the sky. Ha ha ha. You passed the test, Thor. Here, take it. Alexander threw Thor's hammer at him like it weighed nothing. Thor also ignored that fact. In his brain, his hammer could only be picked by 3 people. Him, his father, and Alexander the Elder. Thor held the hammer in his hand and his armor slowly formed on his body. Finish the job and go back home, Alexander ordered and left. His job was done. He had made Loki not betray his brother and also teach Thor a lesson. He had also successfully stopped Thor and Jane from getting into their senseless relationship. New York. Tony, I was waiting for you. Have you thought about what we're gonna do with company stocks? Pepper worriedly asked. I was waiting for you to. I have found a solution. We are going to buy the stocks, Pepper. Tony revealed. But we don't have that kind of mon. Tony just rotated the screen. We have it now. Pepper looked at the screen which showed the bank balance. It currently showed $10 billion. Where did you get it? She asked. You won't believe me, Pepper. I went to the West Arrows bar. The original one. There was this old man and he wrote me a check of $6 billion. What? You mean a stranger gave you the money? She was shocked. Yes, and I scanned his face and he doesn't exist. It's like he's a ghost. But I did get good vibes from him. I'll return the money when I find him again. For now, get to work, Pepper Potts. Tony got up from the chair and made her sit on it. Then he flipped the nameplate. Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries. Welcome to your first day at work. He cheekily announced. Pepper was flustered. What? Are you sure? Oh, you know more about how this company works than me. I'm just good at building stuff. He shrugged. Pepper took a long breath. You will not regret this decision, Tony. I know, that's why I chose you. Now, get to work. I need to go and get a drink. He ran away. Tony, although had his company secured, still had the palladium poisoning problem. And thankfully a certain bald man with an eye patch came to hand him Howard's suitcase meant for Tony. Fury and Tony talked in Tony's Malibu mansion. There are many things you don't know about Howard, Fury stated. Tony nodded at that. Yeah, just a few days ago I found out that he was adopted by America's old man. I wonder what else I don't know. True, he was very close to General Universe. In fact, he is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. The box there was left for you. Only you can make heads or tails from what's in it. Good luck. Fury got up to leave. But what am I supposed to do? You can't hold me here. Tony complained. Yes, I can. Agent Natasha will remain at Stark and you remember Agent Coulson, right? Fury said and dashed away after doing his I got my eye on you thing. Tony lazily took the suitcase in and opened it. But then he noticed something strange. The initials on the suitcase were different. Instead of just H. Stark, it said property of HMU Stark. Jarvis, look at all the documentation and signatures by my father in the company files. Tell me if there's something related to these initials. He quickly commanded. Tony went into the basement and started looking at the videotapes. Finally, when he reached the end, he saw the message from his father. Tony, you are too small to understand all this, so I left it on film. I was not alone in my journey. I had the best mentor and father in the world. With all my knowledge, I made this. This is not just an invention but the key to the future, Tony. I'm limited by the technology of my time, but one day you will figure this out. An old man said this to me once and I'll say it to you. I believe in you. Remember, what is, and always will be my greatest creation, is you. Tony. With that the video ended. Tony had gotten emotional by then. Suddenly Jarvis spoke. Sir, I have only found one place where these initials match. Tony woke up from his stupor. Great, where did you find it? On inheritance papers. He signed his name as Howard Maxim Universe Stark. Jarvis revealed. Wait, isn't that the name of General Universe? He asked. Yes, sir. His name was Alexander Maxim Universe. Jarvis added. Tony went into deep thoughts. Were they so close that Dad even took his surname? Now I understand why he bought the pistol that killed Hitler. Jarvis, search for everything on General. I'm afraid there isn't much. All records pertaining to him were destroyed after World War. The only things that are left are his war campaign videos in the public archives. Jarvis pointed. Then show me those videos. I always ignored them thinking they'd be boring. Tony mumbled. After that, he spent some hours watching all the clips. What in the hell? He was able to shoot planes with his revolver. How? Tony felt more confused than at peace. So he shut the movie and got to analyzing his father's work. Just 2 days later, he created a new element and went to the Stark Expo. News, we are seeing live footage from Stark Expo. The new remote military drones from Hammer Industries have gone rogue. Iron Man is currently in a heated battle with the multiple drones. See, I told you. There is always something happening in this world. Alexander commented. Dobby nodded. Yeah, every year it's something new happening. Everything is so unstable here. Welcome to MCU, my friend. Alexander shrugged. Suddenly the door opened and Amy ran in. Glampa, look at what I found. It was flying near our roof. She had one of Hammer droids in her hand. Haha, good job, Amy. But they aren't toys. They are weapons of a bad man. He's using them to hurt people, Alexander informed. Hearing his words, she looked at the droid angrily, and then threw it. Suddenly the droid started to beep. Alexander quickly picked up the droid. Ghost, scan it and block all communication going through all these droids. Also defuse them. Soon Ghost cut Whiplash out of control. The Iron Man had already defeated Whiplash and was racing to save Pepper. Those bombs would have killed a lot more people than just Pepper. But Alexander could not blame Tony for worrying about his girl. Done. All of them were defused except the one in Whiplash's suit. It was a manual switch. Ghost announced. It's all right. He'd have died either way. Dobby, what do you want to eat? I'm cooking today. Alexander loudly asked. Amy was the first to order. I want noodles. I want pizza, Dobby ordered. Alexander walked to the kitchen. All right, noodles for sweet Amy. We'll take some for Oli and the kids. 1 pineapple pizza for Dobby. Dobby's ears stood up. Wait. The next few days were peaceful. Alexander knew that the alien invasion would be happening soon. He had seen Loki being conflicted about whether he should do it or not. If he did, then Alexander would have a good reason to beat him up. If he doesn't, then good for him. But currently, he was focused on something else. He had received the news that a powerful being was coming to destroy his planet, Finta. The being was called Terrax. He had the power to control all manner of rocks. But he wasn't a herald of Galactus yet. He was just a space pirate. It was a low-level threat, so he decided not to go himself. Instead, he decided to send Hulk. So he went to Dr. Banner. You want me to go to space and fight an intergalactic pirate? And you own a planet. Bruce sounds worried and excited at the same time. Yes and yes. You don't have anything to worry about. My people will help you. This is training for Hulk. He needs to know how to fight and not just destroy, Alexander reasoned. He remembered how uncontrollable Hulk had gotten in a fight with the Hand. I can understand your concern, but what about my job? He asked. I officially give you a 10-day holiday. Go beat that guy and then have fun with your girl, Alexander suggested. We have broken up. She said it felt weird thinking that another guy inside me was seeing everything and feeling everything. Bruce sadly informed. Alexander patted his shoulder. It's all right, man. You deserve better. There are tons of girls out there who would date you. Now get ready, you're leaving in an hour. Alexander may not be involved directly in the S.H.I.E.L.D., but he was still the top guy in that organization. He had the level X authority, which was even higher than Fury, and Fury didn't even know about it. So, when something happens in S.H.I.E.L.D., he finds out even before the director does. They had found Steve and had prepared for his waking up. This time they not only sent a girl cosplaying as Agent Carter but they had sent an old man cosplaying him. All this to keep him calm. Alexander had noted it down in things to remember. Fury was obviously overdoing it. He was secretly watching a live telecast of everything. In a building near Times Square, Steve woke up to the sound of the radio. His eyes adjusted to the light as he looked around, confused. Suddenly the door opened and a woman in army uniform entered. If Steve's vision was blurry he would have mistaken her for Peggy, but right now, he was absolutely sure she was fake. "Good morning, or should I say good afternoon," she spoke. Steve seriously asked, "Where am I?" "You are in a recovery room in New York." Steve got angry. "Don't lie to me, where am I?" Soon, Steve was seen blasting through the walls like a truck. He ran past everyone and reached Times Square. He was baffled by all the strange lights around him. The people also didn't look forward while walking. They looked into a slate-like thing in their hands. The cars also looked weird. He heard tires skidding sounds and looked at the people surrounding him. "At ease, soldier," Fury loudly called. Off the screen, Alexander noted another in his pad of things to remember. Steve was promoted to the rank of Major General and Fury was just a colonel. Back at the Times Square, Steve just found out that he'd been asleep for 70 years. His face fell when the realization hit. "You okay?" Fury asked. Steve took a long breath and looked at the sky. "Yeah, just. I had a date, and a funeral to attend." Alexander kept an eye on Steve. He wasn't going to let him get all motivated to serve the nation by Fury. Fury was extremely paranoid and didn't care about Steve's feelings. To him, Steve was just a super soldier he could use. Alexander had vowed that he'd give Steve his date and he would keep his word. But now was not the time. However, Peggy didn't get dementia because Alexander had secretly given her medicine that would at least make sure that she stays healthy till the age of 100. He was on the road to where he was building his new tower, just beside the half-constructed Stark Tower. It was 3 in the night. Usually, it should be silent on the road at that time, but he was hearing sound coming towards him. The sound of a heavy motorcycle. He waited for it to come closer so he could see who was destroying the sleep of so many people. Soon he noticed something glowing coming towards him. It was not glowing like light but instead fire. "Is that Ghost Rider?" he asked himself. He knew how Ghost Riders were made. It was all Mephisto's doing. That demon loved fooling people and enslaving their souls. But at least the spirit of vengeance didn't cause senseless violence. It punished evildoers. It was true that Mephisto made people Ghost Riders, but they weren't his creation. Ghost Riders weren't actually bad. They are benevolent. It is also said that they are created by the god to protect mankind, which they have been doing for a long time. The bike was going too fast, so he stood up in the middle of the road. Soon the bike stopped in front of him and the Ghost Rider looked at him. "How are you, Ghost Rider?" Alexander hailed. "Who are you?" Johnny Blaze asked. The spirit was never in control of the host, so it couldn't talk. "Nobody, just a passerby. I wanted to say hello to the Ghost Rider." Alexander shrugged. Johnny suddenly got down from his bike and walked to Alexander. "Are you a criminal?" "Whoa, don't judge me like that. Also, if I were you, I'd not use that penance stare. It might backfire on you," he warned. But Ghost Rider kept on walking and grabbed him. Then it looked Alexander in the eyes. Instead of seeing sin, it only saw purity, to the point that it had a reverse effect and the spirit of vengeance started to shriek in pain. Alexander quickly looked away to stop Ghost Rider from suffering. "I am a being beyond your scope of understanding. We both are different and yet the same. You are a dark creature destined to purify sinners while I am a light creature who does the same. Go now, if the fate wants we will meet again." Alexander spoke in his godly voice while releasing some of his aura. Ghost Rider just nodded and left. "Sigh, so I can even petrify the Ghost Rider." Alexander then proceeded to his building and started working on it. Stark Tower was already halfway through and he was afraid that it won't be completed on time. After all, it was much bigger than the Stark Tower. The Stark Tower only had 80 floors, but his building had 120 floors. His building was also more aesthetic from outside and more modern from inside. Steve was trying to cope up with the new times. It was really hard to imagine the world had changed so much, though there weren't any flying cars like what Howard predicted. He had heard about Howard's son and appreciated his work to save innocents. Currently, he stood in front of the war memorial. A huge statue of Alexander was erected there over his grave. It was the most loved statue of Alexander, because it showed what kind of man he was. The picture that Dobby released in which he met Amy and gave her a piggyback ride was still considered one of the most iconic images of the 20th century. The statue was inspired by it. Cute little Amy had gotten her place in the history as well. Steve put some flowers down and sighed. He was supposed to meet Peggy in a while. She was currently spending her days in the hospital. She wasn't sick, just old. He was a good man. A voice came from behind him. It was Natasha Romanoff. "She's a bit different from MCU. In this she's much older as she was given a kind of enhancement serum which made her not age during WW2. Steve looked back and nodded. "Yeah, he was." She continued, "If it weren't for him, I'd have spent most of my life as a criminal. I was young at the time of war. I was being trained to be an assassin. It was brutal. Then he came, burned the whole facility to the ground, and gave food and shelter to me and others like me. Most of them decided to leave and live an ordinary life, but I stayed. So he arranged my training and I became Black Widow some years later. She vaguely told her story. Steve smiled. Yeah, he'd do that. I will take you to Agent Carter. Follow me? Natasha led the way. She then took him to where Peggy was and left the two to meet alone. Steve was nervous to see her again. Steve. A familiar voice called him. Yes, it's me. He went closer to her. Because Alexander had already made them a very close couple during the war, Peggy never married. She stayed faithful to one weak boy from Brooklyn, even after his death. You are late, Steve. Peggy teared up. Can I still have that dance? He asked. She chuckled. I would if I could. But I'm afraid my legs won't let me. Steve then noticed the photo frames near her bed. He sadly sighed and muttered, it should have been me. Who do you mean? She asked. General could have changed the world for the better. It should have been me in his place. He deserved to live. He spoke, his voice already turning shaky. Peggy put her hand on his. Don't say that. He wouldn't like that. He knowingly laid his life for the world. Now you have the chance to continue his legacy. Do what he would have done. Make the world a better place. Steve picked her old wrinkled hand and held it tightly. You are still good with words. Haha. You were too shy so someone had to. She chuckled. I wish I could go back in time. I really wanted that date. Steve warmly added. Well, with how weird the world is becoming, you might really end up there. She jokingly commented. Then they spent some more time talking about the past. Peggy taught him a thing or two about modern times. It was a fine day for Tony Stark. His baby project, the Stark Tower, was on schedule. He'd come there every week to check up on it with Pepper. He went to the current top floor that was recently completed. He had imagined his tower to look amazing as there were no other remarkable buildings nearby. That's why he decided to make it there. He walked to the window and looked out. What the? Pepper, why is there a new building under construction there? Didn't a hotel used to be there? He asked. Oh, yeah, that hotel owner decided to build a building. He's hired Navia Industries for the project. I must say, they are really quick. Pepper exclaimed. But Tony was annoyed. Pepper, this was my spot. It was supposed to be my moment. The whole point of Stark Tower was to show off. How tall is this new building going to be? He inquired. 120 floors. What? They are going to be taller than me. Pepper, I want you to pull all strings possible and stop that construction. He arrogantly demanded. Pepper shook her head. I've already tried. But the mysterious owner of that building has friends in high places. Then increase Stark Tower's height. We'll make 120 floors as well. We'll have to do something with the foundation but it can work. Tony suggested. Really, Tony? That's just a waste of money. And this isn't a game where you men compare sizes. It's just a building. She tried to reason. It's my building, Pepper. It will have my name on it. Please just do this once. He nagged like a kid. In the end, she gave up. In a certain building in New York, a little baby, maybe a year old, was playing in his cradle. The baby had immense powers but no one knew about it as of yet. Achoo. He sneezed and suddenly vanished. Alexander was in the bar. They were having Rena's birthday party. Many people had come. X-Men, Odin, Ancient One, and all other defenders of universe. There were also all the people from Fihame. Rena didn't really have any big wish for a gift. She was happy as long as someone gave her something tasty. So everyone brought whatever they thought tasted the best. To enjoy it more, Rena was in her small form. Her reasoning was that the gifts look bigger when she's small. Boop. Suddenly a bubble bursting sound came above Alexander and a small baby dropped. He quickly caught the little guy. He surprisingly looked at the baby and couldn't recognize it. Hey, did anyone lose a baby? His words caught everyone's attention. Olivia quickly came and looked at him. Small chubby cheeks and blonde hair. Looking at people with his blue eyes. Then he started stretching Alexander's beard and giggled. Ancient One walked towards him. Do you know him, Yao? He asked. Yes, but I can't tell you. What is going to happen in some days will be good for Earth and the universe. This child will play a big role in the future too, she cryptically replied. Alexander only nodded and didn't ask more and played with the baby. Haha, how did you come here, boy? Unknown to Alexander, a family was going crazy due to the sudden disappearance of the baby. Baxter Building. The Fantastic Four had gone for their truffle with Dr. Doom. Franklin Richards, son of Reed Richards and Sue Richards, was left under the care of ancient witch, Agatha Harkness. Nobody had known that Franklin had superpowers at that time. When Agatha went to get some milk for little Franklin, the baby disappeared. She frantically searched for him around the house but couldn't find him. It was hard to imagine that the little baby had teleported across the city. Agatha, we have returned. The Fantastic Four walked in. Sue quickly looked for Franklin but didn't find him anywhere. Agatha, where is Frank? I am looking for him too. I went to get some milk and when I returned he disappeared. I checked and there was no intruder. She worriedly explained. Reed and Sue got scared. What? How could you let that happen? Reed quickly looked into the cameras and indeed Franklin disappeared. He went to Sue and calmed her down. There was a reason why they were not too stressed about the situation. Things like these have happened many times with them. Just a month ago, Franklin was kidnapped by Dr. Doom as well. We will find him, Sue. I've put a small tracking bracelet on him, remember? Reed assured her. He opened the tracking system and looked for Franklin. A minute passed and still, no sign of his location came. Finally, he was starting to get anxious. The reason Reed wasn't able to find Franklin was because Alexander had brought the kid into Fihame. Amy, Rena, and Medusa were showering love on him, showing him different animals living there. Dada, I need to talk to you. Leo came to him. What is it, son? Alexander asked. I want to go to Asgard. I asked Grandpa Odin and he said he'll teach me his kind of magic. Leo told. Alexander nodded his head. Asgard's magic was a bit different and could be helpful. Sure, son. Go ahead. Give Odin my thanks. Wait, why do you have a Bible in your hand? Ah, I just wanted to know about grandfather. He opened the anywhere door for him. As soon as Leo left, Hela walked up to him. Where did you find that boy? She inquired. I don't know. You weren't there. He just popped out of nowhere. Why do you ask? I can feel immense energy from him. More than anyone I have ever seen, she said in a warning tone. Alexander looked at giggling baby in Rena's arms. He's probably an above Omega level mutant. I'll look for his parents when I go out. Alexander went out to find the parents of the baby. He was in his Jedi robe and the baby was strapped to his chest. So, let's find your parents. He whispered. Ghost, search for online images of this baby, and form a connection to the family. He ordered his AI. Alexander was expecting it to take time but Ghost replied instantly. Sir, the baby is Franklin Richards, the son of Reed Richards and Sue Richards. I didn't know the Fantastic Four were here too. Alright, point me to Baxter Building then. He started walking. Yeah, Franklin started making happy noises. Haha, you're enjoying this aren't you? Back in the Baxter Building, the Fantastic Four were going crazy trying to find the lost child. Reed hadn't tried the GPS again, thinking that someone had taken it off. Don't worry, Sue. We'll find him. Reed tried to ease her. How? With your useless tech. She lashed out. Johnny Storm went ahead and checked the GPS without much hope. His eyes widened when he noticed the mark. Guys, open the door. Franklin's outside. He spoke. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Reed ran up to the screen and confirmed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Agatha looked at the security feed. Alexander spoke from the other side. Hey there. I think this child lives here. He popped onto my lap out of nowhere. Sue quickly ran and opened the door. Ma, Franklin tried to speak. She squeezed Franklin in a tight hug. Reed, Ben, and Johnny quickly covered her as if trying to defend from Alexander. Not good, kids. Is this how you treat an old man? Alexander shed some fake tears. Who are you? Reed asked. Just a friend. Let me prove it. He walked to Ben aka the Thing and tapped his finger on his chest. Suddenly the stony texture of his body started to disappear and his stature became smaller. Soon he was back in his normal human form. Ben was surprised by the changes as he unbelievably looked at his hands with flesh again. Reed also looked very surprised. He had been trying to help Ben for so long but nothing worked. Now here this man was, healing him with just a tap from the finger. How? He confusedly asked. Haha. Magic. Alexander laughed. Yes, it was indeed magic. Agatha came forward. Who are you? I can feel great magic in you. She inquired. Ah, I'm just an old man. Ben can turn back to his stone form whenever he wants. You people should also take care of little Franklin. He's an above Omega level mutant. He can manipulate reality and has other Shinnick powers. His words shocked both the parents as they hadn't noticed anything like that. Alright, I'll be on my way now. Bye Frank. He started leaving. Ga Franklin made noise. Alexander stopped and came back. Haha, I'll see you again someday, Franklin. Till then, take this. Never-ending honey pacifier. He put it in his mouth and left. Once he was gone, Johnny spoke. We didn't even ask for his name. As they were speaking, the building started vibration. Earthquake. Ben questioned. No, my warning systems didn't show anything. This is not natural. Let's take a look. Reed suggested. But Sue denied going as she didn't want to leave Franklin alone. So only Mr. Fantastic, the Human Torch, and the Thing came to check. Once out, they found a silver man on a silver surfing board, making a hole in Earth. They also found the same old man walking towards the silver man. Alexander was on his way back and found Silver Surfer, real name Norin Rad. He guessed that Galactus must have sent him to find edible worlds. Silver Surfer was one of the noblest and most tormented cosmic entities in the universe. He treasures freedom above all else but has often sacrificed his liberty for the greater good. He served Galactus for several decades, enjoying exploring the wonders of the universe. However, it became increasingly difficult for Rad to find energy-rich worlds devoid of sentient life. The destruction of the first inhabited planet he offered to Galactus almost drove Norin insane, forcing Galactus to alter the mind of his herald, submerging Rad's emotions and repressing past memories. As a result, the Surfer became much more willing to lead Galactus to inhabited worlds such as Massacron, Illinary 143, Draven Bar, and eventually Earth. What are you doing? Alexander asked. Preparing the planet for my master, Silver Surfer replied. Alexander shook his head and put his hand on Surfer's shoulder. Not gonna happen, buddy. He apparat to Ueta the Watcher at the moon with Surfer. I tried to stop him, Ueta told him. It's alright, my friend. You did your best. He's a cosmic being powered by Galactus. I'll deal with him. Norin Rad, you are not allowed to harm this planet. Have you forgotten that you became Silver Surfer to protect your people? Now here you are, going around destroying planets. Let me jolt up your memories. Alexander sent a Shinnick probe into Silver Surfer's mind and removed whatever limiters Galactus had put. As soon as he was done, Silver Surfer screamed and fell down. Remembering all the horrors he did, Galactus had made him stop feeling, but the memories were still there. Alexander gave the poor guy a calming draft. How will you deal with Galactus, godson? Uatu asked. He knew what kind of dreadful entity Galactus was. Simple, my friend. I might not be able to defeat him yet, but I can surely scare him or maybe talk him out. Alexander confidently replied. Silver Surfer, I want you to take me to Galactus. I'll talk to him myself. I might be able to free you from his clutches as well. The Silver Surfer agreed without a question and took him to where Galactus was. Galactic had his base of operations in the huge solar system-sized world ship called TAA-2, but he also roamed the universe in search of new planets to eat. Hey, Surfer, do you know the history of Galactus and why he eats planets? Alexander struck up a conversation. Because planets are food for him. Surfing replied, unsure of his answer. Then you're in for a story. Galactus's real name is Galen. He was a brilliant scientist from the utopian planet TAA, in a universe preceding the current one where we are. Through his studies, Galen discovered that his universe was collapsing, and would destroy itself very soon. He desperately tried to warn his fellow TAANs, but no one would listen. Eventually resolving to save himself, Galen quickly took a ship and traveled to the World Egg, which was at the center of the universe. As his universe died around him, Galen found a way to merge with the egg, and survived the Big Crunch. When this universe was born, Galen was reborn as a being of pure energy named Galactus. Yes, he needs to consume planets in order to survive. But there is another reason. Alexander noted that Silver Surfer was fully focused on his words. So he continued. You know, in this universe, there are two fundamental entities. Eternity and infinity. Eternity is the physical embodiment of the entire universe. Infinity is the physical embodiment of the totality of space. Together, the two of them represent the entire space-time continuum. Galactus is not only devouring planets, he is saving the entire universe. He's balancing the entire universe by consuming planets. Without him, the universe cannot exist. He needs to exist in order for everything else in the universe to exist. He is the life-bringer. He doesn't care about the planet, he doesn't care about the solar system, he doesn't care about the galaxy, he cares about the entire universe. He finished his short story. He had not told him about the future though. When the current Marvel universe comes to an end, Galactus is supposed to explode at the center of the universe and start the new Big Bang, creating a new universe. And the new Galactus of the new universe was supposed to be the little baby he had met today, Franklin Richards. This is indeed interesting. This means that Galactus is not evil. He is just doing his work. Silver Surfer interjected. Absolutely, his size and style just make him look evil. I also want to compare our ship's sizes. His last words confused Surfer, but he didn't ask as they had reached the location. In front of them was the gigantic world ship of Galactus, as big as the whole solar system. Silver Surfer had an employee pass, so he just entered the ship with Alexander. Silver Surfer took him to the throne room-like area of Galactus. Once in there, Surfer kneeled. So you are the one I sensed back then. What is a higher dimensional being doing here? Galactus spoke. Alexander wasn't surprised that Galactus could detect his divinity. Nothing. Just doing my work like you are doing yours. He shrugged. Alexander then checked Galactus's sins. Galactus, category 0.5. Murder due to work since the creation of the universe, 12,456,789,535,789. Enslaved, 2. Sin percentage, 0.1%. Alexander had never seen such stats. So many killings and yet no sin. He postulated that was because Galactus didn't do it because he was evil. To him, he's just living his life. Just like how humans kill animals to eat, Galactus eats planets. Alexander silently talked to God for an answer, and sure enough, his guess was right. Every universe had creation and destruction aspects. With any of them missing, the universe would slowly collapse. This meant that he could not do anything to Galactus as he was just doing what he was made to do. Why did you come to see me? Galactus asked. Well, I want you to spare planet Earth till eternity. Also, let Silver Surfer go. He demanded. Why Earth? What is so good about it? Galactic asked. For starters, it's the home of lots of good, overpowered people. You should seriously avoid it if you don't want to fight Phoenix. Your successor is also being groomed there, so you should leave him be. The people living there will also be saving the universe from losing half of its life force soon. Then Alexander continued to show him Avengers Infinity Wars and Endgame. It's not like they were going to happen now. And even if it happened, Thanos would get killed even if he had infinite stones. Because Avengers would have X-Men as well. Hell, Jean alone could kill him. Indeed it is a planet worth leaving. Why my herald? Why do you want him? Galactus asked. Because if you keep on enslaving him, then your sins will increase and I'll have to erase your existence then. You are a life-bringer to the universe, so enslaving someone isn't good. Alright, let's make a deal. I'll teach you magic through which you can make magical heralds for you. What do you say? Alexander suggested. I agree, but you must make it first. He demanded. Alexander happily obliged and made a humanoid golem. See this, you can also make it as strong as you need. After that, Alexander compared the sizes of their ships. Alexander expanded his Ironheim to be bigger than Galactus's world ship and won. Haha, you lost, Galactus. I have the biggest ship. Alexander proudly announced. Yes, Godson won. Silver Surfer gave his approval as the judge. Galactus looked a bit shocked by how a small ball-sized ship could enlarge into something bigger than TAA2. Higher dimensional beings were crazy for sure, he thought. According to the bet, you will only eat planets devoid of sentient life for the next 10,000 years. Alexander reminded him. 10,000 years would be enough for many superheroes on Earth to become powerful enough to keep Galactus in check. Galactus nodded his giant head. I do not break my words. But you must do something for me as well. Alexander was intrigued. What is it? My daughter lives on your planet, Earth. She's small and thinks she can control her hunger. But soon, she would realize that our kind cannot sustain without feeding on planets. From your vision, I saw beings capable of harming her. Can you promise that you would shelter her? Galactus asked. If she lived there, then why did you even send Surfer there? Alexander inquired. I didn't, he went there himself. I would have left Earth alone either way. The Earth has too many connections with a lot of supreme beings of this universe. It cannot be destroyed so easily, Galactic confessed. Alexander couldn't help but nod. Earth was indeed like the center of all the mess of Marvel Universe. I will find your daughter and help her, Galactus. Do not worry about her. I will go back now. If you need me someday, just call me up. He threw an intergalactic communicator at him and left with Silver Surfer. He arranged for Silver Surfer to live with the Fantastic Four as they owned a whole building and also needed a bit more firepower. Unknown location, Shield Base. Under the control of Chidori Scepter, Loki came to Earth. He came through the Space Stone and took it away. He took Dr. Eric and Hawkeye with him. He was under control so he could only work on some commands. The commands were to open the portal for the invading army at all cost. Loki was a master of mischief and had a very high understanding of magic, so he was also continuously working in his subconscious to free himself from the control. He didn't want the throne of Asgard anymore. He just wanted to keep his loved ones happy. He thought a lot about his behavioral change and could only deduce that Medusa must have changed him. He didn't want to disappoint her and wanted to quickly get out of this mess before he does something regretful. Asgard. Odin opened his eyes on the throne. He was in a very small Odin sleep and could see all of 9 realms. He saw Loki attacking Midgard. The exchange between Ronan and Loki occurred away from 9 realms, so he didn't know Loki was being controlled. He quickly called Thor. My son, I am afraid Loki has betrayed us. He has attacked Midgard. He has 2 of the cosmic stones with him. Go and bring him back to face justice. Odin ordered from his majestic seat. Odin would have gone by himself but knew that Midgard was under Alexander and he didn't need to go. I want to go as well. This will give me a chance to test my new magic and also meet with the future Avengers. Leonidas walked in. He wore a nice armor made by Alexander and had a book in his hand. It wasn't anything special, but he wrote whatever ideas he got into them. Leonidas was currently just 20, but in terms of strength, he was more powerful than the current Thor. Odin was more than happy. If you wish, then you may. You are well enough to easily protect yourself. I hope you can be a voice of reason to Thor. I wish you both luck. Thor embarrassingly walked to the Bifrost with Leonidas. Faheim. Alexander received the news of what was happening on Earth. I guess it's time to announce my arrival, he thought. Hey old man, what do you think of my suit? Howard asked. Since Alexander had told him about Iron Man, he wanted to make his own suit. Alexander could proudly say that what Howard had made was too powerful. The suit was fully made of vibranium and you. Howard knew magic, so he wanted his suit to be the best in both types of attacks. The end result was the creation of the Iron Mage suit. That is beautiful, son. Maybe make that cape red instead of black, he suggested. Suddenly little Antonia aka Tina ran up to Howard. Papa, piggyback. Howard lovingly picked her up and flew around. I can't believe Tony has changed so much. He has become a hero, Maria exclaimed. He wouldn't have if I had not brought you here. He's a better man now. Still a bit narcissistic though, Alexander commented. Narcissism runs in their blood. Howard is the same with everyone except us. Mainly you, as he knows you are better than him, she thoughtfully said. Haha, well, go and pack your bags, Maria. We'll be going to Stark Manor soon, Alexander said and went to change his dress for his entry. He was a 6-star general and would return as such. Alexander also called Dobby back. It's time. Come back for duty, Major General Dobby. Dobby smiled and closed the bar for the day. Back on Earth, Fury had brought Captain America and Dr. Banner to the helicarrier. Fury didn't know that Dr. Banner was part of Alexander's Defenders of the Universe team. Bruce also wasn't planning on telling anyone. The things he had seen in his space trip had made him numb to most of the things now. Helicarrier was one of them. So you want me to find the Tesseract? All right, where do I work? He asked. After learning some tech from space, finding the Tesseract was easy. Fury nodded and told Natasha to show him. She walked to Bruce. Follow me, Doctor. Meanwhile, Steve was just looking around and feeling old. Soon Loki was spotted in Germany. He needed iridium to stabilize the Tesseract. But Loki had no desire to be king of anyone, so he didn't do his show of making people kneel. He just quietly went in and took the iridium. Sad for him, he was spotted by cameras. So Captain America was sent after him. Loki was under control, so he was not going to surrender this time. Loki fought as hard as possible. He was able to overpower Steve. Then came Iron Man and joined the fight to subdue Loki. But all-out Loki was harder to handle as he had more than 1,000 years of experience. It was taking a lot of time for them to subdue him. Surrender, Loki. You cannot run away, Natasha reasoned. But no reply came from Loki. The fight went on long enough to give time for Thor and Leonidas to arrive. The colorful light of Rainbow Bridge fell near where they were fighting. As soon as the two came out, Thor flew to Loki and tackled him down. How dare you betray the realm, Loki? You are a prince. You are supposed to protect Midgard. Thor angrily roared. He was going to punch Thor, but Leonidas came and grabbed his hand with ease. Stop, Thor. Loki is under mind control. I know him better than you. He practically lives with my family. I can feel a different kind of force controlling him, Leonidas explained. He had a higher knowledge of magic and knew something was wrong. Then can you make him normal? Thor asked. It will take time to understand what it is. Before that, I can make sure he isn't a threat. Leonidas sent a binding curse at Loki and stopped him from moving. Dada will arrive soon, so we should wait till then. Leonidas comforted Thor. Thor nodded and picked Loki on his shoulder like a doll. Boom. Tony attacked Thor, put the sleeping beauty down. We appreciate your help, but you can leave now. Thor angrily looked back. Do not meddle in Asgard's affairs, mortal. He will be brought back to Asgard and punished if found guilty. Tony shrugged. It's like the police investigating themselves when they do something wrong. But you can have Loki as long as he gives us the Tesseract. You. Thor got ready to fight. Enough, Leonidas stopped them. With a wave of a hand, Tony fell to the ground with his suit. Steve got ready to fight, but Natasha stopped him. Don't, Captain. They are basically gods. I only know one true god, ma'am. And they don't dress like that. Leonidas heard everything and spoke. You follow the Christian God, right? Then let me introduce myself. I am Leonidas, grandson of God, son of God's son and nephew of Jesus. Now stand down. We will come with you as we need to find the Tesseract as well. As long as it stays on this planet, it will attract enemies from space. And believe me, Earth is not prepared for an alien invasion, Leonidas reasoned. Captain and Natasha were flabbergasted by the information. Since when did Christian gods also come down on Earth? Leonidas continued. Don't act like that. You two already know my father. He is the son of the god. It doesn't matter, you will meet him again as he's on his way here. Now let's go. He waved his hand and the Quinjet opened its hatch without a command. Guys, can you pick me up? Tony asked from the ground. Steve and Natasha came out of a stupor and helped him up. Once in the Quinjet, they flew back to helicarrier. Steve was constantly looking at Leonidas as he was related to God. Steve was a religious man after all. Tony looked at him as well. Come on, reverse whatever you did. I can't even get out like this. Leo nodded and suddenly the power to Tony's suit returned. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and got out of the armor. Loki was happy that he was caught now, but he was also worried because he had dropped the iridium in Germany. He just hoped that someone would use the scepter and release him from mind control. Back in Germany, Hawkeye had picked the iridium and had started setting up the portal maker on top of Alexander's newly built universe tower as it was the tallest. The Avengers had the scepter, so someone had to retrieve it, and the one coming to get it was Ronan himself. Ronan was directly in service of Thanos this time, but he had ulterior motives too. He was planning to take both stones and use them on Thanos, then take over Thanos' fleet and became the emperor of the Kree Empire. Fahaim. Howard, tell me why Earth still doesn't have flying cars? Dobby asked. I was limited by the technology of my time. I miscalculated the power needed to make them. Normal gas engines wouldn't have worked. I needed to make arc reactors for that. And it was impossible to make with technology at that time. I think Tony is using it now as I left knowledge of it for him. Howard explained. Dobby nodded as it all actually made sense. On helicarrier, everyone was in a heated discussion of what should happen with Loki and Tesseract. You humans experimented on it, which led to this situation. You have no idea how many powerful beings in the universe are looking for the Tesseract. Your open usage of it is simply like an invitation for them. Thor revealed. Fury still did not budge. That is why I was preparing. Leonidas walked to the middle then. Director Fury, you are a foolish man living like a fish in a closed pond, thinking that the pond is the world. You have no idea what kind of strong entities live out there. So strong that destroying Earth is like flicking a finger for them. Hell, some of them even live on Earth. And here you are, planning on fighting them. You should first work towards uniting this planet under one banner. As long as you all are divided, you cannot protect yourself. No matter how strong your weapons are, you will always use them on each other first. That's just how humans are. Arrogant, short-sighted, and foolish. Asgard has been protecting Earth since humans were cave dwellers, so they have a better track record as Earth still exists. The rest is your choice. If you want to put your planet in unnecessary risk, be my guest. He went away and sat down. Everyone looked shocked again. Boy, it was a good speech. But you don't make the decisions here. You're a dim alien and don't get a say. Thor angrily came forward and picked Fury by the neck. Natasha quickly took out her gun as if it was going to hurt him. Thor looked at Fury and roared, "Don't disrespect Leonidas. He alone can destroy this planet if he wants. His father can wipe this planet out of existence if he wants. Even Asgard respects Uncle, so you better do the same." It seems Thor had become a fan of Alexander since he learned his lessons on Earth. Tony was surprisingly silent all that time. Bruce as well, though he already knew everything. Thor then let Fury go, but Fury again spoke. This is not your planet. This is Earth, not Asgard. I say, let them take the Tesseract. Tony suddenly chimed in. Fury looked at him weirdly. What are you saying? We can't. I know you want to make weapons from them, but let's be honest here. We can't even defeat one kid. No offense, he looked at Leonidas. Leonidas shrugged. None taken. Tony continued. Now imagine a whole alien army attacking us from space. SHIELD cannot protect the planet. You don't even have permission to go to some countries. Like China. They would never let you make decisions for them. Leonidas is right. Humans aren't ready for the big leagues yet. Leonidas was smiling as he saw a bit of Howard in Tony. Both were too similar. Surprisingly, Captain agreed to him. Tony is right. We can't fend off an alien invasion yet. Fury still didn't look convinced. He knew stuff about space from the incident of Captain Marvel, but that was it. To put the final nail in the coffin, Bruce stood up. You guys, I want to tell you all something. I've actually been to space. Don't ask how and why. Just know that I have seen things out there. There are empires spanning galaxies. Beings that can eat planets. I'm telling you, we aren't ready yet. If they come someday, then we'll only be able to just sit and watch. And don't expect a quick death, as space pirates and space warlords are a thing. They will enslave us and sell us in space. Then sell the planet to someone too. It's vicious and dangerous out there, guys. Bruce's words hit most of them hard. They all would have accepted dying, but getting enslaved was much scarier. Boom. A loud explosion happened in one of the thrusters. They all knew they were under attack, so they went to fight. They first went to check on their prisoner. None of them understood the importance of the scepter yet, so they left it alone. Foolish Terrans, Ronan said, and stopped his camouflage. He was in the room for who knows how long. He picked the scepter and looked for Loki. He was still going to use the Asgardian. On his way, he saw all the Avengers. He just tapped the scepter on them and turned them against each other. It was only Leonidas who was unaffected, so Ronan made everyone attack him. While he went and took Loki away, Fury returned to see the situation but was greeted by an ongoing fight. What the F***ck is happening here? He has done something to their mind with the scepter, Leonidas replied. If the mind control is happening due to that scepter, then there must be some connection between their minds and the scepter. Alright, let's try this. Leonidas used magic to cover the bodies of the Avengers. It was like a thin shield over their bodies. Soon, one by one, the Avengers stopped fighting. So this is what happened to Loki. Thor contemplated. This is not the time for discussion. Helicarrier is falling down. Stark, we need you at the second thruster. Fury announced. They all got back to work. Thanks, Steve said to Leonidas. Natasha walked close to Leonidas and winked at him. Thank you. Leonidas turned red suddenly as his heartbeat increased. He didn't really have much interaction with women other than his mom and sisters, so it was the first time for him to feel such a strong attraction towards someone. Is this love at first sight? It took a while for them to repair the helicarrier. Fury went on to confess that he was planning on making weapons. He also told them about the Avengers initiative. Phil Coulson still died, which was actually a fake death. Fury planned to get the Avengers together. After a while, the newly formed Avengers secretly went ahead to get Loki, as they had found him in New York. They couldn't find the blue alien that attacked them though. Loki was still in Stark Tower as it had an open roof. While the portal machine was on top of Universe Tower, Tony confronted Loki and nearly got him. But just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, a giant hole appeared in the sky and aliens started swarming out of it. There were some spaceships, Ronans, and lots of Chitauri and Leviathan too. Tony looked at it all in horror. We aren't ready for this. Back at the damaged helicarrier, Fury was getting ready to talk with the council. But then an unknown uninvited legendary guest landed on the helicarrier. Alexander appeared in his old army dress, but now he was wearing a dark green trench coat. His shoulders and collar were decorated with 6 golden stars each. A wide smile, sunglasses, and a cigar made him look exactly like he used to. Dobby also followed behind in an army uniform. The truth was, Alexander had made so many changes secretly. On occasions, he had made the government make amendments to the constitution that now give him higher authority in the matters of national security, even higher than the president. He had also never removed his name from serving military personnel records. He was currently the head of every defense organization in the USA. Let's get this started, Dobby, he loudly said, and went to find Fury. He passed by many people and everyone was left with their jaws dropped. Some thought it was cosplay. He saw Fury talking to Agent Hill. Haha, Agent Hill, how are you? Ready to work with me? Agent Hill quickly ignored Fury and saluted him. Yes sir, it'll be an honor. Fury confusedly looked behind. His remaining eye nearly popped out due to the shock, and only one bad word came out of his mouth. In New York, the battle had started. For some reason, the enemy forces were much bigger than in the movies. Maybe because Ronan was also participating. The enemy Leviathans were already so tough to deal with, now they had that giant Kree ships too. The Avengers were fighting as good as they could. Hulk was jumping around and smashing, though he was much better after Alexander had trained him. Thor and Tony were flying around and killing Chitaurus. The most humanly of the group, Captain America and Black Widow, were fighting on the ground. As the two fought, they got a bit far away from each other. Captain threw his shield at one's neck and killed it. He looked behind and saw a Chitauri flying towards Natasha. He didn't have enough time to go and save her. his shield was away as well. So he shouted, "Agent, watch out." His words alerted her and she looked behind, but it was too late and the Chidori was too close. But then out of nowhere a beam of white light fell on it from the sky and disintegrated the Chidori to ashes. Leonidas flew towards her slowly. "Be careful, Miss Romanoff," he smiling said. She smiled seeing him. "Care to give a lift to this lady?" Leonidas didn't say anything and straight up picked her up in a princess carried and flew to the portal machine. Leonidas kept on looking at her face all the way. Any Chidori that came to attack them got blasted away without him even seeing them. She also looked at his handsome face. Flying must be very convenient. "I don't know, but currently I am very thankful that Dada taught me flying," he cheekily replied. Strangely, Natasha blushed a little. "Who is your father that you've been talking so much about?" she asked. "You will know soon enough. Once he comes, none of this will matter. No armies, no weapons," he assured her. Natasha worriedly looked at the city. "I hope he hurries then." Soon they reached the top of the building. Natasha started to look at the machine after dealing with Dr. Eric. Back at the helicarrier. "Language, fury," Alexander reprimanded. Dobby walked to the front in his uniform and spoke in a tough voice. "Soldier, you broke the discipline. Now give me 20. Fury's mind short-circuited and he quickly fell down and started to do push-ups. Dobby's height was just too intimidating and it resurfaced Fury's old training days memory. "Wait, why am I doing this?" Fury thought in his mind and embarrassingly stood up. He looked at Alexander with a serious expression. "Are you real?" Alexander looked at Agent Hill. "Dear, will you bring the biological imprint scanner?" Agent Hill nodded and quickly brought the little device. "All right, Fury. Look carefully." Alexander put his finger on the scanner and it quickly showed results on the screen. General of the Armies, Alexander Maxim Universe, Chairman of U.S. Defense Forces. Chairman and founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. Clearance level X. "Wait, there is a level X." Fury mumbled. "One more thing." Alexander went near his ear and spoke the long string of letters that only the director and the founders knew in case they needed to prove their identity. Fury was 99% sold, the remaining one was because he never trusted anyone fully. "How are you still alive?" "Experiments I did on myself. After World War I left Earth and traveled the universe. Getting stronger and creating my own presence. You don't have to worry now. I am a big and famous man in space with giant intergalactic fleets," Alexander told him. Suddenly a light bulb lit in his head. "Wait, are you the Emperor Universe that Captain Marvel told me about?" Alexander only nodded. Fury nearly shouted, "Mother f***." He wasn't able to finish his cursing as he received a fist on his head from Dobby. "Language, soldier." "Yes, Sir," Fury instinctively replied. "You've been protecting Earth for so long. Why didn't you appear earlier, sir?" he asked. "Because Earth didn't need me yet. Besides, I have been secretly living here for quite a while and helping wherever I could." "How do you think Banner's case got solved so easily?" Alexander revealed. Fury was hit by so many realizations now. "What now, sir? Although I don't want to give away my command over to you, but you directly outrank me." Actually, Fury was only acting tough. He was fangirling inside his head. He was a super fan of the general universe. Just like any other good-hearted American soldier would be. He always took inspiration from Alexander for being good at the job and also looking badass. Alexander waved his hand and all types of communication became dead around them. This meant no one could spy on them. "Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been invaded by Hydra. Even the council has been compromised. I will not take command of S.H.I.E.L.D. for now. I will first appear in front of the world in New York City and kill the aliens. Meanwhile, I want you to go to the council meeting and record everything they will say on this. The council will ask you to nuke New York." Fury's eye widened. "But the city is not empty yet." Alexander nodded. "I know. That is why you must record it. Leave the nukes to me." "Oh, I'm being asked in the city. I'll be leaving things under you, Fury," Alexander said, ordered and disappeared, leaving behind a secretly excited Fury. Fury then looked at Agent Hill. "Since when did you work for him?" "I was raised by Kind Heart Foundation, sir," she answered. Fury was suddenly hit with the realization that is all the kids from Kind Heart were loyal to Alexander. Then it meant that Alexander had people all around the world. Back in New York, the fight was still ongoing. But there was another strange thing happening in some alley. After a small light show, Tony, Steve, Scott, and Professor Hulk appeared from the future. Steve checked the area and spoke. "All right, we all got assignments. 2 stones uptown, 1 stone down. Stay low. Keep an eye on the clock." Then suddenly Hulk appeared in front of them and smashed some cars and Chidori soldiers. He tilted his head and saw the 4 people in the alley. Steve, Tony, and others' hearts sank seeing that. But to their surprise, the angry Hulk ignored them and jumped away. Tony then looked at the sky and his feet went cold. "Guys, I think we messed up. There were never this many Chidori in our time. Also that black ship." Everyone looked at the sky. Professor Hulk realized the problem. "I think we came to the wrong reality. This is not our past. But the stones are still there, right?" Scott foolishly said. "Yes, but we can't take them. Not anymore as our time machine isn't reliable. We might not be able to return them," Professor Hulk added. Tony agreed. "Banner's right. If we take the stones from here then we're practically dooming this reality. But we can still save ours," Scott insisted. Steve shook his head. "At what cost?" A version of you still exists here, your daughter still exists here, Scott. Are you okay with killing them? But he also gave an alternative, but I have another solution. What if after we bring everyone back, we also make a wish that the stones return back to their places? After all, Thanos was able to destroy them with their own power, so this should be possible. Professor Hulk agreed, it is hypothetical. We don't know if they can cross realities. But they should be able to, as there are stones named after space, time, and reality. I don't like this feeling of possibly killing myself, but let's do it. Let's hope this world isn't much different and stones are in the same places. Whoa, look at that building top. Who's that guy, flirting with Natasha? Tony pointed to the Universe Tower. Wait, why is there another tall building? This isn't supposed to be. Arg. This is going to be a headache. Tony complained. Steve took a long breath. Alright, let's do this. But we're going to have to wait a lot because this fight doesn't seem like anywhere near an end. Professor Hulk moved forward, but I can go. They all agreed on that. Professor Hulk jumped the streets and went to New York Sanctum, where Ancient One was killing Chidori's like ants. Professor Hulk jumped onto the terrace and proceeded to enter, not noticing the Ancient One. I wouldn't do that if I were you, she warned. I'm looking for Doctor Strange, he said. Ancient One was amused. You're about 5 years too early. Stephen Strange is performing surgery about 20 blocks that way. What do you want from him? He pointed at the Eye of Agamotto. That actually. Oh, I'm afraid not. She bluntly denied. Then Professor Hulk tried strength and got his astral body out as a result. He then tried to beg her for the stone. I can't help you, Bruce. If I give up the stone to help your reality, I'm dooming my own. She then showed him the timeline and Bruce told her that they'd put the stones back, secretly hiding that they were probably from another reality. Then Bruce revealed that Strange gave the stone away to Thanos, which seriously convinced Ancient One that giving the stone was the right option. But she still denied. Why are you still denying? Bruce pleadingly asked. Sigh, because I don't have the authority to decide. I may hold this stone, but someone else owns it. I'm just a keeper till he doesn't ask for it, she revealed. Bruce was confused. Wait, aren't the stones made from Big Bang? How can they be someone's property? The Ancient One shook her head. You have no idea, Bruce. There are beings in the universe even older than the Big Bang. The owner of these stones is a being higher than anyone. Then ask him. If he's so high and almighty, then he'd surely understand, Bruce confidently said. She surprisingly agreed. Perhaps it's the right choice. I'll ask him. Alexander had received the message from Ancient One, so he went to see her first. He surprisingly found Bruce in his astral form and quickly understood. The endgame must have happened in an alternative timeline branching due to his existence. Give it to him, Yao, Alexander said. Bruce looked surprised as he hadn't even started persuading him yet. Ancient One didn't even flinch and handed the stone to Bruce after putting him back in his body. Just like that. Bruce asked. Haha, make sure you return them, or I'll come to your reality. Though I might really come to your reality in the future. Alexander's words were too confusing for him to understand. I promise we will put them back. Thank you. Dr. Hulk jumped away. Ancient One looked at him. So they are after all the stones across the time. Alexander nodded. Yes, I will probably look into their problems in the future. I know which place they will last appear. She was convinced that Alexander knew what he was doing. So what now? Just raise your palm, he said. She did as asked, and suddenly the time stone appeared. Haha, keep it safe till Steven doesn't come, Yao. I'll be going now. I need to put an end to this fight, he said and flew. Ancient One smiled. Welcome back. The alien army was still pouring out of the portal like there was no end to it. Thanos had surely expanded his army for some reason. There was also the giant Kree ship destroying whatever came under it. The battle had a much wider radius this time. There was despair-filled screams from people around. Alexander had secretly made sure that no one died. He had waited until now because the world needed to understand how deep in mess Earth was. This was a reminder to them that we are not alone, so stop fighting among themselves. The X-Men had also come to fight now, but he had told Jean to stay out as she alone could stop it all. The Fantastic Four were also fighting around their building, but the enemies were just too many for them to handle all alone. They all had gotten tired now. Some of them were injured. It was even worse for the Avengers. Except for Hulk and Thor, they didn't have crazy powers like Fantastic Four or the X-Men. Iron Man also had his armor missing from here and there. He was running low on power. But amidst all the noise, out of nowhere, music started to sound. It was getting stronger, like it was moving towards them. The electric guitars were playing Highway to Hell. But in the lyrics, I'm Anna was changed to Your Anna. Tony looked confused and joked, is this boss music? Along with him, everyone else was looking in the direction of music too. For some reason, the aliens had stopped too. All the remaining news cameras were pointed towards that direction. Soon Alexander appeared hovering forward. He was wearing his military uniform and a special overcoat with golden stars with the iconic cigar and sunglasses on. Behind him was Dobby, who was also in his uniform and had a huge boombox on his back which was making a lot more sound than it should. Musical notes, You're on a highway to hell musical notes. As soon as the lyrics started, Alexander expanded his arms wide open and started waving. Suddenly all the Chidori started to fall down and burn to nothingness. Not just that, wherever he passed by the buildings repaired themselves like the time was going in reverse. Those stuck in the rubble were magically taken out. It was all too magical and crazy. The whole world was going crazy over the scenes. Not because of the magic but who was casting it. So many old men in their homes quickly got up and started loudly laughing and cheering. Haha, General is back. We're finally saved. Yes, yes. They all cheered. To them, the general they served under was still the best human in the world. The news channels also quickly started rolling out footage linking that he was really the General Universe, back in flesh. Are you seeing this, everyone? Natasha talked into the earpiece from the top of the building. Captain had gone silent the moment he saw Alexander. He couldn't tell if it really was Alexander or some impersonator. Ha ha ha. Do not worry, Uncle is here now. Thor laughed loudly. You know the General Universe? Tony asked. Leonidas chimed in. That's my father. You mean the big god? Tony added. Hawkeye then joked. Tony, you sure you aren't related? You both got the same taste in entrances. But I did it before him, Tony argued. Actually, he did it way before anyone else. Steve finally smiled and spoke. He had a feeling that General was really back. Alexander was killing the aliens and helping people and fixing the building. The song was pumping him up. He was smoking a cigar, so he made it so that any flying Chidori would explode like fireworks and form words in the air, saying smoking kills. Soon the sky was filled with color and the ground was filled with burning Chidori. It all looked majestic. But then suddenly the song stopped. He looked at Dobby. Dobby quickly pressed all the buttons and a teen pop song started playing at crazy volume. Musical notes. Let's get physical. Musical notes, by Dua Lipa. Alexander looked back. What the hell, Dobby? My dude. You spoiled my moment. And why are you still listening to this stuff? And this song isn't even released here yet. Dobby scratched his head. Well, it was a technical error. Besides, look, that little girl likes it. She's dancing. Alexander followed Dobby's vision and sure enough, a little girl was jumping looking at him. Her parents were trying to hide her but she just wanted to dance apparently. Sigh. Alright, let's get physical then, Alexander shrugged. Suddenly a leviathan flew towards him. He didn't even move and let it come to him. Just before it touched Alexander pulled his fist back. Let's get bloody physical. Boom. His punch was so strong that Leviathan's body exploded from inside out. Not just that but all the Chidori nearby also turned to paste from the shockwave. It was too gruesome so he changed all the flesh into fireworks too. He then again looked at the little girl and waved his hand. Out of nowhere, a princess dress appeared on her. She got even more cheerful then. He went on to physically beat all the Leviathans and Chidori while teen pop music running in the background. By the time he reached the center where Tony was, half of the city was already repaired by him. Alexander looked at Tony on the ground in his battered and unchanged arged armor. Stop slacking, kid. A wave of his hand and Tony's armor returned back to perfect shape. Tony checked himself out in disbelief. Not only his suit but his injuries were also healed. He also flew back in the sky. I have so many questions. Soon, Alexander helped the X-Men and Fantastic Four as well and they together started closing in on the hole in the sky. Alexander had made a magical net on it so no new Chidori could enter. But the Kree ship was still there. Alexander quickly dismantled the ship with a single punch and took Ronan out. He also burned the whole ship down as Earth wasn't ready for that kind of tech yet. Ronan looked at him in disbelief. Why are you interfering in Kree business, Emperor Universe? Alexander heartily laughed. Ha ha ha. You asked the same thing back then. Did you forget it, Ronan the loser? Alexander's words brought back bad memories for him. It was you? You just made the Kree Empire your enemy. Oh, I forgot to tell you. As we speak, the Kree Empire is being besieged by my forces. There is no Kree Empire anymore. This is the end for you, Ronan. You'll face your judgment soon, Alexander announced. The reason Hela was missing from all the current action was because she was currently taking over the Kree Empire. Ronan was shocked and tried to flee towards the portal but Alexander's magical restraints stopped him. Alexander was going to make him confess on live television before punishing. The world needed to hear the horrors he had planned for humans or Terrans in their language. After that, Alexander signaled Leonidas to close the portal but then he remembered something. Wait, not yet Leonidas. We still have 2 nukes to deal with. Extra, reference to extra part of chapter 113. Soldier 4 had turned 90 years old. He had grandchildren now, but his favorite memory was still from when he served under the General Universe in the Battle of Crete. At the moment, he laid in front of the TV looking at events happening in New York. Grandpa, why are you crying? His grandchild asked. Soldier 4, oh you won't understand, kid. The man for whom your grandpa was ready to give up manhood has returned. The world will finally be better now. Tears rolled down his eyes as he said that. Then he suddenly felt something near his legs. A feeling he had long forgotten. He quickly looked down and his eyes widened in shock. Nick Fury's meeting with the council didn't go as planned. Fury only knew that the shield was compromised but he didn't know who the members of Hydra were. In the end, the council unanimously decided to nuke New York, foolishly thinking that it would stop the aliens. They had also planned that the whole mass murder would be forgotten in the name of heroes sacrificing themselves. The council was only formed to oversee the shield but they had overstepped their authority. Without Fury's approval, no such strike could be made. But Fury underestimated their influence and the 2 jets took off from helicarrier. Fury was angry but happy inside because of what Alexander had planned. Fury quickly sent the recording of the meeting to various news channels. Alexander's people made sure that the council was shown in a wrong light and the shield was shown as the good guys who brought the heroes together. In the end, all the blame would be taken by corrupt politicians. Fury quickly called Alexander and informed him, "Sir, the nukes are headed to you." "All right, I'll take care of them. Don't worry," Alexander replied. Alexander had already stopped more Chitauri's from entering with his net over the portal. But to others' surprise, he had stopped them from closing the portal. He was instead meeting and talking with everyone. The X-Men, Fantastic Four, and the Avengers. As none of them knew his real identity due to his unrecognizing charm, they were all surprised. Thor had become fully careless after Alexander's arrival and was just messing around with petrified Loki. "Uncle, please help Loki. He's still not talking," Thor said. Alexander just took the scepter and touched Loki's chest with it. Suddenly Loki stood up like all the chains holding him broke down and he started breathing loudly. "Huff. You have no idea how it feels," he complained. Alexander quickly gave him a calming draft which calmed him down. Then Loki spoke to Alexander, "Sir, I didn't do it willingly. It's all Thanos doing. He wants these two." Loki was afraid that Alexander would misunderstand him. He very much wanted to be with Medusa. Alexander only laughed, "Ha ha ha. Just relax, kid. I know everything. Relax." Steve slowly walked up to Alexander, "Sir, is this really you?" Alexander turned around and gave him a hug, "Ha ha ha. Steve, my boy. Yes, it's me. You still have my card, don't you? By the way, take me to Peggy after this. I'll get you your dance with her." Alexander's words and how he acted confirmed he was the real deal in Steve's mind. Steve then gave back a hug. "Welcome back, old man," he whispered. He rarely called him old man. "Excuse me, why aren't we closing that giant hole in the sky?" Tony asked. "Oh, they have launched 2 nukes at the city, wanting to stop the invasion by killing them, including us and millions of civilians," he stated. Everyone turned silent for a second before asking questions. "Just watch the television, why are you asking me?" he told them. Tony quickly projected a screen with the news. It was showing that some politicians had decided to nuke the city. They didn't even get authorization from the president. Magneto shook his head sadly. "They don't care about anyone except themselves." Alexander quickly looked at him. "Hold on, boy, before you go all Hitler again, just remember that I'm back, officially. I'll make things good now." Leonidas pointed his finger at a distance. "Dada, look." Alexander noticed it and flew up. "Wait for me, everyone. We'll have a party after I'm done here." He flew to the nukes and transfigured them into plushy toys, then flew towards the portal. Once there he removed the net, stopping the aliens. A simple fiend fire burned down the horde of aliens waiting there for an opportunity to enter. He crossed the portal and saw Thanos' big ship. He wasn't going to kill him for now as he had a bigger role to play, but he did send those 2 nukes to his ship. It would surely set back his plans. "Son, close the portal," he told Leo on the ground. Leonidas swiftly moved to the machine and stopped it by taking out the Tesseract. "Wait, he hasn't come back yet," Steve called out. Leonidas chuckled. Space is not something that can stop him. Alexander waited because he was recording the video of the destruction of Thanos' ship. To spread salt on Thanos' wounds, he magically wrote something with the universal language. "Better luck next time." An image of his face with the iconic pose of Ai was also there. The portal had already closed by then, so he just apparat back. Only he could apparate such distances because he had APEC. Everything was being shown live to the whole world and his return brought joy to everyone and they all cheered. "What do we do with them?" Natasha asked, pointing to Tesseract and Cube. "Shield will take care of it. Let's go to Tony's tower. This one has been too damaged," he proposed. Universe Tower was the victim of Alien and Avengers fight this time. Tony couldn't be happier. "Haha, in the end, my tower won. Let's go, everyone." So many of the people present could fly that they all straight up flew to Stark Tower with non-flying members in their arms. Alexander noticed Leonidas carrying Natasha from the corner of his eye. Natasha was a good girl and he couldn't be happier if they became a couple. "Tony, do you know who owns that building?" Alexander asked as he flew beside him. "Nope, don't know, don't care." He shrugged. "Haha, I am the owner, boy." Alexander waved his hand and in front of Tony's horror-filled eyes, the Universe Tower was repaired to its former glory, now standing higher than Stark Tower. "Come on, that's not fair. That's cheating," Tony complained as his #1 spot was taken away again. "Ha ha ha." Alexander just loudly laughed and went to Stark Tower. Once there, he purposely put the Tesseract and Scepter in a corner where no one could see it. Then he secretly kept an eye on it. Future versions of Tony, Scott, and Steve had taken their places. They saw the whole fight outside and Alexander's crazy powers. They didn't want to mess with a man of that caliber and acted very carefully now. But they were wrong about something. Things were so different here than in their own world. For some reason, there were so many more superheroes. Not just that, the Tesseract and the Scepter were in front of them, just for them to take. Tony talked to Tiny Scott. "Go, bring those 2 boxes here." Scott didn't go and started speaking. "Arg, I think we should wait. You know, this is just like my high school math exam. When you feel it's too easy, you are wrong." Tony just rolled his eyes. "Come on. Just bring them here." All right, all right." Scott ran to the 2 boxes, put them on top of one another, and dragged them to future Tony slowly. Tony nervously kept on looking around to make sure no one caught them. But then he noticed it. The old monster was looking at him, straight into his eyes. His heart sank at that moment. He saw us. Run, Scott, Tony called. Scott being his clumsy self. What? Who saw us? Before Tony could say anything he received some words in his mind. Just take them quietly, kid. Tony was flabbergasted. Not wanting to find out what was happening, he made a small leap and picked up the 2 suitcases. Scott jumped on his back and they flew out of the building. He then contacted Steve. We got them, Cap. We got them both. Let's go back now. He was certainly happy but still going crazy inside as to why that old man gave it to them. Once they regrouped together, they decided to leave. You won't believe the things that happened today, Bruce tiredly said. Yeah, buddy, same here. Let's end this now, Tony replied, and they vanished. Just a second after Tony and Scott had left, the Tesseract and the scepter returned back to their place magically. Alexander then happily joined the small party going on. Fantastic Four, X-Men, and Avengers mingling with each other was very nice. Reed Richards came to Alexander and shook hands with him. Alexander was the idol of nearly everyone present in the room. After his death, so many comics and movies were made that even non-Americans knew his face and name. Reed gratefully thanked Alexander. Thank you for bringing Franklin that day, and I'm sorry we didn't recognize you back then. Charles walked up to them and added, it's not just you, Reed. Even I couldn't recognize him. Alexander scratched his beard. Haha. I was using magic that made it impossible to recognize me. But it's all cool now. How is Franklin, Reed? Reed took a sip of his drink. I did some tests. He's indeed above Omega. But he's too small and the powers are a danger to himself and everyone around him. Alexander understood his pain and offered help. Maybe I can make an artifact that can subside his powers until he reaches maturity. I'll be forever grateful for this. Reed happily accepted the help. Institute for Gifted Children will always be open for him, Reed, Charles suggested. But Alexander interrupted them. Haha. By the time little Franklin grows, I'll turn this planet from anti-mutant to pro-mutant. Seriously, I think that mutants can be a big boon to our world if wholeheartedly accepted. Ding. The talking noise in the room was disrupted when some people arrogantly entered. A/N, alright. Hear me out. I just realized why Dada feels weird for you all. That is because you don't read it the way I do. Most of you probably say it as Dad plus A while I read it as Da plus Da. The first one makes it sound like Dad but the other one doesn't. Remember, Black Panther also calls his father Baba. It was Alexander Pierce and some other Hydra agents. Brock Rumlow quickly walked to the suitcases to get them. Alexander waved his hand and the suitcases fell into Thor and Leonidas' arms. Alexander Peace was surely irked by this. We are happy that you are back, General, but that is the property of S.H.I.E.L.D. Haha. Do you take me for a fool? I know you are a Hydra leader. One more thing, I am S.H.I.E.L.D. All the new soldiers were pressed to their knees and hand and ankle cuffs were put on them. Alexander's words shocked everyone in the room. Steve was most affected as he gave his life trying to get rid of Hydra. Alexander walked up to him and patted his shoulder. It's alright, son. Hydra was too big to begin with. Just killing Schmidt wasn't enough. Then he looked at everyone. The Hydra is actually an ancient organization. It was made by the same people who made the Hand, a criminal organization that I destroyed not long ago. This world is filled with secret dangers like these, everyone, and it's our duty to remove them before they can become a problem. So I propose the Avengers Initiative. All of you can be a part of it. It won't be mandatory for you to go on missions, but when the world is in danger or any other big threat comes, you all would join hands. I will be the head of this so you don't have to worry about any kind of pressure. His proposal was nothing big. They already had their own teams. He was just making it bigger by combining. What about political problems? Xavier asked. Alexander thought for a bit. He already had a lot of control over various governments around the world. But he couldn't say that publicly. Why don't you just become the president? You'll surely be in a better position to negotiate with the world then, Tony suggested. Alexander happily looked at him and ruffled his hair. Ha ha ha. Good advice, kid. That's what I expected from my great-grandson. Alright, everyone. I'll be running for president in the coming election. Let's drink to that. He picked up the glass. Alexander was already planning everything subconsciously. He was going to have the craziest and most overpowered government to ever exist. Dobby as his VP, Howard as his Secretary of Defense, Ragnarok as Secretary of Treasury because he was a dragon and also ran his own dem planet, Arnold the General Droid as Secretary of Commerce because what can be better at that than an AI who could monitor all the world trade at the same time. He still needed a Secretary of State though. Boss, reporters are gathering outside. They want your interview, Dobby told him. Alexander didn't even think and got up. Bring in the reporter with the best reputation among them. Shoo all the Rita Skeeters away. Soon a reporter was sent in. He was secretly a Nevia Industries man. So Alexander got his interview/statement recorded. Time to Bull's tea. Hello, America and all the people of this world. Some of you must be interested in knowing where I was all this time and how I am still alive. Well, for the answer we'll have to go back to when I killed Hitler. When I entered Hitler's bunker that day, he was holding a strange artifact that he wanted to use to gain unimaginable power and cause the world's destruction. But I thankfully caught him in time. What I didn't know was that he had activated the artifact. It consumed me and gave me unimaginable powers. When I woke up again I found out that I was not on Earth anymore. So I trained, helped those in need in space while looking for a way back. And finally, I came back. Thank God that I came at the right time to stop this alien invasion. So now you have your General Alexander back, better than ever. I will continue serving for the betterment of this planet. God bless you all. This was just a small introduction. He wasn't going to tell the world everything after all. Also, most of what he said was false, so there was no point in dragging it. After that, he spent some more time with everyone until they all left. In the end, only the Avengers were left. It had already turned night. He had fixed the whole broken part of the city. He had also cleaned up all the alien mess, as leaving alien tech on the streets was as good as asking villains to take them. Dobby was talking to Steve as they knew each other. Leonidas was still talking to Natasha. Alexander was tempted to hear what they've been talking about for so long. Banner had gone to sleep after eating a lot. Clint Barton had gone home. He had a family after all. Alexander went to Tony, who sat alone. What are you thinking, kid? He asked and poured some fire whiskey for himself. At least ask for it. That's an expensive drink, you know. Tony complained. Haha, you do know you're talking to its creator. You know what? I've grown numb to surprises now. Tony shrugged and drank. How are you holding up? Alexander asked. Sigh, just like everyone else. Hey, old man. Can you tell me some things about Dad? Tony was clearly nervous asking about that. Sure, he looked 90% like you when he was younger. He wasn't born rich, but he slowly became narcissistic, so there's that. Anyways, he was a good kid. He did a lot for the country. He also wanted to make flying cars. Tony smiled. Let me guess. He was limited by the technology of his time. Alexander laughed. Haha, yes. But he became too serious as he grew old. Yeah, he did. But I'm thankful for that. That's what made me what I am today. But I wish I had not fought him that day. Tony sadly recalled the last time he had talked to them. What would you do if your mom and dad were to walk in from that door? Alexander frankly asked. Tony took it as a joke. Then I'll dance on the bar without a shirt and pants. Suddenly a voice came. Then you better be prepared, son. The door opened and someone in Iron Man-like suit entered. Howard was in his Iron Mage suit. Tony looked confused and alerted. Who are you? Howard removed the mask. Is that how you talk to your father? Tony's jaw fell at that moment. His face lost all the color like he just saw a ghost. Howard had asked Alexander to make him look a bit older from outside. He didn't want to appear younger than his son. Dad? Tony questioned. Mom is here too, Tony. Maria walked in with little Antonia's hand in her hand. Tony quickly looked at both of them alternatively and finally asked Alexander. Are they real, old man? Or is this your magic? Alexander shook his head. They are as real as you and me. Tony then looked back at his father. He remembered that the man helped him even when he wasn't with him. If it weren't for his dad, he'd be dead from palladium poisoning. He ran to the now unarmed Howard and hugged him tightly. There were some tears in his eyes. Stephen, Leo, and others had left the place to give some privacy. I am sorry, Dad. I was a dick back then. I love you, Dad. He finally said what he always wanted to but regretted not saying when he had time. Howard was also not the same now. He had changed. He was much more empathic now, mostly because he had a new daughter. He also hugged Tony tightly. I love you too. I was too harsh on you, Tony. Forgive me. His words brought the well-needed warmth to Tony's injured heart. Mommy, who is that uncle? Little Tina asked Maria. Tony heard her and realized that the little girl was his sister. He walked to his mother and hugged her first. Maria gave him kisses, embarrassing him. Mommy, I want kissy too. Tina enviously looked at Tony and Maria. It made both Tony and Maria laugh. Tony quickly picked her up. Hey, little sister. I am your big brother Tony. Do you want kisses? He asked. Tina concentrated on Tony's face and saw a glimpse of Howard, which was enough to convince her. She happily threw her hands in the air in excitement. Yai, new big brother. She kissed him on his cheek. Howard also came close and the family stood together, smiling and talking. Alexander felt happy that he had brought such happiness to them and went ahead to join in. Alexander took out his 1930 Duesenberg Model J skiff from the museum as he liked it a lot. Then he headed to the apartment building where Steve lived. It was a rundown building from old times. He only lived there for the memories. So Alexander had bought it and renovated it to look exactly as it did back then. He also gave a salary raise to Steve. Fury wasn't really paying him well. Alexander was secretly/officially the chairman of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was still the director in front of the public. The trial of the council members and Ronan was also going to be held soon. Outside Steve's apartment. Where are we going, sir? Steve asked. Get in the car, son. I'm going to fulfill your dance promise. Alexander stated and made some extra engine noise. Steve just jumped in and they zoomed through the road. He took him to the hospital where Peggy was living her days off. He entered her room. Hello, Peggy. She had seen the events on television and couldn't be happier about it. She considered herself lucky that she was one of those few who got to work under Alexander. But to be honest, she was missing her past days, when she was active on the field and beating bad guys. She smiled at Alexander and tried to get up. Uncle, it's so good to see you again. Alexander quickly walked to her and helped her get up. She had grown really old. Peggy chuckled. You're older than me, and yet I am the one in bed. Haha, I am older than most of the people, child. How are you? How's Steve been treating you? he asked. She looked at Steve warmly. He comes to see me every day. I can't ask for more. I'm giving him classes on how to be bold and hit on girls. Steve quickly spoke. Not gonna happen, Peggy. I only have one girl in my heart. Oh, you've gotten bold, Steve. Tell me, Peggy, would you like to join S.H.I.E.L.D. again? You two can be a spy couple. It'll be a fun experience for you too, Alexander suggested. No matter how much I want, you can't ignore that I have a dying body, she sadly replied. Then let's make you young again. He fiddled in his suit's pocket and finally took out a small vial. Ah, here you go. Drink this, Peggy. It's a de-aging potion. He handed it to her. Her hands shivered taking it. She looked at Steve who nodded at her. Just drink it, child. It's a tested product of mine. Howard has drunk it too. Oh, you don't know. Howard is alive. I had saved him and his wife back then. Drink up, now, he urged her. She finally drank the potion. Soon many changes started to happen to her. First, her hair turned back to black. Her skin started to become smoother and finally, her earlier charm returned to her face. She moved a little and felt no trouble moving. Although she had no diseases, her body was still old and ached here and there. Alexander quickly materialized a mirror in front of her. Look, just like before. She was shocked by the magic but she had seen many weird things in her life and what surprised her the most was her face. She looked just like when she lost Steve. She slowly got out of the bed and stood up to check herself. This is amazing. I feel so good, she thought. Peggy, are you okay? Steve worriedly asked. Peggy looked at him. Their eyes met for a second. Then she dashed to him and Steve opened his arms to grab her in a tight hug. I missed you so much, Steve, she said with her head resting on his chest. Me too, Peggy. Steve closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth. Ahem. Should I go out? Alexander asked. Peggy quickly released Steve and looked at Alexander embarrassingly. He loudly laughed. Haha. What you blushing at? Come here and give the old man a hug you too. Both Steve and Peggy went ahead and hugged him. Ah, I nearly forgot. I am organizing a party at Universe Tower for its opening. There's going to be a romantic dance segment too. Be sure to come, he announced. Steve and Peggy understood his meaning and agreed to come. Alexander then left the two to have some privacy. He got back into his car and drove off for Institute for Gifted Children. He was going to pick Wanda. She had grown up and was experiencing accidental magic outbursts. Max, Magneto, was a loving father and was worried about her, which is why he asked Alexander for help. Hala, ex-Kree homeworld. Hela had done a great job of smoothly taking over the Kree Empire. She had learned a lot of things from her grandpa that helped her. She also took pride in being Alexander's child. Who wouldn't? After all, Alexander was already the ruler of two of the biggest empires in space. Everything was going smoothly. She was organizing the new administration with the help of some respected seraphs. But her peace was broken when someone came to her demanding an answer to why the Kree Empire was taken over. Hela and that person were in a standoff in the air. Who are you? Hela asked. I am Carol Danvers, also called Captain Marvel. Who are you and why have you attacked the Kree Empire? She demanded an answer. I am Hela Maxim Universe and I will only answer after beating some manners into you. Hela angrily replied. She didn't like the tone of this woman. Then have it your way. Captain Marvel attacked. She was yet to find someone who could defeat her in raw power which had made her too arrogant. But she was wrong picking a fight with Hela. Hela had been learning magic and fighting from Alexander. She had high talent in both of them and her strength exponentially grew. Boom. Hela blocked the punch. Weak. She kicked Captain Marvel in the stomach, throwing her far away. She then teleported just above Captain Marvel and smashed her sword on her. Captain Marvel had never found herself in a situation like this. Her strength wasn't enough. What are you? She questioned. I am Hela, goddess of war and strength. Granddaughter of Emperor Alexander Maxim Universe. Hela loudly proclaimed. Carol confusedly looked at her. Wait, you are related to the Emperor Universe. Hela put down her sword. Don't tell me you're his fan. I absolutely am. He is my role model. He has made so many good changes across space. Wait, why did he attack the Kree Empire? She mumbled. Hela had become numb to all the fans of her grandpa now. She had seen so many people like that. We didn't attack. It was them. Ronan the Accuser launched an attack on Earth with warlord pest Thanos. Hela informed. She had developed a disgust for Thanos since her grandpa had told her that the Purple Man was after her and Lady Death's love. What? Earth? Is everything okay there? Carol anxiously asked. Yes, it is. Emperor Universe himself saved it. No lives were lost. We retaliated against the Kree Empire and now took over it. They were bad to begin with. So much racism is still active among them. Carol took a breath of relief. Thank you for informing me. I'll be leaving now. She didn't even wait for an answer and headed to Earth. She wanted to check everything on her own. On Earth, Alexander drove towards the Xavier Castle. While on his way, he came across a girl standing in the middle of the road in Times Square. She continuously looked at big food advertisements as she drooled. She had been standing there and had blocked the traffic. No matter how many people honked at her, she stayed in trance. Alexander checked her for any problems and sure enough, she was not a human. Her biology was different. Hey there. You are blocking the road, child. He shook her. After a while, she slowly came out of the trance. What happened? She looked around her. You were standing here for a while. What happened? He asked. Oh no, I did it again. She reprimanded herself. What's your name, girl? He warmly asked. She suddenly realized someone was talking to her. I am Golly. Wait, you're that man from TV. Her name cleared Alexander's doubts. Is your father's name Galactus? Golly looked shocked. Whoa, how do you know Papa? Alexander chuckled at her cute expression. She looked no older than 13 or 14 years old and had long black hair and black eyes. Haha, I am a friend of him. He asked me to take care of you. He told me that your hunger will become uncontrollable slowly. Come with me if you want to eat an elephant-sized burger. It seems Rena will have a competition now, he thought. Golly's eyes had stars at the mention of food and followed Alexander. He first went somewhere far in the car and then took her to Fahim and made a burger for her first. But this is a regular-sized burger, old man. She complained. Patience, my child. He said and took the burger and her out to the garden. He took out the big light of Doraemon and enlarged it to the size of a mammoth. Bone appetite. Golly didn't wait and jumped on the burger and started to eat. Rena came out and looked at the huge burger and the weird girl. Grandpa, who's she? He ruffled her hair. That is our guest and will be living here for a while. She has a very big appetite. Rena looked at the huge tasty burger enviously. I want a burger too. Settling Golly in Fahim was easy. Her mindset was that of a child, so she hid it pretty well with everyone. She was happy as long as she got tasty food. Rena and Golly now talked about food all day long. Alexander reached the institute to pick Wanda. He was received warmly by everyone. Hey old man. You did pretty well yesterday. Thanks, Logan greeted him. He was absent from yesterday's battle as someone was needed at the institute. Alexander surprisingly noticed that Jean was acting like she was very close to him. Oh, what is this? Do we have a new couple here? He teased. Jean blushed. Come on grandpa, don't make fun. Ha ha ha. Good. Logan is a good man. I approve. Where is Wanda now? He looked around. Soon a redhead girl appeared dragging a suitcase. I'm here grandpa. Just finished packing. She was actually excited knowing that she'd be learning to control her magic. Her father has been telling her for so long that she has very powerful abilities, but she was yet to see that. Magneto came and put her luggage in the car and gave her a hug. Take care, Wanda. Why are you all acting like you will never see her? She can come here at any moment she wants, you know. Alexander interjected. It's all right Gramps. They both like to act all squishy. Pietro commented. Alexander chuckled and looked around. Another family of 3 was living at Xavier Castle. Hank and Raven had married each other and Kurt had accepted them as his parents. It all again brought happiness to Alexander's old heart. All right, I'll be going then. You all are invited to my evening party. Don't be late. There's going to be lots of booze and dancing. He loudly invited them and got into the car. You had me sold at the mention of booze. Logan joked. Haha, all right. Hop in, Wanda. He called. Everyone expected them to drive off, but instead, the car just disappeared. What's the point of a car if you're just gonna teleport? Charles exclaimed. In Fahim he brought Wanda to introduce her to everyone. Wanda, this is my wife and your grandma. This is Amy, Rena, and Golly. They will be your sisters. There is big sister Medusa, but she's on her visit to Asgard. Then there is Hela, but she's busy in space. Wanda talked with everyone and felt very easy talking. She knew she was going to enjoy her time there. Suddenly Leonidas also popped in. Oh, and that is your brother Leonidas. Leo, she is Wanda and will be learning magic here. He introduced. Leonidas went ahead and shook her hand. You can ask me about magic if you ever find trouble somewhere. Then Leonidas looked at him. Dada, I want to work. Hire me at S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander told Wanda to go and talk to Amy while he talked to Leo. Olivia also heard him and came to ask, why do you need to work, son? Leo suddenly turned red from that question. Alexander understood everything and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Olivia, my dear, our son has grown up. Don't you see it? He's in love. Leo turned redder, realizing his father already knew. Olivia was elated by the news. Really? Who is my future daughter-in-law? I want to meet her. Alexander calmed her down. Easy, Olivia. He hasn't even started dating her yet. But I can assure you, the girl he likes is good. She's very smart and also very pretty. Let's hope our son is able to win her over. Really? All the best, son. I hope I can see her at tonight's party. Olivia happily clapped. Alexander wrapped his hand around Leonidas's shoulder and took him away for a father-son talk. All right, I'll tell Fury to hire you as an agent. I will make sure you and Natasha go on missions together sometimes. You are already perfect, Leo. You don't have to change to impress her. Just show what you really are and I'm sure she'll fall for you. Dada, since when did you become an expert in dating? I thought you only dated mom in your entire life. Leo interjected. Cough. Leo's words were in good faith, but they hit Alexander like an arrow through his heart. I am thousands of years old and these kinds of things are under my scope of understanding. Haha. Yes, I believe you. Leo laughed. Making fun of your Dada, huh? Come here you little. He ran after Leo. Soon the girls also joined and it became a big game of tag. Evening came and the top floor of the Universe Tower was lit up for the party. Alexander was negotiating with Barry the Phoenix for his singing performance at the dance. What do you mean you want payment? He asked. Barry replied in his own language. What? You want 10 slices of bacon? You'll grow fat, Barry. The best I can do is 5. Barry started to leave. Alright, 6. No more than that. Barry stopped and excitedly came back jumping and showed 3 fingers of his claw. You want 3 as an advance payment? Alright. I'll get it. After hiring Barry, he changed to his non-work clothes which were Jedi robes. The first to arrive was the Stark family of 4. Howard came and gave him a hug. How are you, old man? You just saw me yesterday, Howard, Alexander argued while hugging back. Haha, but saying that feels so good. One more thing, Tony has been complaining about the tower all this time. Howard complained. Where is he? Don't tell me he's afraid to face me. Tony interrupted from behind him. I am afraid of no one. And I wasn't complaining. Dad is exaggerating. Tony then walked up to him and quickly hugged him. Thank you for saving them, he said in his ear. Alexander smiled. He's family. Saving family doesn't require thanks. Next to come were Steve and Peggy. Steve was in a suit and Peggy was in the same red dress she wore back then. Peggy went to talk to Howard while Steve came to him. Sir, I have a request, Steve said with a serious expression. Damn it, kid. Stop calling me sir now. Grandpa or old man will do. Now, what is it? Steve took out a small box from his pocket and showed it to him. I am planning on proposing to her. I've wasted 70 years already, but I don't know what to say to propose. Alexander realized that Steve was just like how he was back in his past life. Son, there is no script to follow. Just open your heart to her and let the words flow. I'll try to make things better but I might need to bribe a phoenix for it, he advised. Steve only nodded and took a long breath. He had only one thought in his mind. Killing Schmidt was easier than this. Across the room, Peggy and Howard were talking to each other. So how is it going with Steve? Howard asked. Perfect, I think he's going to propose. He's trying to hide it but he has forgotten that I'm a spy who can read body language. Peggy chuckled saying that. Haha, let's see how good our super soldier is at proposing. Honestly, he's been perfect in most of the things till now, Howard added. Yeah, he is. What are you going to do, Howard? Back to S.H.I.E.L.D. or something else? She asked. The old man has said he has something in mind for me. The S.H.I.E.L.D. is already under him so there's no need to worry. Stark Industries is also in good hands. That girl Pepper is indeed too good for Tony. Maria has already started considering her daughter-in-law, Howard revealed. Peggy sighed and took a sip of her drink. Things have changed so much. But it's good to be young again. Indeed, my friend. Howard also drank up. A short distance away, Alexander was talking to Olivia. No Alex, I don't have time for that. I'm busy with the Kind Heart Foundation. You know mutant discrimination is still rampant. I need to work on that. Being the first lady will be cumbersome. Come on, Oli. You can't reject this. Your husband is going to be the president of the United States. It will make you the first lady by default. He reasoned. I'm already the wife of a galactic emperor who travels realities. I don't think anything can top that status. Sigh alright, I'll be the first lady but don't expect me to hold senseless kitty parties. She finally agreed. Alexander clapped his hands. Yes. Thank you, Oli. You're the best. Alright, stop buttering me and go talk to the guests. She shooed him away and went to look for her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. The party went on and finally came the time for lovers. Alexander was surprised to see that there were so many couples. Suddenly the lights dimmed and slow music started. Barry started to fly around and sang his love songs. Alexander with Olivia, Steve with Peggy, Howard with Maria and little Tina jumping around them, Tony with Pepper, Logan with Jean, Hank with Raven, Reed with Sue, and many more couples took to the dance stage. He added an illusion that would give them a feeling that they were in an old bar. Olivia came close to Alexander and asked, Alex, is she the one? Alexander followed her eyes and saw Leonidas dancing with Natasha. Yeah, she's the one. Her name is Natasha. Now don't go and start talking to her about joining the family. Give them some space, he suggested. Oh, you don't qualify to give me love advice, Alex. You couldn't even kiss me first, she retorted. Oh, Olivia. You hurt me with words. But I have changed now, you know. He quickly gave her a kiss, embarrassing her. Everyone chuckled seeing the old couple acting like that. Natasha also noticed it and smiled. Then she looked at Leonidas and spoke. Your mom and dad are quite open. Leonidas laughed. Ha, you need to be a bit goofy when you are immortal. Otherwise, it would get too boring. What are you going to do now? Joining the Avengers? She asked. Well, I have joined the S.H.I.E.L.D. That probably makes me a part of the Avengers as well. We might even go on some missions together. He plainly replied, trying to keep a straight face. Natasha was a spy after all and such things were too easy to understand. She slowly came flirtily closer to him and spoke in his ear. Oh really? I hope we will go on a load of missions together. But Natasha's flirting backfired. Instead of Leonidas getting flustered, he also came close to her ear. You nearly sounded like you're looking forward to those loads of missions. She smiled and looked at his face. You're learning? I got the best teacher after all, he cheekily said. Steve was dancing with Peggy, or it was correct to say that she was teaching him, but his was still very romantic. After some time, Steve gave him a signal that he was going for it. So Alexander told Barry to focus his magical singing on the two. Suddenly the lights switched off for a second. When they came back, Steve was on one knee in front of Peggy. Alexander made a slow breeze touch their faces and cherry blossoms fall from the ceiling. Peggy was expecting a proposal but not like this. Peggy, it won't be wrong to say that I have been in love with you for that past 70 years. In fact, it's you who truly showed me what love is. You lived all your life with just my memory. Now I want to make a lot more memories with you. Margaret Elizabeth Carter. Will you marry me? He showed the ring to her. Peggy was teary-eyed by then. Just a few hours ago she was an old woman counting her remaining days. And now here she was, once again young and with the love of her life. She couldn't tell if it was a dream of reality. If it was a dream, then she never wanted to wake up from it. Yes, Steve. Yes, she showed her hand and Steve put the ring on her finger. He got up and passionately kissed Peggy. The crowd around them erupted in wild cheers. Just some distance away, Pepper was loudly clapping for them. This is so nice, Tony. Yes, very nice. I really want to know how that illusion works. Bam. He received a light hit from his mother. Maria whispered into his ears. You fool. She's secretly wanting you to propose to her as well. Tony was surprised. No, she doesn't. Oh, my dear son. You are just like Howard. So clueless. Understanding a maiden's heart isn't easy. Just hold her hand and make her feel loved. She pushed him towards Pepper. Some distance further, Olivia had somehow struck up a conversation with Natasha. She was currently in the process of fawning over her future daughter-in-law. Leonidas also stood there red-faced. The night went on and everyone enjoyed it. Alexander also let himself loose as the work would start from the next day. First, it was the trial of Ronan and the council members. The next day, Alexander got ready for trials. They were being held in Texas under shield protection. It was going to be a closed-door trial and the current President Barack Obama would be watching it live. Alexander was going to record the videos of their confessions and show it later in UN General Assembly where he was going to speak in a week. The first ones to enter the trial were the council members. Holly looked around and didn't find Alexander Pierce. Where is Pierce? Did he make a deal with you? I want to make a deal too. Please let me go. The prosecutor quickly shut her down. Pierce is locked up for his other crimes and will soon answer too. All you 5 have been declared traitors of humanity by your respective countries. We have full authority to decide your future now, so you better prepare your words for that. All rise. The announcement came that the judge was entering. Alexander walked to the judge's seat slowly and sat down. He looked at the surprised faces of the ex-council members. What? Surprised that a certain judge who took bribes from you isn't here? No, we don't accept this. You are no judge. Gideon Malik refuted. Actually, I have a bar license. The president also appointed me as the temporary judge so no laws are being broken here. Alexander declared. Just save me the time and energy and confess already. He ordered them. There is no truth. They said. Did you not authorize a nuclear strike on New York? He asked. Yes, we did. They answered without even realizing it. Did you not force Fury to stop looking for Steve Rogers and focus on Project Pegasus? The same project that dealt with the Tesseract. The same Tesseract with which the aliens invaded. Yes, we did. They again answered. Tell me, why did you launch a nuke and not trust the Avengers? Also, tell me your reasoning behind nuking New York City when the aliens were clearly pouring out from a hole in the sky. Soon they started answering one by one. Their reasons were pretty simple. They didn't like the Avengers as it took away their authority. They wanted to be hailed as saviors by saving the world and also deal with the Avengers while at it. Simply said, they had a low IQ. Alright, I've heard enough. You all are a burden on Earth. Your foolishness could have killed not only millions but also the people who just stopped the invasion. I sentence all of you to die. The date of the execution is set to tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. He announced. The 5 were dragged out of the court as they pleaded. Then came Alexander Pierce. Alexander repeated the things and he quickly accepted being the Hydra leader. But he also told that there are hundreds of other active cells of Hydra across the globe. I feel disgusted to share the same first name as you. Alexander Pierce, you have been found guilty of committing crimes against humanity. For this, you are sentenced to die and the date and time of execution are set to right now. His words just finished and Dobby shot him in the head. Then Alexander used magic and cleaned the floor for the next convict. Ronan was brought into the court and given a chair to sit in. How was the Terran prison, Ronan? Much better than what we give in Hala, Ronan replied. So, care to tell me what your plans were for Earth after winning the war? He asked. Ronan smirked, thinking that he wouldn't tell a thing. But words came out of his mouth on its own. After winning this war, I'd have enslaved the Terrans. Make them mine for metals and destroy their own planet. When nothing would be left to mine, I'd sell them as slaves. Terrans are quite highly priced for their smooth skins and various color and style choices. What Ronan said was sure to make everyone in the UN General Assembly pee in their pants. What was the plan of Thanos for Earth? He asked. Oh, that fool. He just likes killing people but disguises it in his senseless talk about equal balance. He would have killed half the life on the planet and left. Ronan informed. Alexander sighed. You know Ronan, this actually makes you look worse than Thanos. He would have at least left after killing. Unlike you, who was planning to enslave. Your crimes only deserve one punishment. Death. Huh, I just did what everyone else does. Strong exploits the weak. I was stronger so I attacked. Now you are the stronger one so you are killing me. Ronan said his last words. Alexander just killed him and sent him to hell. The Blue Man had killed more than 80 billion people and was a Category 4 sinner. Alright, with this we conclude today's hearing. Let's go and eat something, Dobby. The next day the ex-council members were executed. It wasn't publicized though. On the other hand, the news about the execution of Ronan was publicized. It was also announced that Alexander would be revealing information at the General Assembly. This made a lot of people interested in the General Assembly for the first time. That day he spent some time in the Universe Tower and talked with his soon-to-become underlings in the US government. So, Howard, you will be the Secretary of Defense, Alexander announced. All right, let's make history. Howard sounded positive. Ragnarok, you'll be the Secretary of Treasury. But, I am not even a citizen, Ragnarok reminded. Alexander took out a passport from his pocket. No, you are. You've been a citizen for the past 30 years. Now, Dobby will be my VP and Arnold will be Secretary of Finance. Any more questions? Yeah, who's the Secretary of State? Howard asked. Alexander shook his head, still looking for him. Phone rings. Yeah, oh hey, Fury. All right, I'll come and greet her. He put the phone down and looked at everyone. Dobby, start making plans for the presidential campaign. We'll be having the election by the end of this year. We will be announcing my candidacy after my speech at the General Assembly. Howard, I would like you to do a thorough check of every US defense project going on. No matter how secret I want to know. I'll be leaving now. He appeared on the helicarrier. Fury was already waiting for him there. Besides, Fury was also a known face. Carol Danvers had reached Earth and looked for Fury the moment she landed. She was happy that both her friend and the planet were safe. But currently, she was going through a different sense of emotion. It was excitement. She recognized the newly arrived person. She was in the Air Force and was a fan of war hero General Universe. But he was also the Emperor Universe, another role model of hers. Alexander walked up to her and shook hands. How are you, Captain Marvel? Oh, please sir. Call me Carol or just Danvers. I am a huge fan of yours, sir. You have done so well for Earth and the entire universe. I want to be like you someday. She started mumbling. Fury was surprised by the change of behavior. Captain, I didn't take you as a fangirling type. Carol rolled her eyes. Everyone is a fangirl of General. Even you. Those who aren't are either living under a rock or just Nazis. Haha, I wish you luck in your fights to come, Carol. Now, why did you invite me, Fury? He asked. Sir, I have grave news that you should know. I have received intel that someone is trying to mislead the public to believe that the New York invasion happened because of the mutants. This has caused a new wave of mutant-hating sentiments. Many crimes have also been reported. Fury showed him some videos. Why would they do something like that? Carol asked. Didn't Kree have a discrimination problem? It's much worse here. Humans are too dumb to realize that if the mutants wanted to rule they'd already be in power. Again and again, normal people let themselves be fed false information. We don't have any lack of conspiracy theory junkies either. Who's behind this, Fury? Tell me, he asked. I did try to get to the root of this problem. And this is what I found. There's a social club called Hellfire Trading Company or Hellfire Club for short. It's filled with some very rich and influential people with 8th grader syndrome. They want to control the world through economic means. Their current leader, Edward Buckman, is a secret super mutant hater. He is spending a crazy amount of money to do this. He is also secretly sending funds to some Dr. Stephen Lang, the head of federal research on mutants. Fury briefed. Alexander thought for a second. Would they let me in their club? Of course, you are the goddamn richest person on this planet. Fury affirmed. Carol interjected. Actually, he's the richest man in the universe. Haha, that settles it then. I'll go and check them out. Fury, deploy all SHIELD resources to curb this hate propaganda. He ordered and started to leave. Sir, can I join you? Carol asked. Sure, but you'll have to dress like a rich proud lady. He advised and let her follow him. He let Carol choose a dress while he talked to Howard. What is it, boy? Gramps, do you know anything about this Project Sentinel? He asked. Yeah, what happened? Well, I detected a huge amount of funding going into it. Also, it doesn't really have clearance from the Department of Defense. It's probably someone's solo project. Howard informed. Ah, those fools. Sentinel is a machine that finds and kills mutants, Howard. Its current designer, Dr. Stephen Lang, is anti-mutants. Don't worry, I'm on my way to solving this problem, he assured. All right, I'll keep looking into this stuff. Howard hung up. Soon Carol also came out in her lavish dress. You look good in that, child. Let's go. They got into an expensive car and went to the New York Hellfire Club. The moment he entered the place he sensed the whole structure. The real meeting place was behind some secret doors. The members currently inside were also looking at him through the camera. He acted the part and started throwing money around, giving tips and buying drinks for people. While Alexander was there, he had sensed a secret probe into his head. It was probably Emma Frost. Alexander just showed some fake memories, making it look like he had a crazy amount of wealth and was looking to expand his business empire by any means. Alexander had also secretly tampered with Emma's mind to make her think that whatever she saw was real. Otherwise, no one would have believed that the general universe is actually an evil capitalist. Behind the secret room, 3 people sat. They were Edward Buckman, Emma Frost, and Sebastian Shaw. Emma was reporting what she saw in his mind. He's like us. Filled with determination to expand his business empire. I think we should include him. A man of his standing can be very helpful to us. Emma tried to convince them. Sebastian Shaw was sold. He liked Alexander and was a fan of movies on him. He felt happy that Alexander was a dreamer like him. But Edward Buckman was against it. He was afraid that he'd be overpowered by the superpowered members of the club. But he couldn't say that as a reason. In the end, he agreed to at least invite him and talk. Alexander was happily enjoying his drinks when a woman in white clothes came to him. "Hello, Mr. Universe. May I buy you a drink?" she asked. "Haha. Since when did young and beautiful women like you start hitting on oldies like me?" He laughed. Emma chuckled. "Oh, you may look old but you certainly have the same charm as the young you probably had." "Good, then buy me a drink," he allowed. "Why don't you join me and my friends in the private room?" she suggested. "Let's go then," he agreed. "But she can't come." Emma pointed to Carol. "Oh, she's a very powerful girl. I think we should bring her with us," he advised. Carol threw a fake punch with her powers leaking a bit. Emma was nothing but happy to have more powerful mutants in their ranks, so she allowed her in. Once in, they all introduced themselves to him. Sebastian Shaw actually took out a notepad and asked for an autograph. Alexander happily signed it and relaxed down. So, this is where the Hellfire Club operates from. Others weren't surprised as their club wasn't really a private thing. Alexander then looked at Sebastian and asked, "Kid, tell me something. You yourself are a mutant but why do you still support anti-mutant experiments?" His questions surprised him. "No sir, I don't do that. I am a firm believer in pro-mutant rights." "Then why are you giving money to this Project Sentinel, which is being operated by Dr. Stephen Lang, whose father was an anti-mutant bigot who created the MKI Sentinel to kill mutants?" Alexander revealed so much in his simple question. Sebastian was a smart man and knew what was going on. He has been keeping an eye on increasingly anti-mutant sentiments lately. He looked at Edward Buckman suspiciously. Emma also understood and got ready to enter Edward's mind. Edward pressed a help button in his pocket but for some reason, it didn't work. Edward Buckman got ready to face the question. He also had a gun in his suit and slowly tried to go after it. Sebastian looked at him. "You have anything to say, Edward? Last I heard, you said you were going to build us an army of sentinels." "It's false. Mr. Universe must have heard it wrong." Edward tried to justify. Suddenly Alexander took out a file from somewhere and handed it to Emma and Sebastian. "Look for yourself. You know, I can arrest you all for spreading hate and conspiring against the country. Creating and funding a mutant killer robot army is a pretty high-level crime if it reaches the public." He then pointed his finger at Edward. "Sit down and confess everything." He handed a camera to Carol. "Dear, would you please record his confession?" "Sure, sir." She nearly saluted. Alexander fed him some truth potion and he started revealing all his plans. I hate mutants. They should all be dead. I hate it that they have powers but not me," he blurted. Alexander started questioning. "Are you running propaganda to instigate the public to hurt mutants?" "Yes, I am. If the public starts attacking them then the mutants will surely retaliate, then I'll find it easier to deploy my killer robots who will find and kill mutants," he confessed. "But don't all humans have an X gene in their DNA which is responsible for some people activating it and mutating? What if the killer robots start seeing everyone as a mutant due to the X gene?" he questioned. "Then they all will die. Only pure ones should be allowed to live," he fanatically claimed. "Then I'm afraid every human will die as we all have the X gene in our bodies. That's just how humans were made. Also, do you really think mutants are the weak ones? No, they aren't. They just aren't interested in taking over the world. They only want to live peacefully. Hitler, Mussolini were not mutants. They were humans who killed millions. So your argument that normal humans are superior is invalid. Now you will be arrested and repeat everything you said in front of the world, after that you will be punished." He cuffed him down. Then he looked at Sebastian and Emma. "You two can run this club as you want. But I'd suggest you forget your world domination ambitions. Or else you might find yourself standing against me. And believe me, you don't want that." His voice radiated the dangerous aura which made both Sebastian and Emma shudder. "I hope you make the right choice." He grabbed Edward and apparat to helicarrier with him and Carol. Mutant rights were a big issue around the world. Although Alexander had done a lot but the people still had the same disgusting thinking. There were many people who were working for mutant rights. Some took a direct approach like the X-Men, who tried to change people by good deeds. Then there were some people in the government secretly working for that. One of them was Senator Connor. He worked for mutant rights not just because he was secretly a mutant but because it was the right thing to do. He had heard of many children who were killed by angry mobs because the child had an uncontrollable outburst and mutated in front of people. Sometimes the mutation was unrecognizable but sometimes it was more direct due to physical mutation of body. Some might change the color of their body, some might grow scales. There was no knowing what would happen. He was against the Mutant Registration Act proposed by Senator Kelly, but it still got passed. Now it was unlawful to be an unregistered mutant. Connor only had a little sister as a family. She was just 6 years old and he wanted to make the world a better place for her if someday she also awakens as a mutant. He treated her like a daughter though, due to their big age gap. It was a normal day for him. Just like every day, he was going to pick his sister up from school. He drove his car to the school but on his way, he saw an anti-mutant rally going on. People were showing banners of mutants not welcome, God hates mutants and such. People were just shouting and cursing. He couldn't take his car further so he parked it at the side and walked to the school. While walking through the crowd he saw a glimpse of his little sister running around with some other children. He got scared and made his way to here. Then it happened, in front of his horror-filled eyes, she tripped in the middle of the marching crowd. She was too small for people to notice her. He ran towards her as fast as he could. But then someone suddenly shouted. The crowd started to split. In the middle was his little sister, getting up slowly. But something had happened. Her face had changed. Her face had changed. It was disfigured and didn't look human. The people realized that it was a mutant and started shouting at her. The little girl felt scared and tightly held her doll as her now huge eyes turned watery. Connor didn't know what to do. He had to get her out of there somehow. Leave her alone. A man with wings came down from the sky with some other people. You can this scene on my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghcron, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/Mr_Immortal_novel. Connor recognized them as one of the X-Men. They shielded her. But the crowd got more agitated and started throwing rocks or whatever they caught. He tried to squeeze himself towards the center. He had nearly reached the center, but he noticed someone had a gun in their hand. He was holding it out to shoot. Connor quickly dashed to stop him. Boom. A loud gunshot sounded. It was enough to disperse the cowardly crowd. The little girl then noticed her big brother on the ground and ran up to him. Big brother, I'm sorry. I went out of school, she cried. Connor was shot and bled profusely. His mutant ability only gave him the power to make 5 temporary clones of himself. But that was it. He didn't have any super strength or anything like that. His ability was only useful when it came to working as a politician. He caressed the disfigured face of his little sister, Jenny. She hadn't realized what had happened to her body yet. But Connor was at ease knowing that the X-Men would take her with them. All the protesters were looking at it all from the sidelines like it was some show. The X-Men were trying to save Connor but to no avail. Alexander and Dobby were on their way to West Arrow Spar. It had become the hangout place of all the superheroes. While they were walking, they heard loud noises some streets away. So they took a detour and went to see what was happening. Dobby saw it and felt disgusted. The protests reminded him of how the house elves were treated in Potterverse. He was now curious to find out what happened there in all the years. Boss, look. There's a little girl stuck in the middle. Dobby pointed. Soon the gunshot happened and everything became clear. Alexander put his general uniform back on and walked to the man on the ground. He pointed his hand towards the man who shot. The man instantly fell down as his hands and feet were placed in metal cuffs. So this is what I fought for? This is the land of the free. He loudly spoke, making people around him feel ashamed. Soon he came close to the man and put his hand on the wound. It's all right, son. You'll be all right. You won't die today, he warmly said. Connor looked at Alexander hopefully. Then he suddenly felt like the strength he lost had returned. He moved slightly and it didn't ache anymore. Alexander had already healed him and was now caressing the deformed girl. Hey, little one. What's your name? He asked. She was scared and meekly answered, Jenny. That is a very pretty name. Here, take this chocolate. Also this plushie. He took things out from thin air. She quickly felt elated and held everything in her arms tightly. Alexander felt very bad for the girl. Her physical deformity would haunt her whole life. I guess it's time to go back to researching. He decided to make a potion that would give deformed mutants the ability to return back to their normal human looks. He understood that not all mutant powers were helpful. Some were more like a curse. Just like what happened with Jenny. Her power made her body stronger but her looks were a curse. Alexander stood up and looked at the crowd around him. Go home. If you really want to know the truth about everything, then watch my speech tomorrow at the UN General Assembly. He then cast a charm that made all the protesters lose all their motivation and energy to protest, and soon they all left. Alexander had decided, the first thing he'd do after becoming the president will be to start a war on such racism. Alexander helped the man get up. Are you okay, my boy? You are very brave. You stopped that man from harming someone. I was just trying to protect my sister, Connor said as he stood up. What's your name? Alexander asked. I am called Connor by my colleagues. I am a senator from the state of New York. He introduced himself and walked to his sister. It was clear that he was worried about his sister's condition. Alexander looked into the man's history through Ghost and found out that he was one of the rare politicians who stands for the good of all people. Alexander walked forward and put a locket around little Jenny's neck. She instantly turned back to her normal human looks. This is just an illusion. As long as she wears it she won't find out, he explained. Connor thankfully looked at Alexander. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Alexander just took out a business card and gave it to him. Keep it. We might meet again in the future. Your political brain might be helpful to me. Then he looked at the new members of X-Men. The team had truly expanded now as they had so many more people living in the Xavier Castle. Tell Charles that I'll be coming to meet him soon. After that, he and Dobby went back to the bar. He was surprised to see someone already sitting in. It was none other than Clint Barton, the Hawkeye. I thought you agents were supposed to be very busy. Alexander joked and sat beside him. We are, sir. But the food here is so amazing. I should take some for kids too, Clint exclaimed. Alexander knew that Clint Barton was actually deaf. He had hearing aids in his ears all the time. So, to make good relations, he did what he was good at, being kind. Yes, the food here is indeed amazing. By the way, I have a medicine that can heal your ears, he revealed. Clint was honestly surprised, and what would I need to do for it? Ha ha ha, who do you think I am? Here, take it. Just keep on being a good man, that's all I ask for. Alexander handed him a small vial. Clint suspiciously took it. It was obvious he was not a fan of free gifts, but he took a leap of faith as Alexander was supposed to be his big boss. Slowly he felt like his hearing started to worsen, so he took out the hearing aid. Then his hearing started improving. Just 5 minutes later it became normal. He enjoyed the sound of air around him. It was a lot more different than what he got from the machine. Now it felt more real. He looked at Alexander. Thank you, sir. Alexander patted his back and got up to leave. It's all right, kid. See you later. He had just walked to the exit and saw Frank and Matt enter. Oh, hey, old man. Did you see that fire yesterday? Some kind of experiments were going on there in the name of treating cancer. A lot of bodies were found there too. Frank told him. Alexander nodded. He knew what had happened. Another superhero, or it should be right to say, the anti-hero was born. Yeah, I'll check it out later. You two enjoy. He walked out. The next day he was going to give his speech at UNGA, so he went to prepare some stuff. The next day, he donned his sexy military outfit and headed out. Today, he was going to give some real hard facts to the world. Boss, let's go. All the heads of states have arrived. Dobby reminded him. Alexander went ahead and walked into the UN building. He went straight up to the podium in the hall. As soon as he appeared there, everyone stopped talking. Good morning, people of the world. This is one of the rare occasions when so many leaders of all the countries around the world sit in the same room. Recent events make this even more important. Humanity has finally found the answer to the biggest question. Are we alone? We received the answer in the worst way possible. If all of you have seen my interview, you must know that I was in space all these past years. I saw many things and experienced many advanced civilizations. Let me tell you, if they launch a full-scale war on us, we won't stand a chance. The Battle of New York was won because they tried to come through a portal. But what if they decide to use normal means? In my travels, I saw civilizations controlling whole galaxies, who destroy planets like nothing. There are civilizations that are physically stronger than us. But what if I said, we can still fight them? Yes, thanks to God, we humans had an extra gene in our body called the X gene. Sometimes when people are in a life-threatening situation, the genes mutate and gives the person different powers. They are random, so they can be good or bad. But all this time, I've been hearing that these people are discriminated against, tested by governments to be made into weapons. When will we understand that our neighboring country is not our real enemy? The mutant, or let's call them enhanced, are also not your enemy. The true enemy comes from the sky. Let me show you the confession of Ronan the Accuser and his plans for Earth. Then the video was played. It showed him talking about enslaving humanity and stuff. Alexander had also used his magic to make the atmosphere a bit chilling. Then he spoke again. This was the enemy from space. Now let's talk about the enemy on the ground. We have an enemy that has been lurking around for years. Infiltration of our organizations for their agenda of world domination. Let me show you the confession of Alexander Pierce. Then the existence of Hydra was revealed. It earned some shock-filled expressions from people. Hydra is still operating secretly. We don't know how deeply they have infiltrated our system either. So I will be proposing a resolution that, if you sign, will give authority to the SHIELD to catch Hydra spies in your territory. SHIELD was made by me during the World War, so you can have faith in it. I also caught another problematic thing happening. I caught a rich man instigating people to hurt the enhanced mutants. Let me show you the man as he confesses right in front of you. Edward Buckman was brought in front of everyone and he confessed to running anti-mutant propaganda for his personal hatred. Many people watching the TV realized that they were misled, but there were still a lot of bigots remaining. With this, I would like to end my speech with my last words. Back in the past before the World War, we kept on ignoring Hitler, and in the end, he became the biggest pain in the back of the whole world. The aliens from the space just like that, let's not ignore them and prepare. So I propose the formation of a space exploration and security branch of the United Nations. It will be funded by all and will work to secure the space for us. The concerning documents will be given to you later. Thank you for giving me the time. God bless you all. He left the podium and surprisingly received a huge round of applause. He had now made sure that the SHIELD can expand around the world. His main agenda was to remove borders from the world slowly. Only a united planet can be eligible to stand among space civilizations. Alright, now it's time for my presidential campaign. I wonder if the Iron Man 3 event will still happen. I know the Dark Elves from Svartalfheim will be coming back, as I haven't really done anything to change their timeline. Melkith the Accursed would probably wake up from his sleep and seek Ether, aka Reality Stone, he contemplated. Alexander then went to the Institute for Gifted Children. He had something to talk about with Charles. He quickly apparat to his office. Charles was working there on something. What can I do for you, sir? Charles asked. He was much more respectful now after finding his real identity. I was planning on making a drug that can let some mutants with physical deformities return back to normal. We both know that there are a few kids here in the academy who feel insecure due to their looks, he explained. Charles nodded. Yes, this is true. But what do you need my help with? Well, I need volunteers. I can't make a medicine without a tester. Though you don't have to worry, as it'll be totally safe, he clarified. Hank, who was standing nearby, chimed in. Kurt might agree. He says he hates not being able to go out with me or Raven. Alexander agreed. All right, you ask him and Raven. Tell me after you've decided. I'll come back to pick him up or maybe do the test right here. Then Alexander popped into Fahim and seriously started studying the X gene to make the medicine. Alexander now had 2 Infinity Stones with him. Space Stone and Mind Stone. The Time Stone was in reach, but he wanted Doctor Strange to develop himself before he took it. The Reality Stone would soon be in his hand too, as he had received a report that the leader of Dark Elves, Malekith, has woken up. He also had to keep in mind that the Avengers from the alternative future were also taking these stones, so he had to make sure that he collected them after that. Just like Space and Mind Stones. He was going to wait to eat them though. He wanted to eat them all at the same time, so he needed to wait for a little. But one thing was sure, the stones had infinite energy and he was using it in his various researches. His main focus was to make a potion for mutants. If he could make it, then he'd surely have the votes of all the mutants in the U.S. and gratitude of all of them around the world. Alright, let's go to the institute and try this on Kurt, he said, looking at the vial of potion in his hand. He went out to his apartment on 69th Street and drove his car. He really liked the car and constantly looked for chances to drive it. It was 8 in the night and he took a shortcut. But as he had said before, trouble always finds you in Marvel. He heard some gunshots in an apartment nearby. He quickly went up there and saw a fight taking place. Some armed men were trying to enter the apartment and a man with a burnt face was fighting them. He quickly understood who it was. Are you okay, Vanessa? The man asked. Suddenly another assailant comes in with a gun. The man threw a knife, but the bullet was also fired at the same time. Alexander knew that the current scene happening in front of him was when Wade Wilson, aka Deadpool, loses his girlfriend. The bullet hit Vanessa. Now she was supposed to die, temporarily. But because Alexander was there, the bullet pierced Vanessa's heart and she fell down. Wade quickly ran to her in despair. He thought she died and jumped out of the 3rd-floor window in anger to catch the guy. Meanwhile, Alexander walked to Vanessa's body, lying on the floor, nearly lifeless. He used magic and took out the bullet and healed the injury. He then fed her a blood-replenishing potion. She was unconscious, so he put her on the bed. He waited for Wade to return for a bit but then decided to go and check. In front of him, Wade held the attacker in a hug and jumped in front of the oncoming truck, trying to kill himself as Vanessa's death led him to believe there was no point in living. Alexander just stopped the time around him for a bit. It wasn't really stopping time but using magic to make everything around him move extremely slowly. All the living beings would be in trance for as long as the time stop lasts. He had let Wade have his consciousness. Wade looked around when he realized that the truck hadn't hit. He looked and saw the truck standing. The rain was also like it had paused. Is this a glitch in the Matrix? He asked himself. Then a loud voice came. No, it isn't. I stopped it. Stop being a depressed 14 years old. Your girlfriend is still alive. I took out the bullet and healed her wood. Stop hugging that man now. Though you can continue if you swing that way. Wade looked around and then at Alexander. You are that oldie who kicked those aliens' asses. You are ancient, man. You don't want me to heal your skin. Alexander warned him. Wade realized and decided to make fun after getting treated. Then suddenly he remembered Vanessa and ran back to his home. Alexander threw the criminal in a maximum security prison in Colombia. The time resumed and he got back into the car and left for the institute. Wade will surely find him later. In the apartment, Wade ran to Vanessa. He saw her just getting up from the bed. Hey, are you okay? He asked. Yeah. What happened? I thought I died. She confusedly asked. He quickly embraced her in his arms. Yeah, I thought you died too. But Colonel Sanders saved you? Suddenly a huge wooden hammer appeared in the air and fell on Wade's head. A note also fell. I heard that, it said. What was that? She asked. Oh, nothing. Colonel S. I mean some gorilla is playing jokes on me. You rest, I will clean the place. Alexander arrived at the institute and gathered the concerned parties with the experiment. Jean now had her own laboratory, so he decided to use it. Were you successful, Grandpa? Jean asked. Well, I'm sure I am, but we need confirmation. Where's Kurt? He inquired. I'm here, sir. Let's do it. Kurt teleported in. All right, drink this and lay down. He handed him a small vial. Kurt gulped it down and laid down on the test bench. So, when will you inject me? Alexander and Jean looked at each other and started laughing. What you drank was the medicine, boy. Now we'll just check your vitals. What? But I thought it was some kind of anesthesia. Kurt exclaimed. Grandpa, look. His face. Jean pointed. Alexander turned and checked him. His skin color had started to change from blue to normal. It took a while for him to lose all the blue color of his skin. His ability wasn't really dependent on the color of his skin, so he'd not have to become blue again. How do you feel, Kurt? He questioned. Kurt looked at his normal colored skin and replied, I feel normal. Just a bit ticklish on my body. Alexander conjured a mirror. Look. Kurt saw himself in the mirror and couldn't recognize himself. Kurt, try to turn back to blue. Let's see if you have control over it or not. Jean suggested. It took a while for Kurt to change back to his blue form. This proved that the potion worked. But this test wasn't enough. He needed to do more. So he went ahead and gave the potion to all the physically disfigured children. Some had horns on their heads. Some had extra eyes or some straight up looked demonic. It worked on them all. Each of them was able to turn back to normal too. Charles and Max were very happy to see that. This will make the lives of so many people good. But normal people will surely accuse you of favoring mutants. This won't be good for your presidential campaign. Charles commented. Haha, don't worry. I'll be releasing another drug for normal people. He hinted. For which disease? Max asked. It's a very deadly and incurable disease. Make your guesses. Alexander said. Stupidity. Hank joked. Alexander chuckled. It is indeed the most deadly disease, but no, it doesn't heal that. Keep guessing. I'll be making a press conference tomorrow to announce everything. Goodbye. He returned to his car and went to Navia Industries headquarters. Due to Alexander, the world had developed much faster in terms of the entertainment industry. He had introduced LCD screens, PlayStations, and fast internet quite early, but his company still rarely stepped into the tech field. For now, the only major electrical things it sold were TVs, games, and PlayStations. He went there to order mass production of his enhanced normalizing potion, or E.N.P for short. The other medicine, the cancer cure, was also going to be released, though it won't be senselessly circulated around the world. They would be sold from Navia outlets that were present in every country and every major city. Home delivery was also an option. He knew that his deeds would save lots of lives and it meant more population, so he'd have to colonize the solar system at least. This was for after he becomes the president though. A seraph came to report to him the expected sales. Sir, we have estimated the sales of ENP potion. Its highest sales will be in countries like U.S.A, Canada, U.K, and other European countries. The least sales we have expected are from India, as mutants are considered God's gift there sometimes. Well, humans certainly used to pray to the Celestials and they made mutants, so they are indeed God's gifts in a way. He interjected and then continued. We will start selling next week. Make sure we have enough stock. That will be all. He then went back to Universe Tower and started to plan his campaign. Alexander woke up the next day beside his lovely wife in Fahim. He didn't need to sleep but still did, as it was a nice excuse to spend more time with family. He got up and decided to make breakfast for everyone that day. He went down and saw his kids already up and active. Good morning, girls. How's your teaching coming along, Wanda? He asked. He usually gave her lessons and then appoint a seraph to observe and help her. It's so fun, Grandpa. I didn't know my magic could be so powerful, she excitedly told him. Haha, yes. Magic is very helpful. What about you, Amy? What are you up to these days? He asked. Oh, Grandpa. I became a producer and director in Hollywood. I am going to make a movie now, she proudly informed. He patted her head. Good, I am proud of you, sweetie. Dobby walked in. Oh, good morning, boss. Good timing, Dobby. Your favorite pineapple pizza is ready. Dobby's face lost its color and turned around. Goodbye, boss. The girls started laughing. He's just teasing you, Uncle Dobby, Rena said. Dobby knew that, but this made the girls happy and that was a good enough reason to be a bit goofy. Dobby took the remote and switched on the TV. They all stopped eating in shock due to the news being shown. News, these are the view from Malibu. Stark Mansion was just attacked by some terrorist organization called Extremis. It is yet to be known of the condition of Mr. Stark. Dobby looked at Alexander. Do you want to go there? Nah, we'll go there after our press conference. Besides, he's not really in danger. If he was, then I'd have been notified. Howard must be going nuts right now, though, so tell him to cool down. We will go with him to look for Tony after the conference. He told him. All right, you're the boss. However, Pepper must be worried more, he said. Howard and Maria didn't live with Tony to give him some privacy. They instead lived in the Stark Tower in New York. Maria will take care of her. She already sees her as her daughter-in-law, Alexander pointed. Yes, just like Olivia, Dobby added. Grandpa, where is little brother? Amy asked. Alexander sighed. My sweetie, your little brother is in love. Hehe. Now we'll have another couple. She chuckled. Yeah, speaking of couples. Rena, go and check up on Medusa. She still hasn't returned from Asgard. Has she forgotten that she has a family here? He said with slight irritation. Rena was quite happy as now she had an excuse to go to Asgard and have some eating and drinking competition with Thor. She really liked slapping the Prince of Asgard with her victories. Take Golly with you. It's good if she sees other places, he suggested. Yes, Golly cutely cheered. She was getting bored sitting in Fahim all day long now. Alexander got up and decided to leave for his press conference. It was going to be held at the Universe Tower. He had decided to take advantage of his military uniform as it made him stand out and look good. This was going to be a daily sight until he wins the election. All the big news channels had sent their reporters. It was all because of his recent popularity. He's been ranked as the most popular person in the world in many magazines. He was also selected as the most desirable grandpa, but he never talked about that. He went ahead and took to the podium. He cleared his throat and started speaking in his majestic voice. Dobby stood just a step or two beside him. Thank you everyone for coming here. I have 3 very important announcements to make today. 2 of them are about 2 different newly developed drugs by me. The first one is related to the future of the country. Or let's just say all of humanity. We have all come a long way, from cave dwellers to now. Many times, we faced difficulties. Some ambitious people tried to destroy the small blue marble we live on. But in the end, the good always won. But we cannot depend on luck every time. It's time we start preparing. It's time we take space exploration seriously. We need to start colonizing the solar system if we want our species to ever reach the level that our recent attackers were. All the news correspondents had somehow realized which direction Alexander was going. They still stayed quiet and waited for confirmation. Alexander continued, but I've also realized that the system cannot be changed from outside. You need to be a part of it to change it. Hence, I declare that I will be running for president in this year's election. I will be running as an independent candidate though, mainly because I have equally good relations with both the parties. As soon as his words ended, the crowd of reporters jumped from their seats and started asking questions. He had to raise his voice to calm them down. Let's be civil here. My announcement hasn't ended yet. My other 2 announcements are as big as this one, so be patient. Now, to my next subject. Let me ask the people of this world a question through your cameras. Imagine one day, your little child or sibling gets into an accident and their enhanced powers wake up due to the trauma. But then you find out that the child's enhancing has disfigured the face or body. Maybe it made them look blue or green. Remember, this can happen to anyone. Even if both parents are normal people, their child can be enhanced. Tell me, wouldn't this break your heart? Knowing that the child will have to live like that for the rest of their life. This is why I did some research and made a medicine that can make all the physically enhanced return back to their normal body. Once taken, it will make you able to control your transformation. I'll announce my last announcement with this. I have also created a cure for cancer. It has been approved by all the regulatory authorities. The 2 new drugs will be available from the coming Monday around the world. Now I will only take one question as I have somewhere important to go. Soon a reporter was randomly chosen. Sir, what are your thoughts on the recent attack on Tony Stark? Funny you ask. I am headed to that site after this. However, I am fully sure that Tony is alive. He's probably working on some projects. Now, about the attack. I'll be personally handling it. No terrorist organization can be left unchecked. They are a cancer that my medicine cannot heal, unfortunately. I'll just have to use my fist. Thank you. Please follow my V.P candidate, General Dobby. He will take you to the refreshment area. He announced and dashed away. Dobby cursed under his breath. The reporters frantically started asking questions. So he just copy-pasted Winter Soldier's story and fed them. That was the only way he could convince them of why he was still alive. Meanwhile, in a certain shipyard, Aldrich Killian saw the news. He was honestly a bit scared now, as the old monster will be investigating himself. Just start counting your days now, Killian. If not Tony, then Mr. Universe will. You still have a chance. Let me go. Pepper shouted at him. Aldrich Killian had painstakingly kidnapped Pepper when she was going to the Stark Industries office. He had lost a good amount of his extremist soldiers. But he wasn't worried, as more could be made. He went to Pepper and grabbed her neck. There is no going back now, Miss Pepper. This will only end with Tony's death. He confidently said, and left her locked alone. I guess I'll need to ask the real Mandarin for help, he thought, and dialed the number. Alexander met up with Howard and got ready to find Tony. They already knew where he was. Let's go, Howard. First, we'll get Tony and then we'll get Pepper. Then destroy this extremist. Seriously, I sometimes think the Project Rebirth was a mistake. Now, look how many new super soldier serums have come. All derived from the original. He complained. But we wouldn't have a Captain America then, Howard argued. Where is Uncle Dobby? He asked further. Alexander laughed. Haha, my VP is busy answering some questions. Howard seemed like he remembered some bad memories. You really threw him into a hellhole this time. I can't imagine how he's handling those vultures. Dobby was just fine. His kind nature was loved by the reporter so much that they all started to call him Uncle Dobby. A name that was going to get stuck with him now. Dobby just sat with all the invited reporters and drank and ate. He was really a politician material. Alexander and Howard flew to the house where Tony was staying. At least he didn't have PTSD this time, so he was in much better shape. They directly entered the house and saw Tony and a kid playing with BB guns. Your mom is so worried and here you are playing games, Howard loudly said. Tony got spooked and turned around. It's you, Dad. I thought it was those terrorists. Let's go, kid. We're going to deal with this extremist. They have also kidnapped Pepper, Alexander revealed. Tony quickly shot up. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? Let's go. Howard gave him the armor he brought for him. Get ready. The kid, Harley, was quiet till now, but seeing that they were leaving he spoke. Sir, can I get a picture with you? He asked Alexander. Haha, sure kid. Alexander not only clicked pictures but also gave him various toys and science books which he loved a lot. Soon they were already out, flying to where Killian was. Alexander was going to deal with Mandarin later as he knew he was fake, though he was interested in knowing where the real one was. They reached the seaport where Killian had made his base. The moment they arrived, many extremist soldiers attacked them. Their attack was more like self-destruction though. Alexander, Iron Mage, and the Iron Man thinned down the enemies. They were all busy fighting when out of nowhere a light beam came and hit Alexander. Being hit by it made Alexander feel his body was going to disintegrate on a molecular level. He controlled his body through sheer magical power and made it refigure itself. He looked at who attacked him and sure enough, he wasn't surprised. The real Mandarin came with all his 10 rings. Mandarin discovered them in China's Valley of Spirits. The 10 rings of power are actually the product of the dragon-like race Axankar, or Mokluans, from the planet Moklo 4. The race was extinct, but the 10 rings had their consciousness within them. If the wearer wears them all, then the rings will try to make the wearer do anything possible to bring them back to life. Alexander looked at Tony and Howard. You two go ahead and find Pepper. This guy is a tough one for you. The two nodded and flew away. Surprised why I'm still standing, he said, looking at Mandarin. Mandarin was indeed surprised but didn't show it. He had just used the most powerful disintegration beam. The attack had a cooldown time of 20 minutes. Surprising, but not out of my expectations. You are indeed strong enough to face me. But sadly, this will be your end. Mandarin proudly claimed. Many before you have made such remarks. And you aren't even worth half of them. Now show me what you got. Alexander slowly started walking towards him. Mandarin lifted his left hand. First, he used the ring on pinky finger. It had the power to create an ice blast. It freezes the air in its path and can lower an object's temperature to almost absolute zero. Alexander simply used fiend fire and burned his attack down. Then he pointed his ring finger. It magnifies Mandarin's psychic energy, enabling him to mentally control a person. Only effective at short range. Alexander was already walking towards him, so he used it. But he couldn't get into Alexander's occlumency shields. He gave up and sent the next attack from the middle finger. It was called Electroblast. It emits quantities of electrical energy determined by the wearer. Just as Mandarin was about to send the Electroblast, Alexander conjured a lot of water around Mandarin. It made him give up the attack as he'd just end up killing himself with it. The next was Flame Blast. It emits infrared radiation and can cause air to incandesce by igniting its molecules. It was said that this ring had a tiny heart of neutron star in it. The attack was also easily handled by Alexander's frost fire. Soon he sent the next attack, which was just a plain laser attack. He used his sling ring to create a portal leading to Mandarin's back. It ended up hitting him on his own ass. Try harder next time, Alexander mocked. Now he lifted up his right hand. The first attack was an air attack in the form of a vortex. It was pretty weak. Now only 2 options were left for him. He pointed his index finger at him. The ring on it gave him the impact beam. It projects a concussive force of approximately 350 pounds of TNT. It can also cause intense sonic vibrations and create magnetic waves. This was quite destructive, but still not enough. Alexander had fought the beast, who was many times stronger. His last attack was from his thumb. The ring on it was a matter rearranger. It could rearrange atoms and slash or molecules of substances or speed up slash slow down their movements to result in various effects. Mandarin tried to transfigure him with it. Alexander could feel something trying to twist his body, but he was too strong to be hurt by such a low-powered attack. You done now, he said, standing just 1 foot away from Mandarin. His height was towering compared to Mandarin. After so many years, this was the first time Mandarin felt scared. None of his attacks worked on Alexander. You run the 10 Rings terrorist organization, don't you? Not that it matters now. I will dismantle it after punishing you. You could have used your rings for good, but no, you decided to cause destruction. You reap what you sow, and right now is the time to harvest. He started reading his sins. No, you can't kill me. I can be very useful to you. Just give me a chance. Mandarin, Category 4. Murders, 105,568. Indirect murder, 2,006,567. His terrorist organization has been active around the world. Slaving, 12,567. R*P, 1,678. Sin percentage, 82%. Alexander shook his head. God gave you a chance by bringing you into this world, and you repaid him in the worst way possible. Hell will be your home now. He waved his hand and all the rings from his finger were forcefully removed. 2 or 3 fingers also got ripped out in the process. Mandarin was just crying in pain. His screams were so loud that Iron Man fighting Killian also heard it. Killian recognized the voice and his heart sank. He lost focus for a second, which was his biggest mistake. The next thing he knew, there was a big hole in his chest from Tony's energy beam. Pepper was already saved and she stood with Howard on the sidelines. Howard could have defeated Killian with a wave of his hand, but Tony asked him not to interfere. He had to punish Killian himself for kidnapping Pepper, Tony said. As soon as they were done, they all came to see Alexander, and whose scream it was. They came to see that Alexander had caught Mandarin by his neck. Mandarin's body was slowly burning as he screamed in pain. In his mind, he was going through thousands of years of tentacle torture. What did he do? Howard asked. He knew that Alexander was a god and punishing sinners was his duty. He runs an international terrorist organization called 10 Rings. He has killed more than 100,000 people by his own hand and a further 2 million indirectly. He replied. Pepper and Tony gawked hearing that. He's a monster, she commented. That is why he's getting punished. Soon Mandarin's time torture was completed. So he quickly increased the fire and burned him to ashes while sending his soul to eternal hell. It was the end of 10 Rings. The rings look pretty stylish. Maybe I should wear them, he thought. All right, everyone. Let's go now. Maria must be worrying herself to death right now. Howard spoke. Alexander took out his anywhere door and returned to Stark Tower. Maria quickly hugged both Tony and Pepper. Oh my god. I was so worried about you two. You put me in so much tension. Meanwhile, Alexander and Howard went to the bar and sat down away from the drama. So, what's the plan for your election campaign? Howard asked. Alexander poured himself a drink. I think I've already won after my announcement of new medicine. But I'll still have to take part in debates and show my face to the public. So I'll be doing a lot of charity and superhero work for a while. What does Obama have to say? Is he going to run for re-election? I seriously don't know. He's uncertain of what to do. You should focus on hiring a good PR though. You can't go to every state and give speeches. Howard suggested. Who said I can't? I can fly and this makes traveling so much easier. I can probably cover all states in a day or two, Alexander stated. Sigh, I feel bad for whoever will stand against you. Howard drank up. The convergence was going to happen. It was a large-scale event that occurs when all 9 realms of Yggdrasil are in alignment. This alignment causes the dimensional boundaries of the 9 realms to weaken. This event occurs every 5,000 years. It was supposed to be beautiful from the eyes of beings who could perceive it. For normal humans, it was nothing but an unexplainable phenomenon happening around them. Odin had organized a feast in Asgard and had invited the whole team of defenders of the universe. Odin still didn't know that the Dark Elves were coming, as even he wasn't born when Odin's father, Bor, last fought them. For Odin and the rest of the Asgard, Dark Elves, and Malekith were dead. Alexander was currently in a campaign rally of his. He had brought Olivia and Amy with him. People would feel connected if they saw Alexander also had a family. Through the stars, he ended his speech with his campaign tagline. It was widely being talked about in the news that his agenda was to lead humans in space. But he was also being criticized that he was ignoring the issues on Earth. Issues like hunger, terrorism, racism, etc. Alexander was already going to deal with all those, so he let them talk. Alex, why are you working so hard to just become the president? Olivia asked. Well, I can't become the emperor, that's for sure. Becoming the president is the first step, Oli. The target is to unite the world, he explained. Glanpa, look. I painted you. Amy showed him an extremely good oil painting. I'll hang this in Oval Office, sweetie. It's so beautiful. He praised her, making her giggle. Ring ring. He picked up the phone. It was a call from Universe Tower. Sir, there's a man in a red costume. He says his name is Captain Delicious Pants. He says he has an appointment with you, the receptionist said. All right, I'll be right there. Tell him to come to my floor. He answered and hung up. Oli, I am going back to New York. Today's work is finished. He informed her and disapparated. Alexander popped back into his home and saw Deadpool drinking from a bottle of fire whiskey. He hadn't taken his mask off and everything was spilling on the floor. Ah, so this is how the rich live, he commented. Alexander cleared his throat and spoke. Rich people also drink it without spilling. Deadpool threw the bottle away and came to him running. Vanessa said thank you. Deadpool took out a knife. She sent this to you as a gift. I know, this isn't how you say thanks, but it's the thought that counts. By the way, you said you can fix my face. Please do it before I go full Darth Vader. Deadpool was continuously speaking. Alexander waved his hand and a tape appeared on his face. I will heal you, but you need to understand something first. You may think you are unkillable, but you are wrong. I can just burn your body and leave only one finger, then put it in a tight metal case made of the strongest metal in the universe. You will spend eternity not being able to grow. If this doesn't satisfy you, then I can also throw you in a black hole. You won't die, but you won't be able to come out of singularity either, he said. Deadpool was silent for a second, then started laughing. Ha ha ha. Come on. I know you won't do that. Alexander smirked. He touched his shoulder and apparat near a black hole. Look, that's a black hole. Shoving you into that will be as easy as throwing garbage. SHTSHTF*CK I can't breathe. Deadpool gasped for air. Alexander popped back to his home. Deadpool took a long breath. This is the best breathing I've ever done. I love Earth so much. He started kissing the ground. Actually, that's just concrete. But it's the thought that counts, so go on. Alexander shrugged. He continued, so, you just experience how your body would react in a vacuum. You'd surely not die but would fall unconscious due to a lack of oxygen. Someone would have to save you in order to wake you up. Why are you telling me all that, Colonel? Deadpool asked. Alexander ignored his naming. I want you to understand your limits. Remember, kid, there are beings in the universe stronger than that black hole. I am one of them. Going in and out or straight up destroying that black hole is nothing for me. But then there are beings stronger than me too. Now imagine where you stand. Oh, I just got goosebumps. I want you to work for me as Deadpool. You will be hired by an organization called the Faceless Men. They will give you targets to kill. The targets will mostly be corrupt world leaders, pedos, or enemies of humanity. You will be handsomely paid too. Alexander ordered him. Where have I heard that name? Faceless. Oh, *T. It's that crazy assassin organization. They work for you. He asked excitedly. Alexander only nodded. Sweet, I always liked their name and wanted to join. But they were too religious for my taste. So, I kill some bad guys and you make me look good. Deadpool confirmed. Yeah, that's the deal. Alexander agreed. Awesome, let's do it. Alexander just waved his hand and Deadpool's suit came off. He then took out a vial and threw the potion on him. In a matter of minutes, his skin returned back to normal. Alexander then quickly rematerialized the suit on him. Wade took his mask off and went to look in the mirror. Holy sweet Jesus. I'm so sexy. Oh, Vanessa is gonna ravage me today. Then he looked back at Alexander with stars in his eyes. I am so happy right now that I wanna suck you dry. But Vanessa is already waiting for that. Wait, that came out wrong. No, Vanessa does not have a ding-dong. Alexander tapped him again and threw him out of his house. Sigh, a whole bottle of fire whiskey wasted. Alexander didn't know what kind of crazy fan he had just made now. Deadpool was going to go to crazy lengths for his presidential campaign promotions now. Deadpool had also fallen in love with Earth after being in a vacuum. He was surely going to mess with people polluting his new lover, Earth. Jane Foster was not Thor's girlfriend. She was just a friend now. She had come to check out the strange phenomenon happening. She then found the ether. Alexander had let that happen as he didn't know where the ether was originally stored. So after she took it and returned back to Earth, the police came in. This time no Thor was going to come, so Alexander just teleported her away to Thor. Asgard. Rena and Golly had arrived on Asgard and had found Medusa. Medusa had told her that a huge feast was going to be held to celebrate convergence. The mention of a lot of food made them forget why they had come. They forgot to tell Medusa that Grandpa was angry and went on to have eating contests with Thor. Arg. Come on, how can you eat so much? What kind of sorcery are you using? Thor defeatedly asked. Hoo, it's sheer talent. No sorcery involved, and Rena couldn't complete speaking as a girl suddenly fell on the table. Whoa, I don't eat humans, guys. Rena interjected. Thor recognized her and quickly tried to touch her. But then a red energy wave threw everyone nearby away. Rena also fell down. What was that? Thor looked at Jane's arm and saw the strange red thing inside it. I don't know, sister. Father might know something. Can you levitate her and bring her along? Rena complied and levitated unconscious Jane. Let's go, Thor. Golly ignored everything as she was busy eating at another table. Soon Jane was put on an operation table and brought to Odin. Father, something has happened to Jane. I saw strange things flowing through her veins. Thor informed him. Odin didn't hold any hatred with Jane this time as Thor was already quite close with Sif now. Odin quickly went and checked her arm. He saw the ether moving in there. Sigh, he looked worried. Thor saw it and asked, what is it, father? There are relics that predate the universe itself. What lies within her appears to be one of them. The Dark Elves were after it for quite some time, then my father, Bor, defeated them, Odin explained. Ah, the same story that mother used to tell us, Thor interjected and continued. The ether was said to have been destroyed, yet here it is. What if Dark Elves too? The Dark Elves are dead, Odin resolutely said. But I don't know how to get ether out of her. I might need to ask my friend. His knowledge of mystic is more than mine, Odin said and left. Jane slowly woke up and saw Thor and Rena standing beside her. Rena quickly ran to her and asked, hey, what did ether taste like? Was it tasty? Jane confusedly alternatively looked at them and finally, Thor explained it all to her. Odin went ahead and called Alexander for help. Alexander was already expecting the call, so he appeared at Bifrost soon. Welcome to Asgard, Elder. Heimdall greeted. Heimdall, good to see you, he replied, and just like always, gave the man a box of fire whiskey. Haha, thank you for your generosity, he happily accepted it. All father is waiting for you. Please go ahead, he informed. Alexander said his bye and walked to the palace. On his way, he saw Thor, Rena, and Golly having an eating and drinking competition. Golly was winning, after all, she was Galactus' daughter. He didn't disturb them and headed to Odin. While walking through the corridors, heard some noise. Okay, here's the deal. You're going to charm her, and I'm going to poke her with this thing, extract the reality stone, and get gone lickety-split. A voice said. Alexander walked to the noise and sure enough, it was Thor and Rocket from the future. His appearance spooked them. Alexander spoke first. Thor, what are you doing here, boy? Oh, you caught a cat for today's feast? Well, I don't eat that, but Volstagg might. Let's take it to the kitchen to get it roasted. Alexander's words scared Rocket and confused Thor. Thor didn't know who the old man was, but from the words, he knew the man was close to him. Or the current Thor. I am no cat. And who is this old man, Thor? Rocket asked, further putting him in trouble. He's AAA. He's my... Thor stuttered. Ha ha ha. I was just messing with you too. Alexander laughed. I know you too. You are from the future, right? He asked. Both Rocket and Thor were alerted. What do you mean? We don't understand. Rocket tried to act oblivious. Ah, stop this facade. Look at Thor, he's a whale. You seriously expect him to blend in? Alexander pointed to Thor's belly. Thor felt self-conscious and covered his fat belly. Rocket nodded. You are actually correct, but who are you? I am known as the Elder. I am a very close friend of Odin. This Thor doesn't know me because you two are not in your own timeline. You two have come to an alternative dimension. Just like your other friends a year ago. Alexander informed them. Thor didn't understand much, but Rocket did. Damn it, don't tell me they were unsuccessful. They would have been. But I let them take the 3 stones. I will allow you two to do the same. I presume you have the extractor. He pointed to the cylinder in Rocket's hand. Yes, we do. Why are you helping us? Rocket asked. Because I want to. That's my job. Now go and get the reality stone. I'll keep a watch on this emo Thor. He suggested. Rocket agreed and ran to Jane's room. Frigga wasn't going to be there, but he had told her to come as Thor needed some mother's love. She would understand once she looked at Thor's pitiful condition. Thor. Frigga's voice came from behind him. Thor came out of his stupor and tried to hide. What are you doing? Frigga asked. She looked at Alexander and Alexander just nodded at her. She came forward and made Thor face her. Mother? What? Nothing. Hello. He started hyperventilating. Why wouldn't he? He knew his mother was going to die today. What are you wearing? And what's wrong with your eye? She asked. Thor made up some excuses, but Frigga saw through them. She caressed his face and looked him in the eyes. Oh, you're not the Thor I know at all, are you? Why yes I am. He replied. I was raised by witches, boy. I see with more than eyes, you know that. I can see the future hasn't been kind to you, has it? She firmly said. Thor nearly teared up then. I didn't say I was from the future. She looked him in the eyes. This was enough for Thor to loosen up. I am totally from the future, he cried. She then took him to a private room to talk. Alexander also went there as the Dark Elves were going to attack soon. Thor told her about him killing Thanos and calling himself an idiot for not going for the head. Frigga checked her son up. An idiot? No. A failure, absolutely. And fat too, Alexander added, making Frigga chuckle. That was harsh. And who is he? He asked her. He's the elder and protector of Asgard. A being of a higher realm. She simply answered. Wait, father is the protector of Asgard, Thor argued. This is not your reality, son. Elder is a lot more stronger than your father. He himself asked him to become our protector and stop Ragnarok. She said. This new information blew Thor's mind. He suddenly remembered Hela. But before he could say anything, Alexander started. Hela is already out of hell, Thor. I have adopted her and now she happily lives with me and my wife. She's a good girl. Alexander said. Yes, and I am so proud of her, Frigga added. It suddenly struck Thor that the events of this universe were different. But he still decided to warn her about her death. Mom, I have to tell you something. He started. Frigga stopped him. She probably had used something like legilimency on Thor and knew about the future. But your future. He tried to speak again. Don't worry, Thor. She won't die. I know Malekith is alive and coming here. It will be his death. Alexander stated. Thor was utterly speechless. My head hurts. Suddenly Rocket came in running with the cylinder. I got it, Thor. Thor quickly said goodbye to his mother and grabbed the hand of Rocket. Rocket looked at Alexander. Thanks, old man, he said. See you on the other side, Alexander replied, confusing him as he disappeared. Frigga looked at him. So, enemies are coming. Yes, the Dark Elves are coming soon. Bor had nearly killed them, but that's it. Alexander said and lifted his palm. Suddenly a glass container appeared with ether in it. Alexander just put it in his dimensional pocket. Odin also found him soon. You are here. I need your help to remove ether from that girl. Who knows how it got in her? It's already out. The girl is safe. He interjected. Odin looked surprised. Haha. That was quite fast, my friend. Let's go then. The feast to celebrate convergence will also begin soon. I'm afraid not. Dark Elves are alive, Odin. They are coming here to get ether. I have safely hidden it, but they will still come. He bluntly informed him. Odin's eye widened in shock. He instantly believed Alexander. What? Then we must erect the defenses. You do that, I'll stay here and wait for them. Dark Elves will go extinct today for sure, he said. Dark Elves were a being of chaos and darkness. They believed that the universe should be returned to nothingness. For it they sought the reality stone. Alexander was sure that even if they had the stone they wouldn't be able to do it. Just one stone isn't powerful enough to destroy the universe. Shortly after, some invited guests, defenders of the universe, also appeared on Asgard. They were made aware of the situation. Shiroi Cage and Ancient One didn't come. Hela was also going to ditch, but Alexander told her about a fight and she appeared. Hulk, Jean, Hela, Ragnarok, and Dobby had come there. It was going to be a nightmare for the Dark Elves. Alright, everyone. We will all take a spot and protect the area from there. We are all quite strong, so I don't think it'll be any problem for us. Let's go. Our main task is simple. We need to destroy each and every Dark Elf, or else they will reappear in a few thousand years. They all dispersed and stood guard at their points. After a while, the enemy ships and their mothership came into view. The small ships came in cruising through but were thwarted midway by the city's defenses. They were surely not expecting Asgard to be ready. But they had earlier sent an accursed elf who had wreaked havoc in the palace. Odin went to stop him. But before he could stop him, the accursed elf had destroyed the Asgard defense system. Malekith was looking for that chance and came to the castle through the open balcony. He found Frigga first, as she was a renowned witch and he expected her to know about it. He demanded the location of ether from Frigga. Even if I knew I wouldn't tell you, she clearly denied him. Malekith became enraged and moved to grab her neck. Alexander wasn't going to let her get killed this time. He apparat in front of him and punched him so hard that he got blasted into a wall. Hands off of her, milk teeth, he loudly mocked. Who are you? Malekith asked as he slowly got up. Your end. Alexander pulled Malekith toward him and gave him multiple punches to his face, breaking many of his teeth. You should have stayed asleep. There were already not many of you left. Now there will be none, he said and checked his sins. Malekith, Category 4. Murder, 1,267,532. Indirect murder, 1,467,679. Attempted murder, 467,156,644,789,543. Sin percentage, 82%. You like darkness, don't you? Then let me kill you with it, he said and used one of the Mandarin's rings on him. Its power was that it let the user control dark force. He shot a dark beam at Malekith. It pierced his body and slowly started to suck his body on a molecular level. It was like a black hole appeared inside his body and now it was pulling his body into himself. He died a very painful death and eventually his soul was sent to eternal hell. Outside, the defenders were cleaning things up from the invasion. He also helped and soon all the dark elves were rounded up. He furthermore got a spare mothership-sized ship. It had very nice cloaking technology. Alright, everyone. Good job. Let's enjoy the feast now, he announced to them. Alexander also went to the feast hall and finally saw Medusa. He had not seen her in a while and was very saddened by her behavior. Medusa, it seems you have forgotten that you have a family. This was the reason why I had made the rule that you two can only meet in my place. Your grandma also missed you so much. You have disappointed me, Medusa, he reprimanded her. Medusa looked down. Sorry, Grandpa, I had so many new things to see here that I forgot to come back. You will return to Fihame after this and apologize to your grandma. You need to learn to become responsible if you really plan on living with each other, he said. Medusa understood and nodded. I understand, Grandpa. Loki will come and apologize too. Loki looked uncertain. What? But he couldn't say no now. It was him who had kept her away after all. Yes, I'll go with you. Soon the convergence was in position and all the 9 realms were aligned. The sky showed various beautiful scenes across various dimensions. It was really beautiful. Everyone ate and enjoyed the evening. Earth. Deadpool had grown into a fanatic of Alexander. He was going around and shouting General Universe for president after every kill. He had even carved Alexander's face on some of his victims. It would have caused problems for Alexander, so Dobby had to make him stop with his foolishness. So he then started carving plants on people as he loved Mother Earth now. He had just finished killing some owner of an illegal tree harvesting company in Brazil. It was cutting down the Amazon forest. The local tribes of jungle had started calling him the angry spirit of the jungle. Deadpool killed the guy and carved the words I love trees and an image of gorilla face on his forehead with his blade. That was his extreme way of showing love. I am a Barbie girl. In the Barbie, he picked his Japanese flip phone. Moshi Moshi. It's Captain Delicious Pants. He spoke. Aha. Oh, you want me to babysit a kid whom a super strong guy wants to kill? Nah. No can do. I'm busy. He denied while drinking from the glass that his most recent dead target had been drinking from a while ago. Don't play that friends help friends card on me. Arg. Alright, I'll see what I can do. He put down the phone and used the portkey given to him by faceless men to return to New York. Alexander returned back and got to work. His medicine was selling well. Cases of mutant hate crimes had lessened as people couldn't tell if someone was mutant or not. He was sitting in the bar when suddenly someone talked to him. Remember me? Alexander couldn't recognize the face but recognized the aura. What are you doing here, Lucifer? How did you do that? My disguise was so perfect. And I came here to have a nice drink. Lucifer clarified. I hope you don't have some hidden agenda, Alexander warned him. Oh, I am a changed man, sir. I drink and fuck. I mean, have fun. Good. Now seriously, tell me why you're here. Alexander asked. Haha, nothing can be hidden from you, right? I just came to warn you that some hell lords are coming together to deal with you. I suspect some higher power controlling them but I don't know who, Lucifer revealed. And why did you come to tell me? He inquired. Because I can roam Earth freely now. I don't have to break out. I am satisfied with what I got. Besides, you let me live once so I'm just returning the favor. Good luck. He stood up and left. Alexander looked at Dobby. Tell all the defenders to be on standby. Potterverse, the year 2401. It had been 400 years since the wizard god had left. But the strange magic still falls from the sky and kills any new Dark Lord who tries to come into power. Wizard God's heirs, Hermione Granger Firestorm, and Edward Firestorm did a good job for many years. The wizarding world truly flourished under them. But from their looks, no one would say that they were old wizards. It was all due to Alexander's blessings. Hermione served as the Minister of Magic for 100 years, becoming the longest-serving minister ever. While Edward kept on working in universe industries and introduced various world-changing things. He had also slowly influenced the Muggle politics to maintain peace and unity. He and Hermione had 2 children, 1 girl and 1 boy. They too grew up and had started their own family. Finally, Edward passed on his mantle of CEO of Universe Industries after one of his grandchildren successfully passed all the tests put in place by Alexander. Edward and Hermione then left the public world and stayed at an undisclosed location. From there they influenced the world from shadows. Their first biggest achievement was the formation of world government and the second was the opening of the first magical habitat on Mars. But they both knew that they missed their grandpa the most. They missed their goofy old man. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had happily passed away some 100 years ago. They had a small regret of not being able to meet Alexander but Dumbledore had told them to tell Alexander to summon them through Resurrection Stone later. Hermione and Edward spent the rest of their life studying the time and space, the boundaries of realities. It took them more than 200 years to reach the level they currently were at. Hermione, we'll only get one chance. There will be no coming back. The only reason we can sense Grandpa is because of the Philosopher's Stone he gave me. It contains his own essence. Once we leave, we'll never be able to return. Edward reminded her. I know. Our work here is done and I have no regrets. Let's leave the future to our descendants. I just want to be with Grandpa again. I want to feel young again. Hermione drifted in her thoughts. Edward chuckled, hee hee. We will. I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees us. Me too. I can't wait. Let's go now, she firmly said. Edward agreed and started the machine, and they both held on to the Philosopher's Stone together. The machine they had made looked like a cylindrical disc with its center being static and outer part rotating rapidly. Then they both dropped a drop of their blood and runes started up. The whole room started shaking. It was actually the whole of Britain that was experiencing a small earthquake. Fingers crossed, Edward said. Fingers crossed, she nodded. The machine started emitting white light which covered the whole room. Hermione and Edward's bodies hovered a little. Boom. They both vanished as a loud explosion happened in the room due to a short circuit, destroying the machine. After they were gone, the place was investigated and confirmed that the two Supreme Magi lived there and that they had left the world now. They were so sure because they found a letter conveyed to the whole world. It simply said that they had gone to join the wizard god. It was true, but the people took it as if they had died. Edward and Hermione appeared in a huge grassland. They confusedly looked around and noticed a big futuristic-looking city. I think it worked, dear, Hermione excitedly exclaimed. I think so too. Only one way to confirm it now. They didn't know where they were, so they went ahead to check the city out. They entered the city and only saw dark-skinned people. There were no white people and they felt out of place. The city also looked too modern compared to people's clothes and fashion sense. This is so confusing. Where are we? Hermione loudly thought. Soon some guards with spears came and caught them. They didn't know the language and kept on speaking English to them. Seeing that the people were being too harsh, Edward got angry. Enough, take me to your leader or you will regret it, he loudly said as he flew in the air. His body radiating a very dangerous aura as he looked down on them. They were Supreme Magi after all and they couldn't let themselves be treated badly. The guards got scared and ran to bring their commander. The commander then respectfully yet cautiously brought them to their elder. Their place had recently faced a crisis, so they were a bit extra careful. Tony Stark was a man with too much money. Even more so now that his father had returned and they were rolling out some new product every month. It was like a competition between them about who is the smart one. So, I won this month too. I made 300 million from my product. 112 million more than yours. Howard proudly said. Arg. I'll get you next month. You just wait. Hey, why don't we invite the old man too? It'll be fun, Tony suggested. Howard's face suddenly turned pale. No, don't. If he joins then we can both say goodbye to ever winning. You still have much to learn about him, son. He's the most intelligent person I've known in my life. He even decoded the enigma in World War in his mind. He also built stuff so fast that by the time we'd completed one project he'd have completed 10 and would be eating pizza in front of us to piss us off. Tony just silently heard everything. Father and son moments never used to happen before, but now, Howard had changed so much and they build stuff together. Then I guess it'll be just us. Tony agreed. Jarvis suddenly spoke. Sir, I received a message from Ghost. A car is waiting for you too. You both are invited to Universe Tower. Howard scoffed. Send the car away. The building is just adjacent to this. Why would you need a car? No sir, Mr. Universe insisted that you come in the car. I can't deny him, sir. Jarvis said. Tony got suspicious. Why do you sound scared? Jarvis had pretty much turned sentient already and had asked for a body to be made. Tony wasn't against it either as he considered Jarvis his old friend. Sir, Ghost has been teaching me to update my emotional settings. He's like my mentor and I don't want to say no to him, Jarvis said, surprising them both. So that's why you feel so human now. Good job, Jarvis. We'll go now. Tony got up to leave. Howard followed behind. They came down and walked to the entrance. The Stark building had a nice small garden around the building. Tony didn't see but Howard noticed something. Tony, why are there so many kids sitting there? Howard asked. Tony stopped in his path and looked at the garden area confusedly. I don't really know. Jarvis, what's the deal? Sir, they are here for the Wi-Fi. They are all students and work on their projects as your Wi-Fi is the second fastest in the world. Jarvis informed them. Cool, wait. My Wi-Fi is the second fastest? Who's first? Tony asked. It's the Universe Tower, sir. They have 10 GB/s Wi-Fi, Jarvis informed. Then why are the students here? He asked. Because the rest of them are already there. Mr. Universe has designated 10 floors for the kids. They can eat and work on their project there for free. They just have to get an ID made up for security reasons. Jarvis told them. Howard smirked. See, I told you to not mess with him. He's not even trying and has already beaten you. I haven't quit yet. Jarvis, we have 5 floors empty. Order furniture for it. Also, update my plans. I'm going to upgrade the internet. He made notes. Don't, son. The next thing we'll know, the whole city has free Wi-Fi. Howard warned him. No dad, Tony Stark never goes down without a fight. Now let's get into the car. A nice futuristic-looking Rolls-Royce was waiting for them there. It suddenly opened for them on its own. The whole roof came off for them to get in. There was no driver, just empty seats for them. Howard got in without a care. He had seen too many things in space. But Tony was different. Is this a show of power? They got into the car and it didn't even make a noise. It started moving out of the roofed road and came to the open. They didn't even feel like the car was moving. But then the car started flying up. It kept on going up as the people on the ground looked at it and gawked. Tony was feeling a different kind of excitement. He could feel that the car was way beyond the current tech of the world. Even he might have not been able to make it so good. Just making the engine soundless would have taken him a lot of time. He seriously realized that Alexander was totally serious about taking humanity to stars and he couldn't be happier. I think I'll vote for him, Tony said. Haha. I just remembered when I said that there would be flying cars in the future in Stark Expo. Howard laughed. Yeah, Steve had asked me about it, Tony added. Before they even knew it, they were on Alexander's floor on Universe Tower. It now had a parking area for flying cars leading straight into the building. Alexander was waiting for them while grinning. Haha. Welcome to the future, lads. Tony noticed two more vehicles parked there. One looked like a motorcycle and the other looked like some kind of aircraft. Ah, those are for S.H.I.E.L.D. They are going global and need some new gadgets. This is the hoverbike. It can fly up to an altitude of 200 meters at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. The other one is a Sentry fighter aircraft. Dual-seater with dual machine guns. He told them. Both of them kept on nodding. Howard soon asked what did you use for the power source. I'm sure you aren't careless enough to give them the arc reactor yet. Haha. I found something much better. You remember the Tesseract? I did a lot of research on it. We know that inside it is the space stone which is the power source. But Tesseract is made of something that could hold it. In my research, I found that the Tesseract wasn't just holding it but also trapping its radiation. So I did some tests and found some alternatives that could act like Tesseract. So, I made these energy cells. These are like the ones we saw in WW2 but these can be charged with normal electricity. The only requirement is that they need a charge of pretty strong intensity. This is a problem as most homes don't have wirings for such intensity. I'll need to make some other alternative superconductor. He explained to them. Howard could only nod at the genius of Alexander. Tony, on the other hand, had an idea. I think I can help you with that. For my armor, I had to build new wiring for it to withstand the load. We can use that. And soon they started exchanging ideas and new discoveries were made that day. The changes were real. They were happening around the world. But there were some who were still criticizing him and his ambition to take humans to the stars. It seemed like they had forgotten the recent alien invasion. But Alexander wasn't disappointed. He knew people were too short-sighted. They cannot move forward quickly unless there is fire on their asses. This was the reason he was trying to bring out some new stuff to show everyone that he was serious. But this was not enough and he knew it. So he was on his way to the Sahara Desert. He had a whole entourage of people with him. Many of them were Avengers as they wanted to witness the magic he was going to perform. There were some journalists too, handpicked by him. Alexander lowered the aircraft onto a sand dune and let everyone get down. Among the superheroes, Tony, Black Widow, Leonidas, Steve, and Bruce had come. Alexander looked at everyone. So, you all must be thinking why I brought you here, right? Well, we all know that our planet is still plagued by malnourishment and hunger. Today, I will remove that problem. If the governments around the world won't focus on such problems then I'll have to do it. My motive is nothing but to remove hunger from our planet. This is one of the prerequisites if we want to become a space civilization. I have bought 30% of the Sahara Desert for this purpose. Now, just watch, he said and looked towards the endless desert. He took out his Dragon Slayer sword which was made of God's metal and changed it to be a staff. Then he placed the reality stone in it. From this day onwards, no one shall die of hunger. No child will ever cry for food. He loudly announced and soon the sky turned cloudy and started to rain. Alexander waved his other hand and umbrellas appeared in everyone's hands. Everywhere the raindrops fell, grass grew. Somewhere trees grew. The next drop made them bigger while enriching the soil. In just a few minutes, a lot of different plants grew up. He had changed the geography of some parts of Sahara with the reality stone. Everyone just looked at it all with their mouths agape. Journalists took videos of the whole scene. Natasha elbowed Leonidas. Can all wizards do this? No, only him. I've yet to see someone as strong as him in wizardry. He replied. What about you? She asked. I am a long way from reaching that level. But I will surely reach it someday, he stated. They had both been on many missions together and had grown pretty close. Though they were still not officially a couple, but everyone already treated them like they were. Natasha suddenly remembered something. You remember I told you about my home in Russia once? Well, I'll be going there. Would you like to come with me? She stuttered like she was hiding something. Leonidas understood and simply nodded, showing his kind smile. Of course I'll go with you, Nat. Their focus was brought back as the rain stopped and the sun was back again. Smooth calm wind touched their faces, making them smell the scent of the plants around them. Alexander looked at the cameras and spoke. I advise all the countries in the world to not impose import duties on all the food I'll be sending. It will only be distributed by kind heart to all the poor people at a low price. Remember, I am not doing this to fill your coffers. Thank you, Then he opened portals to various countries from where he had hired workers to work in the farms. He made various towns besides farms in some distances. He was generating jobs while feeding people, and nothing could be better than this. A seraph would be keeping an eye on all the dealings there as well. Feeling satisfied, he looked at everyone. Guys, the work here is done. Let's go back. The plane came down from the sky and opened its hatch in front of them for them to get on. Steve came to Alexander. Thank you for working so hard, sir. This is my first time seeing someone seriously thinking about people without looking at their nationality or race. You just look at them as only human. Steve, once you look at Earth from space, you only see one small blue marble and no borders. It's the borders that differentiate us. But no matter what we do, in the end, we will still have the same DNA and red blood. Remember, in the eyes of the Creator, all are born the same. Their deeds are what decide whether they are good or bad. He gave his 2 cents. Some journalists recorded his words. Alexander then looked at Natasha and Leo. What about you lovebirds? What have you been up to? His words made both of them blush in embarrassment. Nothing, Dad. Just the usual work. By the way, the director wanted to have a word with you. He said they found some strange house with a book. It has something to do with dark magic. Alexander recognized his attempt to change the topic and let it go. I'll go and check it out. I probably already know what it is. Tony was surprisingly calm the whole way. Unknown to everyone what was going on in his mind. Old man is doing so much for the world. I should too. He has already taken care of the food. I think I should start working on a large arc reactor. Maybe create my own energy company and give electricity at a very cheap cost, he thought. Soon, the plane landed back in New York and the journalists ran towards their offices to upload the footage first. Asgard. Odin was happy with his life. His 2 sons had not made any trouble in a while. His daughter was living a happy and good life. His other children behaved well. The Asgard was safe. So he usually went into his Odin sleep to just relax and watch over the 9 realms. But today, he saw something that he never wanted to. Something so dreadful that his eyes opened with an already bloodshot red color. His breathing became hard. He loudly shouted while looking at the ceiling like he saw something else. Godheads, the 4th host is arriving. Prepare to defend. It was known that the Celestials had their involvement in the creation of humans and other branches. The hosts were nothing but Celestials going to worlds they worked on at various intervals to pass the judgment of whether the species should be left alive or be annihilated. It was like a test. What they looked for was a new evolution. To see a species stand out to become stronger. Their 3rd host came 1,000 years ago. At that point, all the godheads united under the leadership of Odin, Zeus, and Hindu god, Vishnu. They confronted the 3rd host, but the Celestials threatened to seal off the interdimensional passages between the gods' realms and Earth unless the gods did not interfere with the Celestials' activities for a millennium. Acting on behalf of Earth's gods, Odin, Zeus, and Vishnu agreed with their terms, but Odin already began making plans for the 4th host, which would arrive about a millennium later. I should inform Alex about this. Maybe he can stop them, he thought. Alexander was currently on his way to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Fury had come back down from helicarrier as he got bored with it. It hindered his maneuverability. Reaching the place, he saw some guards patrolling on his hoverbikes. It was still in the testing phase though. Glad you came so soon. Right this way. Fury appeared with his regular plain face. What's going on? He asked. I sent Agent Carlson on a mission to track down a scientist couple. He got into the house and found a strange book. He touched it and nearly got possessed by it if not for your mind protection amulets. We suspect it's something magical. On a darker spectrum. Fury briefed. Did you bring the book? He asked. No, we couldn't. We thought of using robots to pick it up and bring it back, but all electrical appliances don't work near it. He said. Alexander nodded. Magic and tech never go hand in hand. All right, give me the address, I'll take a look. Fury did give it but also gave a word of caution. Be careful, sir. If you get possessed and go on a rampage, I don't think anyone will be able to stop you. Haha, don't worry. I have a way to purify dark things. Where did Carol go by the way? He asked. She went back to space. Probably to protect some species. He answered. Good, then I'll be on my way. I will inform you if I am successful in dealing with it. As soon as he said that, he vanished. He appeared near the house the book was in. He hadn't even entered the place and was already feeling a dark feeling. It was like a lot of hatred was sealed in the house. He entered the house and walked to where the book was. The moment he looked at it he knew what it was. Darkhold, he exclaimed. He knew its origin as well. Eons ago, the evil elder god known as Thun was forced to flee the earth from Demogorge, the god-eater. Before doing so, he put into writing all his evil works and spells on indestructible parchment. Originally written on flesh before being transcribed to stone and later a collection of parchments, often referred to as the Thin Scrolls. The pages were later bound together into a tome known as the Darkhold, also called the Shiatra Book of the Damned, or the Book of Sins. It has served as the source for other spellbooks, such as the Necronomicon. Thun left these scrolls on Earth so that it may always serve as a conduit to the Earth realm for Thun's influence and power. It was sought by many people in history, including Johann Schmidt and Nick Fury. No wonder Fury called him so fast. If the book had gotten into someone evil's hands, then it would have been cataclysmic. Can I purify it? He thought and walked to it. Come to me. The secrets of the world are in front of you. Just open and read. Whispers started to come from the book. Why the hell do all the bad guys include this feature in their dark accessories? Any sane man would get alerted with these voices, he thought. He opened the first page and on it was Than's image. It felt so real. Mostly the eyes. Then he felt like his occlumency shield just got attacked. He realized that the book was trying to possess him. So he closed it and put it in his dimensional pocket. Alexander again took the book out and opened the first page. But to his surprise, not much changed. Only the mind attack disappeared but everything else was the same. The book gave the same dark aura. He hypothesized that the book must be like a living entity. For example, you cannot purify a hell demon to become good as he was born that way. The book must be the same. Its initial nature while its creation was dark. The evil energy left in the book by Than was the only thing that got purified. He started looking into it and sure enough, there wasn't much but dark magic. Though he could use a lot of them for good too. Like there was a way to summon Than himself and also a way to trap someone in the book. This might be useful in the future, he thought. He called Fury. I've taken the book. It is indeed Darkhold. Good thing we found it before anyone else. I will keep it with me. Normal humans cannot ward off its corruption. Good thing then. I will put its details in the top secret category. Fury said. Alexander agreed and hung up. Russia. Leonidas was having an awkward lunch with Natasha's small fake family. It was just her fake dad who was in no way related to her. Natasha was an orphan and ended up in the Red Room. After Alexander had saved her and trained her, she returned to Russia for a while. Due to her being a pretty good assassin, she was immediately put on missions. She was given a fake family as a cover. They acted on missions together for a while and got a bit closer. But then Soviet Russia started demanding that she give them some other services too. So she killed their general and left, then became a freelancer and soon enough joined S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you two are a couple? I didn't know you liked cute boys. I thought you'd look for a man. Alexei Shostakov aka Red Guardian said to Natasha. Leonidas just rolled his eyes and kept on eating. But Natasha defended, you should know, if he wants he can destroy this house with a flick of his finger. Oh really, then why does he need you to defend? He's a child, Nat. He taunted him. Leo just waved his hand and Alexei's body flew up and got stuck to the ceiling. I told you not to mess, Natasha shrugged and ate her food. Ha ha ha, good lad. You have mystic powers ha. You chose a good man, Nat. Now let me down. He laughingly praised. Suddenly the magic disappeared and he fell down on the floor face first. But he just stood up while laughing as if nothing happened. Leonidas felt a bit good that at least Natasha didn't deny that they had a thing. He was honestly conflicted about deciding whether she liked him or not. It was just too hard to read her. But her actions say otherwise. She showed too much intimacy sometimes. She had even kissed him once without any warning. He was a master of legilimency and had picked her emotions at that time. She felt insecure and anxious sometimes and did those things then. Right now was the same. Natasha had secretly put her hand on his lap and was caressing it. She wasn't even trying to hide it. Then he looked up and realized that Natasha and her fake little sister were having a staring contest and somehow the reason was him. At that moment he realized that Natasha was possessive about him. So he did nothing but just put his hand on hers and held it tightly. She twitched a little not expecting it and looked at Leonidas who was only giving her a warm and loving smile. She had the sudden realization that what she was doing was stupid. Leonidas had already made it clear that he loved her. Not just that, because of Alexander's upbringing, Leonidas was also a one-woman man. Leo, do you love me? She asked out of nowhere. Her question ensued a pin-drop silence. Alexei stupidly looked at Natasha and Leonidas. Yelena, her fake sister, dropped her spoon. But that noise didn't bring the two out of the trance. Leonidas and Natasha were looking at each other's eyes. At that moment, Leonidas felt like screaming. Yes, I love you. Out of the blue, Natasha jumped on him and they both fell down from the chair. She kissed him and he kissed her back wildly. Whoa, calm down kids, we may be fake parents but still. Alexei shouted. But the two were too busy loving each other. Natasha tried to pull his shirt. Leonidas suddenly realized that this was not going to end soon so he apparat with her to their hotel room. They both fell in bed and started making love. Leonidas had very good control over his head and even though he was occupied by the current situation he was still aware of his surroundings. His senses told him that something was going on. He suddenly felt a distortion of space around him and before he knew it, the whole bed disappeared. The next thing he knew, he was in a transparent glass cube with unconscious Natasha on him. He tried to apparate out but couldn't. He still had his magic though and used earth-shattering magic to get out. He couldn't break it. Haha, it won't work. The cage is made of glass used in an ancient celestial's body. A man appeared. Who are you and what do you want? Leonidas calmly asked. Oh, my bad. Let me introduce myself. I am Druig, Lord of Flames, and Nightmares. Getting my hands on your father was too tough so I had to take you. Your father's feats are quite popular around the universe you know. Soon I will have that same power. Druig nearly salivated. Druid was an ancient eternal. He was a power-hungry schemer and wanted to rule Earth. He was against the normal Eternals who just wanted to live in hiding on Earth. He was instead more sympathetic to the cause of the Deviants. Eternals, humans, and Deviants were all genetically engineered products of the Celestials. The true purpose of Eternals and the Deviants was to cultivate humankind since the first host of Celestials, when Celestials first came to Earth, allowed humanity to thrive because they saw in their genetic makeup the potential to act as antibodies against the Horde. The Horde are a species of insect-like beings. They can infect Celestials and turn them mad. The Eternals and the Deviants didn't know all this and kept on fighting. Eternals were genetically made to look beautiful and very strong, while Deviants were made to look ugly with very high mutation rates, and they didn't have many superpowers either. They once ruled the Earth but now stay in hiding and plot against the Eternals. You know, my father won't let you go now. A Celestial made glass won't be able to stop him. Leonidas warned him. Ha ha ha, maybe that's true. But how are you going to contact him? Your psionic powers won't work in there. Druig replied and went to the testing table to prepare for his experiment. Seeing that Druig wasn't looking, Leonidas smirked and sent his patroness to his father. Polaris, now known as Serbia. The Eternals had a city there. The Prime Eternal, the leader of the Eternals and the one who could summon a Unimind, ruled the city. His name was Icarus. Prime Eternal, we have completed the new city of Olympia. We can move there now. Another Eternal informed him. There weren't many Eternals to begin with. Only 1,000 or so. That was the number Celestials had decided to make. Tell all the Eternals, it's time to go. Any news about Druig? He asked. Druig was Icarus's stepbrother. Yes, he is still scheming things. Recently he has abducted Leonidas Maxim Universe, the son of that pretense god. He informed. Icarus suddenly stood up and his eyes widened. You fool. How long has it been since he abducted him? Just an hour, Prime Eternal. The Eternal replied. Icarus was thousands of years old and had met many gods. He had also felt the presence of a new higher being on Earth many years ago. He had secretly confirmed it as well. He didn't know who Alexander really was, but he just knew that he shouldn't mess with him. The aura of Alexander was even more dangerous than Celestials he had seen in his life. Tell the fighting team to get ready. We need to go out and stop Druig before he makes the biggest mistake of his life and dooms us all. He ordered and wore his armor. Alexander was in his workshop working on a new water treatment machine which could make ocean water drinkable. This was the second step in removing world hunger, mainly in the African and Arabian countries, where water sources were scarce. He was already dealing with the terrorists there with his faceless men, killing any terrorist that shows his face and shield sweeps whatever's left of them. As he was working, a blue patroness in the shape of a phoenix appeared. Alexander thought that this was also one of his kids' pranks. Dad, I'm in trouble. Some guy named Druig has caught me and Natasha in a cage made of celestial armor. I'm not able to get out. He wants to experiment on me and take away my powers. Leonidas' voice came. As soon as Alexander heard the word trouble, his armor materialized on him and the Demon Slayer's sword came into his hand. He took out the anywhere door and set the destination as Leonidas. The cage may have stopped the regular means of teleportation, but the anywhere door was totally something else. Even he hadn't been able to figure out how it works. Sir, should I notify the defenders? Ghost asked. No, no need. This is just a small matter, he said and went to the other side. On the other side, he came into the cage. Hey, son. It seems you are afflicted by the curse of this world. Natasha had woken up and wasn't very worried as she knew Leonidas had sent a message. She looked at Leonidas. What curse? Haha, Dad says that as long as you live, trouble will always find you no matter how hard you try to stay away from it. He told her. Then I guess we all are cursed. She contemplated. Druig noticed the new arrival in the cage and laughed. Haha, welcome, General Universe. I was waiting for you. He pressed a button and some kind of force field covered the cage. I knew you would come somehow. Call it a hunch maybe. Alexander just looked at him with a plain face. I am finding myself troubled in deciding whether you are a fool or just stupidly brave. You should know that things like celestial armor cannot stop me. Alexander pulled back his sword as he aimed at the glass, then made an extremely powerful slash at the seemingly indestructible glass wall. It shattered into thousands of pieces on impact. Druig realized he messed up and thought of running away and knew he couldn't win. Eternals had powers like psionic abilities, enhanced strength, and cosmic energy firing from their hands and eyes. It was nothing when compared to Alexander. Alexander teleported in front of running Druig. He held him by the neck and used legilimency to see why he targeted him. Sure enough, there were more people involved. Druig had shaken hands with Mephisto and some other minor Hell Lords. The deal was to teleport him to a sacrificial place in another dimension the Hell Lords had prepared, but Druig got ambitious and decided to do his own tests first. He also found out that Druig was a very disgusting person who liked torturing people. He had some not so great plans for Natasha, so he instantly put him in a 100,000 years time torture in which he'd have some fun with 1,000 Thanos lookalikes. He then looked at his sins. Druig, Category 4. Murders, 995,009. Torturing, 12,687,977. R*P, 446,097. Sin percentage, 82%. Druig was screaming with his eyes closed and his hand covering his ass. Leonidas and Natasha had guessed what the man was going through but didn't ask. Alexander looked at the two. What were you two doing to get caught together? Both of them turned red as a tomato. Alexander instantly understood and just laughed out loud, embarrassing them further. Then Natasha remembered their sweet moment getting ruined by this guy, so she went to him and kicked him for a while. Leonidas just chuckled. Alexander then again took out his anywhere door. Leonidas saw and stopped him. Dad, where are you going? Oh, don't worry son. I'll be back in a minute. I need to teach a lesson to some people, he said and went in. Alexander appeared in Mephisto's realm. He flew straight to where he felt the highest demonic presence. He saw some demons sitting in a circle, seemingly waiting for a certain sacrifice to come. You demons, I thought you'd learn your lesson from what I did to the beast, but it seems I was wrong. Now, I will cripple you so you don't even dare to look into the mortal world for years to come, he loudly announced. He quickly took out a pack and started sucking all their demonic energies into it. They all gathered to attack, but he used the reality stone to make their legs disappear. Mephisto was the strongest of them and was able to overcome the magic of reality stone after a while, but Alexander then used the mind stone to put him to sleep. All the Hell Lords cried for mercy, but he didn't show any. He had only let them go until now because they were important for balancing the universe on a dimensional level, but their ambitions made them too proud of themselves. In just a minute, 3 out of 25 Hell Lords died due to energy exhaustion. The rest were turned into a weak and crumpled version of themselves. It was like they aged too much. Then he left them and only focused on Mephisto and took away 95% of his demonic energy that he collected in so many years. When he woke up, he realized his situation. No, give it back. You false god. I will kill you. You should control your mouth lest you say something which convinces me to kill you. I am also putting a curse on all of you. For the next 1,000,000 years, none of you will be allowed into the mortal world in any shape or form. If you still do, then it will be your death. Goodbye. He walked back to his anywhere door and went back. As soon he disappeared, all the Hell Lords started fighting among themselves to kill the other and get each other's energy. Alexander had thoroughly crippled them for a long time to come. When he came out to the other side, he saw that Leonidas and Natasha were fighting some people. There were 3 and they were flying around and shooting lasers from their eyes and hands. Their leader seemed to be the blonde boy. Stop, he loudly ordered everyone. They all stopped seeing him in the room. Acharis recognized Alexander. What have you done to Druig? He asked. I have passed the judgment. Right now he's going through torture and will soon die, he stated. You have no authority to judge him. Only the Prime Eternal can do that, he argued. Boy, I hold the authority to judge every living being in the universe. Acharis, Prime Eternal. Sin percentage 49%. You are just 2% away from death punishment. And don't you dare to talk about judging him. Wasn't it your job to kill any Eternal who goes mad like Druig? You have not done your duty correctly. All the deaths caused by Druig are also on your hands, Alexander lectured him. Acharis wasn't really a bad person. He had a sense of justice like Superman, but even he makes dumb mistakes sometimes. Who are you? He asked politely. I am what you would call God's advocate. I am the judge and I am the executioner, appointed by the big creator himself. You won't understand any of this, so don't worry. But one thing is clear, this man will die, he announced. Acharis nodded as he was going to kill him too, and creating senseless fight wasn't worth it. Alexander moved to unconscious Druig and simply disintegrated him. Now, let's officially introduce ourselves. I am Alexander Maxim Universe. Too many titles, so I will skip. Alexander said. Acharis, Prime Eternal. This is Circe and that big guy is Gilgamesh. I still can't believe your son took him down, he exclaimed. Haha, he has my blood, so being up is like his second nature. But he still has a lot to learn. Oh, I haven't introduced them. This is my son, Leonidas, and this is my future daughter-in-law, Natasha, he announced. Natasha and Leonidas acted like lovebirds without any worry and were holding each other's hands. Why don't you join us at Olympia? It's our new city. Acharis invited him. He looked at his 2 children. You two wanna come? Yes, our vacation got ruined here, but we should continue it, Natasha stated. I thought we came to work, Leonidas asked. We did. Fury had sent me to check up on Red Guardian, and now we are free to do whatever we want, she said. Leonidas was sure it was some scheme of hers, but who was he to complain? He was enjoying her company. Alexander laughed. Haha. All right then, let's go. Odin knew that the 4th host was coming and had sent the message to Zeus and Vishnu. He only received a reply from Vishnu. It was an important time, so he himself went to Olympus to talk to Zeus. He was shocked to find that the Greek pantheon was at war with each other. It all started with Alexander giving phoenix tears to Apollo. All the other gods got greedy for it and tried to snatch it from him. This resulted in a team-up with Zeus on one side and Apollo on the other. Odin just went to Zeus' palace and saw the man. Welcome, Odin. It has been a long time. Zeus greeted him. Although they had some animosity, they didn't deny each other a welcome. Yes, I have a piece of very important news to tell you. The 4th. He was interrupted by a noise. A duck walked to Zeus and jumped on his lap. Quack quack. Odin looked confused. What is that duck doing here? Oh, this is my son. Meet Thoros, son of Zeus. Zeus said while caressing the duck. Olympian gods are still weirdos, Odin thought. I came to tell you that the 4th host is arriving. It's time to unite and fight them. This might very well be their final visit, and Earth's destruction is imminent with so much violence ongoing there, he told him. Zeus shot up hearing that. Have the others agreed to meet? Yes, they have. However, I am yet to tell Godson, Odin informed. Arg, him. I don't like him. But we can indeed use his strength in countering the Celestials. I will stop this war for now and gather the gods. We will meet you on the moon, he said, and left to get other gods. Alexander was in Olympia, the new home of Eternals. He just roamed the city and was amused by the technology of Eternals. It wasn't something very complex but just that it was much more advanced than humans. Leonidas and Natasha had gone to explore on their own. While he was looking at some shops, suddenly the Bifrost light appeared near him. He looked and Odin came out of it. "What's the matter, Odin? Why do you look so tired?" he asked. "My friend, a crisis has appeared. The fourth host is coming to judge the Midgard. They will destroy everything if they aren't stopped," Odin informed him. Alexander fell into contemplation and remembered what the whole deal was. He remembered that in the end the Celestials were warded off after Frigga and Gaia came and showed them some new gods from the earth. He didn't know if they would do it now too, but he wasn't going to help them a lot, at least not yet. He'd let them fight first. They needed the experience as he would someday leave. Don't worry, Odin. I understand your worries. I presume you have a plan?" he asked. "Yes, I do," he affirmed. "Try it. If you fail then I'll come. Consider me the last line of defense," he told him. Odin felt a bit relieved but he still had worries. "Can you deal with the whole bunch?" "Trust me, I can. However, I hope it doesn't come to me fighting as it might force Fulcrum to come," Alexander stated. "Fulcrum? Now who is that?" Odin asked. Icarus also came and silently listened. "Do you know about the Horde?" he questioned. They both nodded. "Yes, they are the insects that can devour the world and even Celestials." "Yes, and you can consider them to be representatives of destruction. Meanwhile, the Celestials create life. Although they aren't for any good, they still do create life. Then there are Watchers who just look at the universe. All these three species are one of the oldest and the strongest in the universe," he explained. "Do you know about the Eternals and Deviants?" he asked. "Yes, the Celestials made us from the human gene," Icarus replied. That's all he knew about Celestials' involvement on Earth. "Yes, and Fulcrum is a being served by the Celestials, the Horde, the Watchers, and by everything that exists in the state of sublime equilibrium. After 19 cosmic cycles, 2,462,400 years, the planet experimented on by the Celestials would be destroyed and the energy would go to the Fulcrum. If the energy was consistent with Eternals, strong and kind, then the life force would go to the Celestials, but if the energies were consistent with Deviants, ugly and wicked, then it would go to the Horde," he told them. It shook the two to the core. This meant that the existence of humanity, Eternals, and Deviants was to just get devoured in the end. Alexander knew that the Eternal people had a problem of Mod Wyrie, also known as the secret curse of the Eternals, the madness. Alexander didn't want that to happen. He could already feel Icarus losing his mind. In the comics too, he lost his mind after finding this truth. He took out a vial and told him to drink. "Drink it, it can remove Mod Wyrie from your body. I could already feel you going mad." Icarus looked at the blue liquid in the small vial. "Is what you said true? Are we supposed to be just food for them?" Sigh. "Odin, grab his arm. I need to put the potion in his mouth," Alexander mentally told Odin. Odin nodded and smoothly snuck behind Icarus and grabbed his arms. "What? What are you doing?" Icarus tried to get away. "Saving you." Alexander forcefully opened his mouth and poured the potion. "Haha. You are very lucky, young man," Odin added and released him. Icarus fell down while coughing as he understood the changes happening in his body. I feel better. Here, take these and give them to each Eternal. Only after that tell them the truth." He handed him a bag full of vials. Icarus looked at it gratefully. "Thank you. I will not forget this kindness. You're gonna need it if you want to fight the fourth host," he said and sent him away. He looked at Odin. "You must have some stuff to prepare too. I'll also go and gather some stuff that might help if the worst came." He was serious. If Fulcrum came then he'd have to use every ounce of strength as he was omnipotent and omniscient in Marvel Universe. He is only second to one above all and probably equal to the Beyonder. Alexander went to the Ancient One. She was currently in a session of teaching. "What is it, Alex?" she asked. "A danger is soon going to be arriving. The fourth host is on its way. It's possible that someone even stronger than them might come. I will need the time stone for it," he said. Ancient One was shocked for a bit but quickly gave him the stone. "If what you describe is real then the time stone is the safest in your hands." Alexander appreciated it. "Unfortunately it's all real. Let's just hope that things turn out good." Alexander then went to work on his next weapon. After a long time, he was going to create a weapon again. He was going to combine the 4 stones and the Emkron crystal and make something that could kill pretty much anything. The white-hot room of Phoenix will be transferred to Faheim. He was sure the Phoenix wouldn't mind it. While a huge crisis was coming towards Earth, a new person arrived in New York with hopes of joining the Avengers. Doreen Green, an 18-year-old girl from Los Angeles. She was not a mutant but due to her squirrel-like tail, she thought as such for most of her life. That was until doctors tested her blood and it was confirmed that she wasn't a mutant. When she was 10 years old, Doreen discovered she could communicate with squirrels after overhearing one of those rodents in her window. She subsequently saved that squirrel from being chased by a dog, and they became friends. The squirrel named Monkey Joe encouraged her to do good. Ever since then, Doreen began to fantasize about becoming a superhero. She saw the New York invasion and all the superheroes protecting everyone on TV. She felt envious and wanted to join them too. So she ran from her college hostel to New York, intending to become an Avenger. "You think I will succeed, Monkey Joe?" she asked her squirrel. Monkey Joe climbed to her shoulder and made some sound. Haha. Yeah, we both will succeed. She cheered up. Doreen got off the bus near the Avengers Tower. She headed to the building and asked to meet Tony Stark. Obviously, she was denied. She sadly turned around and decided to come the next day. She had just left the building when she heard someone call her, Bis Shis, Big Shis. Doreen turned around and saw a cute little chubby girl running towards her. Doreen waited for her to come. What can I do for you, little lady? She asked. Is your tail real? And can I touch him? She pointed to Monkey Joe on Doreen's head. Sure, but what's your name? Doreen asked. I am Tina. Oh, Big Brother said to tell people my full name. My name is Antonia. She proudly answered. Doreen didn't know who she was and just played with Tina for a while. When she prepared to leave, Tina requested to play with her tomorrow as well. Not finding a way to say no, she agreed. Okay, I'll meet you here at the same time. Bye, Tina. Tina waved her hands while longingly looking at the leaving Doreen. I want a squirrel too. Alexander had too many things to do other than worry about the soon-to-be appearing crisis. Today was the day he was going to have a debate with Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Trump wasn't supposed to run for president, but God knows why he decided to do it now. A nice big stadium was booked for it and a lot of people swarmed in. The shield was there to secure the perimeter. Not because of Alexander but because someone might try to harm people in order to harm him. Tony also came to support him for some reason. Alexander could also see Deadpool lurking at the back. Olivia was busy and could not come. So for today, his only company was Glutton, Rena. Alexander was in his best suit. It was white-colored with a white tie. With his white hair and big stature, he looked like a god from some Hollywood movie. Soon the debate started. The first topic was the economy. How it can be made better for all and how the income gap could be decreased and how people living under poverty can be lifted. The first one to speak was Obama. He told everyone about his plan for moderately increasing taxes on higher-income Americans and fund health care reform, reduce the federal budget deficit, and decrease income inequality. He couldn't explain any solid plan though. Then it was Trump's turn. I believe that this great nation needs to unite to fight our enemies. Trump gave his 2 cents, which were not even related to the topic. Then it was Alexander's turn. He cleared his throat and took out a 1,000-page book. What you are seeing is a brief plan of how I will make our country stronger both in military and economy. How I will uplift the poor elements of our society. This book will become public after this debate. Now to the main point. The first thing I'm going to do is bring some tax reforms. According to our tax laws, all those big companies need to pay 35% income tax but none of them do. Hell, I run a multi-billion-dollar company and I can tell you that there are ways through which I can even make my company pay 0 taxes. But that's not true. I just paid $170 billion last year in taxes. Now to the next part. My first point will be enough to gather money to create more jobs and uplift people. A government-sponsored job sorting agency will be opened that will get you jobs, from the lowest to the highest. I have also seen that the number of college graduates in our country is steadily dropping due to crazy high fees. I seriously don't understand why education is so costly. It should be our basic right. So, I will reform the education industry too. When people are educated, companies are paying taxes and everyone has jobs. Things will automatically become better. We just have to take the first step and the rest will follow automatically. As soon as he ended speaking there was thunderous applause in the arena. He noticed Deadpool using loudspeakers for shouting and booing on the other 2 participants. Then the next topic was about mutant equality and how they were planning on tackling it. Obama's plan was simple. He rounded up the speech and gave the same answers he did before. But he sounded intelligent so no one realized. Then it was Trump's turn and he made the biggest mistake of his career. I think that mutants have such special gifts and they should be used for our country. So I will make the Registration Act stronger. I will also introduce a Superhero Registration Act. We have seen so many people acting vigilante. Even my colleague here does that. Their actions should be regulated. Alexander scoffed. First of all, that was racist. Now, let me answer Mr. Trump's point first. He wants the government to regulate the superheroes, right? Alright, let's see their track record first. General Ross did experiments and made Hulk and Abomination. Another one did state-funded research to make mutants killer robots. And how can we forget the nuke sent to New York? Obama nearly hid his face as all that happened under his term. Alexander then continued. Time and time again we have seen that people who haven't worked in the field of superheroes are incapable of making decisions for those who do. The same is true with superheroes. Let me tell you one more thing. Hitler was also trying to experiment on mutants for their powers. He didn't even spare little children. And I don't want to see that again in my own country. I don't want more Hitler. One was enough. For equality, I will be proposing a law that will give the same rights to mutants/enhanced as any other citizen. The Mutant Registration Act will be scrapped as it violates our First Amendment. Now that we know that some of them are problematic, we will induct enhanced people into the police as well. Just imagine how many cases can be solved if you have a psychic in your team. Now about the superheroes, I will create a self-registration platform where they can register. Missions will also be posted on it which the heroes will be able to take according to their ranking. His words were too powerful and resonated with the hearts of many people. He not only told them the reason. His Hitler comparison also pained some people. adding Alexander's godly aura that he was releasing. He became people's favorite. The arena looked more like a rock concert than a debate. There was so much cheering. Mr. Universe, please make me your B*TCH Deadpool was shouting on loudspeaker with a big banner in his hand with a poster of a gorilla in a sexy pose. The debate went on for a bit more before it finally came to an end. He was obviously the winner. He had shut both his opponents. You really have some crazy fans, old man. Tony came to him. He was talking about Deadpool. Sigh, he's not just crazy, he's brain dead. Let's go to our press conference now. Let's announce our inventions to the world. Alexander said. Yeah, I can't believe we are doing this. The whole world is going to change with this. Tony added. They all got into the car. Rena followed behind him. Grandpa, taste this. She handed him a donut. Alexander smiled at her sweetly and took a bite. But he stopped after chewing it once. He looked at the donut and confirmed that it was normal. Why am I tasting spaghetti? He commented. Hehe. I found a new magic, Grandpa. I can make food taste like whatever I want. Here, taste this chocolate. You should try it too, Tony. Alexander did it and nearly spat it out. It tastes like sand. Tony had taken a big bite so he had to spit it out too. Oh, I hate chocolates now. Ha ha ha. This is the magic of Rena the Great. She proudly puffed her chest out. Alexander ruffled her hair. Then he felt like a light bulb lit in his brain. Rena, remember the Birdie Bots every flavor beans? He asked. I used to get the vomit flavor most of the time, Rena replied as she tried to clean her tongue because she remembered the taste. Haha. Yes, I want you to start making it. It will be a hit in the world. People love crazy things like those. I will teach you the magic that will make the eater recognize the taste of candy he's eating even if he had never eaten that thing. He suggested to her. There were stars in Rena's eyes. She mostly lazed around in Fahame and annoyed Grandpa Ragnarok to pass time. But now she had a goal. Yes, Grandpa, I'll do it. I'm going back to Fahame. You'll be my first taste tester, brother Tony. She offered. Tony fell for her cute smile and agreed, sure. But then he realized with horror, what have I signed up for? Alexander and Tony reached the Universe Tower where the rooftop was set up for the press conference. Tony went ahead first. All right, thanks for coming. I'll announce my stuff first. You guys know that I have a technology which can make a lot of electricity. I decided to make a bigger version of it and was successful. I have decided to venture into the energy sector and will start an electricity production and distribution company. It's good news for everyone as the prices of electricity will go down by 50% and it'll be environment friendly to make too. As my company doesn't have enough manpower, we will be partnering with Navaya Industries. I will provide the tech and they will provide the infrastructure. Hopefully, we will have electricity all around the world, in each home. As soon as he ended, the journalists stood up to ask questions. But a small cough from Alexander made them silent and they sat back down. Yes, what Tony is doing is nothing less than what he does in his suit, saving lives. Once electricity is available to people living in faraway places, our world will truly be united. Since the past month, I have started producing food in Sahara. These are basic necessities. Food, water, and electricity. Food and electricity are done. Now it's time for water. I have successfully created an efficient water desalination plant that can convert ocean water into drinkable water at a high speed and large amount. As Navaya Industries has a presence in every country, we will start working on giving water to the whole world. Now before you jump to questions, I have another announcement. All the journalists were confused at the beginning as to why they were brought to the terrace. Now they know why. A nice-looking car came flying and landed in front of them. The door opened and Howard walked out. Haha, didn't I say, we will have flying cars in the future? He laughed and went to join Alexander. Alexander continued speaking. This is the first prototype model of the flying car. It is fully autonomous and runs on electricity. It can go up to speeds of 450 kilometers per hour. This is just the initial speed and I want to double it in the future. We will have our first market launch in about a year or so. So let me say it, welcome to the future. His speech ended and they were bombarded with questions. They answered them politely till the last question. On the moon, all the godheads were meeting. The Eternals had also joined them as it was about the fate of the planet. Odin had been planning for this day and had created a destroyer armor for himself. All the gods had some plans, but none of them had the full confidence that it would work. If it was just one celestial then they may have had a chance. But there was a whole bunch of them this time. Odin had seen that they'd be arriving in 3 days. On Earth, Alexander was busy completing his final step to become the president. He had secretly made various news channels to collect ground interviews of the people around the world who were benefiting from all he had done. The whole thing was being shown on every news channel. Various people's interviews came in. Alexander looked at it all while sitting in Westeros bar. A man from Brazil, Mr. Universe has done so much for us and he's not even our president. My whole village didn't have drinking water and we had to go 5 miles to bring it from the rotting well. Now, every house here has a water connection. I don't know about America, but he is my president in my heart. A woman in Libya, she had a baby in her arms, we had nothing. No food, no water. Electricity is a luxury that we don't even expect to get. Just 2 weeks ago, I didn't know what would happen to my baby. I didn't have a job or food to fill mine or his stomach. Now, we have everything. Food, water, electricity. They even made quick homes for us. I hope Mr. Universe loses his election and comes here and becomes our president. We need someone like him. A man in India, he was standing beside his farm which was being irrigated. Our government could solve our water problem easily. We have so many rivers flowing in our country but they don't care. Mr. Universe is like a god to us now. Who would say that this village didn't even have drinking water till last week? Our country has a prime minister as the head but Mr. Universe is the president in my heart. A small family in Yemen, we didn't have much food, to begin with. But war destroyed what was left of it. I and my wife used to eat only once a day so we could provide more to our children. I was never sure if I'd be able to bring them food the next day. But now, not only do we have food but also jobs. The old government got replaced for some reason with new people and the new people have a lot of money which is being used on us people. People may not say it out loud, but we all know that Mr. Universe is behind it all. We may have a new face as our president but in our hearts, he is our president. A single mother and daughter in Mexico, my husband was murdered by the cartels. They even kidnapped my sister and I haven't seen her since. We already lived with food and water problems. I lived in fear that someday they would come and take my daughter too. I prayed to God every day and finally, he heard us. All the criminals were found dead somehow and whoever tries to rise again, died too. We now have food and water at a very cheap cost. He may become a president but he's the Dios in my heart. Alexander silently watched the video. None of it was scripted. He had only told them to go and randomly interview. Unknowingly a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the people around the world were living in too many hardships and he was glad that he could help. Ragnarok picked up his glass and loudly said, although I have no nationality but still, cheers to the 45th president. His words received loud cheers and everyone drank, including Alexander. The voting is yet to happen, you know, Alexander said. Dobby quickly chimed in, come on, boss. If they still don't choose you then they don't deserve you. True, Howard walked in. However, I just used Ghost and conducted an exit poll through analyzing the social media. If you don't become the president then consider the election rigged, he said. Oh, Ghost had asked me for a body to be made. I nearly forgot that. Alexander exclaimed. No worries boss. He just didn't want to disturb you and asked me and Alfred for help. He already has a body now, though he also created a small subconscious in himself which would still do all the I stuff for you while he enjoyed being alive. Dobby informed him. God damn it, he should have come to me. I will always have time for people important to me, Alexander complained. Then maybe you can help in making Jarvis a body. A new voice came. They all looked and a new person was there. They didn't recognize him. Haha, it's me, Ghost, he said. Alexander stood up and gave him a good bear hug. Ha ha ha. How is the world of living? Colorful and sometimes weird. But that's what makes it fun. Ghost replied. A philosopher now, huh? Good, good. My family has the most diverse talents. Alexander joked and invited him to meet everyone. Ghost was different from Alfred. Alfred was like a crazy scientist while Ghost was the calm observer and thinker. Alexander wasn't worried about them turning on him someday as they were reliant on him. They knew that in the end, they still had mechanical parts. Parts that can be stopped to Earth. NASA HQ. Sir, our satellite near Mars just got disconnected. We tried sending many commands but received no acknowledgement. A technician reported it to the mission controller. This has happened before. He stopped speaking as he heard some noises from the control room. He went in to check and his mouth went agape looking at the screen. What is this? This is the last image our satellite sent. Another technician replied. On the screen, various humongous humanoid people were seen. An even bigger spaceship was following behind them. Get me the president on the line, fast, he shouted. Someone had released the image on the internet and people were saying it was fake as it didn't come from the official channel. People knew aliens existed but it was hard to believe that aliens bigger than skyscrapers could exist. White House, Oval Office. Obama was at a joint meeting with NASA and S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, you have better tech than NASA. Can you tell me more? The president asked Fury. Ah yes. We've known about them for a while now. They are an alien species older than our universe. We used to pray to them as gods too. Fury said. You mean like the Asgardians? Obama asked. Yes and no. Mr. President, these new aliens are way older than the Asgardians and way stronger than them. They were the ones who made us humans from chimps and also gave the X gene to mutants. We are like lab rats to them and they are coming to see results. If they don't like it they'll destroy the Earth and rebuild it to continue testing on the next life. Fury bluntly explained. He had received a green light from Alexander to terrify the president. Do we have any way to counter them? He asked. No sir. We are simple and weak little humans. The population that had superpowers was oppressed by us for a long time and I'm sure even they won't be of any help. I have received word that various gods from different pantheons have joined hands and will try to stop them. But even if they lose then we have the last line of defense. Fury answered. Who is this last line of defense? Obama asked. It's General Universe, sir. He replied. Is he stronger than these gods? He inquired. Stronger than Asgardians and others? Yes. Stronger than the Celestials? I don't know. We can only hope that he is. Fury said. Yes, we can only hope. Outside, it was nighttime with a clear sky. The moon was clearly visible. But the moon wasn't the only thing visible that day. People were pointing at the sky and talking in horror. Multiple big figures could be seen near the moon. The big people were looking at the moon like they were talking. The people knew it was aliens and ran to their home with the hope that the fight wouldn't be near them. The Avengers were alerted, but they were too weak to meddle in this situation, so they were only deployed to keep the public calm. On the moon, the fourth host had arrived and was talking with the various gods. There were 11 of them in total. Arishem the judge. Arishem was the first celestial to visit the planet when the time for judgment occurs. If he decides against a race, he summons Exitar to destroy the race. Arishem has in his palm the formula he uses to decide whether a race will live or die. Eason the Searcher. Eason is the first celestial to visit a given planet. He arrives when life there has yet to evolve into intelligence. Eason possesses the skills to locate life forms that have the potential to be modified by the celestials. Exitar the Exterminator. Exitar is an enormous celestial, some 20,000 feet tall compared to the standard 2,000 feet for a celestial, that appears on a world if Arishem has condemned it. After a short period to gather his energies, Exitar acts. First, he throws a force field around the planet, then he exterminates the condemned race. Once that is accomplished, he cleanses the world and rebuilds it in order that other life may flourish there. Obviously, Exitar's destructive power goes far beyond the scope of any one planet, as does all celestials, and it may be possible that he has and does perform his function on a much larger scale. While Exitar appears to be the most powerful known celestial, he simply acts as any another member of the host performing his specific function. Gaminon the Gatherer. His goal is to locate and gather specimens of each life form found on the planet under study. Gaminon has the ability to transform targets into life seed capsules. He stores these blocks on the end of his rod. Living organisms thus transformed remain in suspended animation until the capsule is retransformed into those beings' original shapes. Harjan the Measurer. Harjan appears alongside the rest of the celestial host. Harjan collects the data that Nezar uses to determine the probable futures of the life forms under examination. Gemia the Analyzer. Gemia acts in concert with Gaminon. Gemia possesses the ability to analyze every possible aspect of a sample life form. Nezar the Calculator. Nezar appears alongside Gaminon and Harjan. Nezar is able to use Harjan's data to determine the probable future of the life forms under examination accurately. One above all, this celestial acts as the coordinator for the rest of the host. He remains on their base ship while the rest of the host roams the planet below. One Egg the Prober. One Egg appears along with the rest of the celestial host. He explores the actual planet itself rather than the life forms there. Tefril the Surveyor. He studies the surface features of the planet under examination, including the structures built by the dominant race. Zyron the Tester. He studies the actions of the chosen race, especially their reaction to the celestials' presence. Arishem the Judge was supposed to preside over the fourth host. The other celestials were waiting in the big spaceship. Didn't you learn your lesson the previous time? We will surely destroy your dimensional bridge between Terra and you this time. Arishem loudly said. Odin was the first to speak from God's side. We've had enough of you. You have no right to judge any species or destroy it. We were unprepared the last time, but this time we will not back down. Then we will teach you what it means to disobey us, Arishem announced, and the other celestials also got out of the spaceship. All except Exitar the Exterminator, as he was just too op. Odin quickly got into his destroyer armor, which was as big as a normal celestial. He also picked his enlarged Odin sword. Zeus also had some kind of armor. All the other gods took out their best weapons. The Eternals also got ready to fight. Acaris had already prepared to summon the Unimind if things go out of control. Alexander watched everything turn out on the moon as he walked to his armory in Fihaim. Alfred, is my armor ready? He asked. Yes, boss. The God Killer is ready. I have made it stronger with the Infinity Stones, Emkron Crystal, and Apec. I'm pretty sure the Celestials won't be a match for it. Alfred revealed. Haha, good job. It will soon be my time to come out. I don't think they can take on all the Celestials alone, he said, and walked to the God Killer and stored it in his personal pocket space. Alright, I'll go out and check how people of the world are doing, he said and left. Outside, most things were normal, except for one group. The deviants still prayed to Celestials and thought that they'd be given blessings. The fools didn't know that their whole curse of bad genetics was their gift from Celestials. The countries which had monitoring satellites near the moon were looking at the fight secretly, though many people had started live streaming with their telescopes. It wasn't high quality, but they could see that something was going on. Most of the streets were empty as people hid themselves in their homes. Some had even started praying to gods. The same gods who were fighting for them on Moon. Extra, because it's my birthday. Earth, real world. A certain runaway gorilla from the zoo was happily writing chapters for his fan fiction. It was his birthday that day, so he decided to write early and party in the evening. Those banana vendors haven't returned since Corona-chan got one of them. I miss bananas. He sadly sighed. Ding dong. Gorilla heard the bell and opened the door. He wasn't expecting what he was about to see. As soon as he opened the door, someone released confetti cannon straight to his face. It hit him on the head at point blank and Gorilla fell unconscious. Arg. What the hell was that? He slowly got up. He found himself on his bed, thinking it was a dream. He thought of getting to writing. But then he looked at his side and shouted like a little girl. He saw a man in a red and black Deadpool costume covering his whole body. And on that, he was also wearing a banana costume. Happy birthday, Gorilla. You can eat me, all you want, Deadpool said with a sultry voice. Who are you? Gorilla fearfully asked. Refusing to accept that this could happen, Deadpool slowly crawled towards him. Gorilla also receded into a corner. Oh, don't you remember me? It's me, Captain Delicious Pants. I came just for you. Now, come and eat me. He jumped on the scared gorilla. After that, only loud cries of a gorilla could be heard from that house for the next few hours. Neighbors thought it was someone watching Animal Planet at high volume, so no one came to check up on the poor friendly neighborhood gorilla. Odin and the gods were bravely fighting the Celestials. Thor was there too. He was using Mjolnir to try to hurt the Celestials. But his attempts were for naught. Odin used the Odin sword and destroyer armor, but once again the Celestials prevented the offensive and melted the destroyer armor into slag. They had not been able to take down even one of the Celestials. The Eternals were fighting at the same time. They were in an even worse condition than the gods. The scenes were being seen live on Earth by many. People slowly started to lose faith. They were right too. If even the overpowered people like Odin can't beat them, then there aren't many who can. They started losing hope. Thor stood among many of his injured brethren. He used to think that there weren't many beings that could challenge his father in true power. But the reality hit him hard. Not only is Odin not the strongest, but there are lots of beings out there who are on a whole different level. The thought was overwhelming. Your resistance is futile. I can still let you live if you sever ties with Earth for eternity, Arishem the judge said. But no one replied to him. Everyone had the same fearless eyes, full of conviction. Fine, be it your way then, he said and started to prepare some energy attacks. All the gods came together. Odin prepared to sacrifice himself and summon Unimund with all Asgardians combined, leaving only Thor. But then, a ray of hope appeared. It was big and purple. No one was expecting this, but they were happy as long as the new players were to take their side. The new player was none other than Galactus. Why wouldn't he come to save Earth? The one who would take his position in the next universe was living there. Not to mention his daughter too. In Valheim, a big audience had gathered to watch the fight. So Alexander had to enlarge the screen and put it outside. Even the unicorns were interested in the colorful attacks going on, though he doubted that they were only interested in colors and not fight. What is Papa doing here? I don't want to go with him, Gali loudly exclaimed and hugged the person sitting beside her, which happened to be Hela. Surprisingly, Hela didn't throw her away and just patted her head. Maybe she also remembered her bad experience with her father. Alexander chuckled seeing the two and got up to leave. All right, everyone. Your grandpa is going to beat them now. Cheer for me. Everyone loudly yelled and cheered for his victory. Olivia came to him and gave him a kiss on his cheek. Beat those arrogant fools. They think they cannot be held responsible for their actions. And I will bring them to justice, Alexander said and went out of Valheim. He flew out of Earth's atmosphere. Luckily or conveniently, a certain satellite belonging to a certain company started showing him on live television. He went straight to the moon where Galactus and Celestials were talking. Why do you interfere with us, Galactus? Arishem asked. I like this planet. That's a good enough reason. Galactus replied. Ha ha ha, how are you, Galactus? A new voice came. All the gods looked and saw Alexander arriving. They felt a bit more relieved now. Galactus acknowledged him. How is my daughter? She is happy and enjoying her life with my daughters, Alexander replied. Galactus felt good. He would never accept it, but he did feel worried about his daughter. But he was busy most of the time looking for food to sustain himself, so he couldn't put all his thoughts on her. Who are you, human? Why do I feel strange spatial fluctuations from you? Arishem the judge asked. Because I'm not from this reality. That is not the problem here. The main point is that you and your runts need to leave this place or your existence might come into danger. He warned them. Ha ha ha. A small human threatening us? This is not how you should treat your maker. Arishem laughed. But Alexander ignored him and talked to Galactus. You look weak, Galactus. Because of our bet, I haven't eaten any energy-rich planet, Galactus replied. Alexander realized that if things went on like this, then someone might really kill him when he's weak. So he lifted his right hand, on which his ultimate weapon was in the form of a bracelet. The bracelet was permanently attached to his skin so no one could take it. With multiple infinity stones and Emkron crystal, he could easily project rich energy. Open your mouth, big guy. I'm gonna make you stronger. He mentally told him his small plan. Galactus opened it and Alexander released an energy beam from his hand. He did that for over a minute, and in that minute Galactus grew even bigger than Earth. So much energy. I don't think I've even been this full in ages. I won't have to eat anything for at least 500 years now, Galactus commented. Haha, good. Now let's deal with these self-proclaimed gods. He turned to look at gobsmacked Celestials. In all seriousness, Alexander and Galactus were real gods. Alexander was self-explanatory and Galactus was keeping the world in order. He was on the same level as Eternity and Infinity, who were the embodiment of space and time. While the Celestials were nothing but an old alien race who was too strong with too much free time. Earth wasn't the only planet where they experimented either. Not just that, they didn't do it due to some duty or survival need like Galactus. They did all that because they were bored. Arishem the judge. Now it's your time to be judged. He looked at his sins. Arishem, Category 4. Murder, 23,788,544. Indirect murders, 1,213,678,544,788. He passes the judgment if a planet should be saved or destroyed. Sin percentage, 86%. Sigh so much for being the life creators. Alexander took out his godkiller armor and got into it. It was bigger than all the Celestials. Ereshkigal, you have been found guilty of murdering millions of innocents and helping kill trillions with your false judgment. Your whole group is sentenced to eternal hell. Arrogant Ereshkigal and the Celestials charged at him. Alexander just stood there without worry and slapped all of them like flies. They were all thrown away from the impact. Then Alexander impartially started shooting lasers from his infinity bracelet. One by one they all started to get destroyed. Killing them wasn't hard. As long as they received high enough damage to their body they'd die. Then Exeter the Exterminator came out of their ship. Exeter was the strongest of them and was 10 times bigger than others. His height reached 20,000 feet. Exeter the Exterminator, Category 5. Murder, 1,213,678,544,788. Sin percentage, 96%. The final boss is here then, he said and sent his infinity beam. But Exeter just stopped it with his palm. So it's going to be the old way, now, he exclaimed and took a fighting stance. He went ahead and started his fist fight with Exeter. The fight was being shown on Earth and everyone was jumping and cheering. In the Avengers Tower, all the superheroes saw it. But they had something else on their mind. To think that such beings exist out there, Tony commented. And they aren't even the strongest ones, Howard added. It was really a horror for them to imagine how strong the strongest can be. Until now they had thought that the strongest were the Asgardians but they were wrong. Space is too big and harsh, Steve exclaimed. Everyone nodded at his evaluation. But they were going to see the pinnacle of strength that day. They were going to witness the power of two omnipotent beings soon. Alexander was raining hard on Exeter. He dodged every attack and returned with precise and powerful counters. Each of his punches had infinity power in it. Exeter was slowly losing. His metal body had too many dents. This ends now. Alexander threw the strongest punch until now at his head, hoping to destroy it. But before his fist could connect, a small human appeared and stopped his punch with his little fist. Then suddenly Alexander's godkiller armor got shredded into pieces. No, not yet, the new arrival said and threw Alexander away. He waved his hand and all the killed Celestials revived again. One by one they all started standing. This is just the beginning, the man proclaimed. Alexander wasn't hurt. He was just thrown away as he was in space. He looked at the new arrival. The man had blue flames on his head and hands. Other than that he looked normal. But Alexander knew that the man was Fulcrum. Probably the second strongest being in the Marvel Universe. Just below the one above all. So, you finally showed up. I had a hunch that this would happen, Alexander commented. Oh, I had to step in when you started killing my boys here. Fulcrum replied as he looked around him. Quite a crowd you got here, godson. But they won't be of any help, Fulcrum taunted. Alexander waved his hand and everyone on his team got healed to perfection. He looked at Galactus. My friend. Can you help them deal with the Celestials while I fight him? I do want to try my strength. Let's see how many Celestials I can kill, Galactus said and looked at the Celestials like a hungry lion. Alexander looked at the man in front of him. Let's see how strong you are, Fulcrum. Fulcrum flew towards him at a high speed and started exchanging blows with him. They were so fast that their hands looked invisible. But somehow neither of them planted a nice punch at each other. Ha, you do know that I am omniscient. I know what you are going to do next before you even know it, Fulcrum said. This too, Alexander interjected. He suddenly vanished and a punch directly appeared on Fulcrum's face. Obviously, he can't look into my pocket dimension, he thought. By the way, I can see the future too. He instantly went for a punch, then suddenly sidestepped and changed his direction. But in that split second, he also went in and out of his pocket dimension. Fulcrum couldn't see where the punch was going to land and finally it landed on his face. Tell me, Fulcrum, what is the reason for your existence? Do you commit such atrocities for a reason or just for fun? Alexander asked as they again started exchanging blows at lightning speed. I exist because I want. I don't need some foolish task to decide what I need to do, Fulcrum annoyingly said. Then the judgment shall be passed soon, Alexander loudly stated. Fulcrum may be omnipotent but he was still bound by the rules of the universe. He wasn't one above all or Deadpool. Alexander had 4 infinite stones with him and they were the embodiment of the universe's rules. While Alexander was facing his foe, the Asgardians and Eternals were fighting alongside Galactus. Their techniques were simple. They would distract the Celestials so Galactus could grab them and eat them. And the technique was working. One by one, all of the Celestials were eaten by Galactus. Except for Exeter the Exterminator. He was too big and powerful to be distracted by them or eaten by Galactus. Hence the crazy battle started. Galactus fought Echetus's body while everyone else went for the head, including Thor. Thor had continuously strengthened himself in this war. He was now at least as strong as the endgame Thor. Zeus and Odin were showing a rare moment of cooperation. Zeus's son, Thoros the duck, was also flying around and helping wherever it could. Sadly, his flappy feet couldn't do much damage. Alexander saw them in an unmoving standoff and asked Ragnarok to come out and help. Roar. Ragnarok came in his full dragon form. His height reached nearly as big as Galactus, who was currently a bit bigger than Earth. Alexander told Galactus that the dragon is a friend and they started shredding Exeter apart. His arms, legs, and finally, head were removed from his torso. In the final moments of victory, Ragnarok roared loudly with his magic releasing from his body acting as a medium of transmission for sound, shaking the hearts of everyone present. The sound was even heard on Earth. Ha ha ha. Now I know why I felt draconic aura from Ragnarok all these years, Odin exclaimed. Ragnarok then shrunk himself and joined every day in seeing Alexander's fight unfold. Anyone wanna make bets? Ragnarok asked. We all know who's gonna win, so what's the point? Thor denied. Oh, I wasn't talking about that. We'll bet on who will land the next punch. Ragnarok corrected himself. His new proposal received loud cheers and all the different gods took out gold to pay. Ragnarok had a wide smile plastered on his face. After all, he was still a dragon, and old habits die hard. Gold was still his love. On Earth, the people just witnessed the giant dragon and even a bigger man ripping another humanoid robot apart. It was really a mind-boggling scene for them. Some of them would start having anxiety attacks now, not because of the fight but because of the realization that they were so small compared to the mighty beings of the universe. They started realizing that borders and nationality didn't mean sh*t. If the aliens came for Earth, then they would all be in the same boat. But they didn't know what to do with this realization. They knew how retarded most of the politicians were and they would still ignore the threats of the space. Then they all silently looked at their TV sets. One look at Alexander fighting the attacker made them realize that if someone can do something, then it's that man. This was happening all around the world, but at least those in the US knew who they were going to vote tomorrow. That is, if there were going to be polls tomorrow. In the Avengers Tower too, all the superheroes were being hit with a realization. Those who could get stronger went to training and those who could build stuff went to build it. Aren't you going to train? Natasha asked Leonidas. It was just them remaining in the hall now. My kind of power cannot be improved easily. I need to exhaust my body of magic to grow stronger. And I can only do that with Dada. If I did it here, then I might end up destroying Earth. He replied. Whistle. Then why don't you join me? I'll show you some good moves. Natasha dragged him. He didn't know what kind of moves she was talking about, but he was all in. Alexander had beaten Fulcrum bloody. His face was swollen by now. If it was the old Alexander, then he might have lost, but now he not only had Ego Stone, which gave him perfect control over other Infinity Stones. He also had Emkron Crystal. Not just that, he had another secret weapon. The Dark Hold, through which he had gained access to some energy-rich dark dimensions and had let his apex charge. Fulcrum, it's time to pay for your sins, Alexander announced. Ha ha ha. I'm not done yet, godson. I still have enough energy to go on forever, he schemingly said. Alexander was looking at Fulcrum's sins. Fulcrum? Category 5? Murder, 126,678, 544, 667, 888? Sin percentage, 100%? Alexander was confused. What were those question marks? Why was there a question mark near his name? These were the question he was having in his mind. He quickly delved into Fulcrum's mind. It was hard managing the intrusion for a while, but the glimpses he saw in the brain showed him that something was wrong. There were scenes from hell, but he knew that Fulcrum was no Hell Lord. Heck, Fulcrum was even drawn by Jack Kirby, the creator of Thor, Iron Man, and the likes. It was said that Fulcrum was supposed to be his own embodiment in Marvel. Then why would he make himself evil? He pondered. Alexander looked at Fulcrum in front of him preparing to attack him. What if he's possessed? That would explain the question marks. Alexander then teleported to Fulcrum with the help of Dimensional Pocket and put him in his space pocket for a second. The moment he took him back out, there were two people. One was a demonic figure and the other was a very weak, frail-looking Fulcrum. He looked like he hadn't eaten or drank water for a while. Alexander didn't waste a moment and started attacking the demon. Wait, godson. The demon spoke. But Alexander didn't stop as he knew that demons can never be trusted. I was sent here by angels. They sent me back in time to kill you. The demon tried to speak. Alexander stopped for a split second before resuming. The demon had found a chance to take out his lance by then, but he was still not strong enough to fight Alexander. Why the hell would angels send you to kill me? Don't they know I am godson? They know. That is exactly why they want to rid you. You have spoiled plans for some of them. You think you were lucky and got adopted by God, but it's a lot bigger than that, the demon said and made a big jump at him. The demon didn't say anything more, so Alexander increased his strength. When it hurt him, he spoke. Why, you are not just godson. You are his replacement trainee if something happens. The demon couldn't speak more as Alexander had already stabbed him in his heart. He could ask all that to the old man personally rather than believing in a demon. But for some reason, the demon's body started to shine in red more and more. Alexander realized it was going to explode, so he quickly put the unconscious Fulcrum in his pocket dimension and covered the demon in a force field. Boom. The explosion was too big. If Alexander hadn't put the shield on, the Earth would have probably lost its atmosphere from the crazy shockwave. Alexander miscalculated that a small weak demon could do such harm. His vision had turned black when the explosion happened. He thought he'd respawn. But when he opened his eyes, instead of seeing the same black space he was in a moment ago, he was in an endless white room. Alexander looked around and saw the same old golden throne he had seen when he died for the first time. But it looked more like he was seeing a movie going on in front of him, as the god in the giant chair and the small unknown man in front of him didn't notice Alexander. He started hearing their voices. So, you have a decent amount of karma. Barely enough to go to heaven. So, tell me, Do you want to reincarnate or go to heaven? God asked. What? What about 5 wishes? I saved that school bus from falling into the river. I deserve a wish. The man argued. Fine, only 2 wish is what you will get. God agreed. Okay, give me the powers to convince anyone to do anything for me. My second wish is that I want to be sent to the DC world, the man requested. It's done. Now you will be sent to DC world. God nonchalantly said and sent the man away. Suddenly all the scenes vanished and the old man walked up to him in human size. That was one of the biggest mistakes I made in the entirety of my existence. I had grown so arrogant and ignorant that I gave him all that without looking into his mind. The man went to DC and climbed the ladder of strength. The stronger he got, the stronger his all-convincing ability became. After 1,000,000 years, he was finally able to breach into heaven. There he acted like an angel but secretly made everyone his follower. The same he did with hell. He wants to overthrow me and take my godhood, which isn't impossible but just too hard. And I am ashamed to say that he has come close. God showed an extremely rare expression of sorrow. Alexander was a smart man. It didn't take him long to understand the situation, so he went close and patted God's shoulder. And that is why you adopted me, so that I can grow stronger and help you. God looked at Alexander's eyes and didn't see any resentment. Even he was shocked by Alexander's selflessness. It had been too long since he had seen a human with that kind of nature. Yes and no. Zulrich still needs thousands of years to gather enough power to launch an attack. I know my end. I brought you so that one day you can get stronger and overthrow him and become my replacement. It's really amusing how both of you come from the same planet and yet are so different, God exclaimed. Alexander looked at God with determination. You call me son and I call you father. To me, those are not just empty words. When the son is in trouble, the father helps. It is also a son's duty to help his father when the time comes. Don't worry, father. I will get stronger and beat him up. If by the speed I am going I don't think it will take too long. Tell me, how close am I to your strength right now? Alexander asked. 11%, God answered. And I'm not even done with Marvel. There are a ton of other worlds where I can get stronger. You said we have a few thousand years, right? Don't worry, I'll be strong enough by then. He reassured. Ha ha ha, you really are a good son. God patted him. What about Jesus? Is he on our side? Alexander asked. Yes, he is. But he's mostly so busy with his Messiah work that he doesn't have time to do anything else. All right, they all must be waiting. Go and get stronger, my boy. I have also sent you a gift. God vanished and suddenly the white room disappeared. He found himself back in black space. He looked around and saw Earth in some distance. All the gods and Galactus noticed him. He flew back to them in his tattered clothes. Everyone cheered at his arrival. The Celestials were defeated. Fulcrum was defeated. Now they just had to worry about the Horde. It was going to be troublesome but they will surely find a way. Everyone, thanks for working hard. Your contribution will not be forgotten. But remember, we are not safe as long as the Horde is still there. We can only rest after they are gone. But for now, it's time to rest as we all are tired. He loudly stated. He then looked at Galactus. Don't you want to see your daughter? Galactus was conflicted. But Alexander didn't wait and brought Golly out. It was not a good thing for a father to not see their daughter. Even more so when she is a cute chubby klutz like Golly. Hi, Papa. Golly greeted him. Hello, my daughter. How has your stay been on Terra? Galactus asked. He couldn't make himself smaller as his body had too much energy. But Alexander had the reality stone. So he changed Galactus to the size of a normal male. Golly was always intimidated by her father's size but now that he was regular-sized she jumped and hugged him. I missed you, Papa. She nearly cried out. She had left Galactus at a small age and had come to Earth. But she was slowly fearing her own hunger. Thankfully Alexander came when she was about to lose her mind. Galactus patted his daughter's back. Don't be sad, Golly. It's the curse of our kind to live in hunger and loneliness. There just aren't enough beings of our level out there. But thankfully you found Alexander. Grandpa Universe is very nice to me. He gives me the best food with enough quantity to eat until my heart's content. You should come and visit me sometime. I've made so many new friends. There is also this bluebird and he cries a lot when watching TV. Golly started telling him about her life and Galactus kept listening like a good father. Alexander left the duo alone for a while and went to Odin and other gods. Nice armor you got there, Odin. He praised. Thank you. It took quite an amount of time and magic in making it. Oh, meet these two. They are also leaders of godheads. Zeus and Vishnu. Odin introduced. Alexander's eyes rested on the duck on Zeus's shoulder. He controlled himself from laughing and gave him simple greetings. Then Alexander greeted the Hindu god, Vishnu. He saw Lord Shiva also standing behind him. Alexander remembered Ganesh with an elephant head he had met years ago. He looked at Lord Shiva and asked, Hey, tell me, why did you give Ganesh an elephant's head? He was complaining when we last met. Oh, that was because I was in a haste or else my wife would have destroyed Earth in her fury. The only requirement for the head was that the creature must be facing north. So the first such creature to be found was an elephant. Lord Shiva answered. Not too convincing but all right. I believe you. Alexander shrugged and walked to Icarus. They had it the worst. They found out the truth of their existence, just to later realize that their strength was too punitive in comparison to their creator. Icarus, my boy, how are you? Alexander asked. I am good, sir. Thanks to you we didn't receive many injuries, he said. Haha, you did well. And just call me old man sir is just too formal. I came to tell you that in some years I'll make it normal for superpowered people to roam freely on the streets. You all won't have to stay hidden then. I'll also deal with the deviants so don't worry about that either. Just enjoy and live to the fullest. He loudly cheered and took out thousands of bottles of drinks and plates of food. The live telecast on Earth and any other surveillance tools were stopped by him so they could have their party on the moon. He waved his hand and hundreds of tables appeared. Soon Yue the Watcher also came and joined them. So, how are we going to deal with the horde? Zeus asked while feeding his little duck. Galactus was also interested in knowing that and looked at him while feeding his daughter some dishes. Well, horde is a horde of insects, right? So we'll just need a strong enough insecticide. A cosmic insecticide. Do any of you have a sample of horde's blood? He asked. Oh, I have it. Here. Galactus threw a bottle at him. I was studying their genetic makeup to find out how they came to be, he said and busied himself with golly. Alexander remembered that Galactus was a genius man before he became Galactus, so it was not a big deal that he had stuff like this. So I have a sample. I will start working. When I have an effective insecticide I'll contact you all. Deal? He asked. Let's cheers to that. Thor stood up with his glass held high. For victory all the gods clanked their glasses and drank in one go. Golly looked at the drink with longing eyes, but Galactus quickly stopped her. Now my girl, that is for adults. You are still small. Here, drink this instead. He passed her a glass of juice. Alexander secretly smiled looking at the scene. Who'd have thought that Galactus would be such a caring father? On Earth, Alexander's safe return was broadcasted, hailing him as a savior once again. Most of them didn't know what really happened out there, but they knew that Earth was in danger. He arrived at Avengers Tower. All the heroes were waiting for him there. Haha, how are you all? Alexander asked as if nothing had happened. Ah, we ordered a pizza. Want some? Tony asked. Everyone looked at Tony with a questioning gaze. What? He exclaimed. You guys should just accept the fact that all he does is normal for him. We are just some lowly beings in front of him. Tony shrugged. Yeah, you're kinda right. Bruce agreed. Ah, come on. We just warded off an existential threat to Earth. Let's celebrate. But don't forget to sleep early. We'll be going tomorrow to vote for me, Alexander smugly announced. All right then, Mr. President. Let's go and party, Tony shouted and started the music. Alexander was alone, so he looked into his dimensional pocket. He found the gift that God had mentioned. It was nothing but just a small watch with a screen. It showed 11% written on it. He quickly understood what it meant. It was a way for him to see how close he was to God's strength. The next day, thankfully, the latest alien invasion was thwarted. So the voting wasn't postponed and polling started in various places. Nearly all of the mutants/enhanced were giving votes to Alexander for changing their lives for the better. They also thought that having him as the president would be good for them all. The voter turnout was great. Tony went in his Iron Man suit to cast his vote. The media surrounded him as soon as he came out of the polling station. Mr. Stark, who did you vote for? They asked. Seriously? Obviously, it's America's old man. No one can be better than him in running this country and fixing all the problems. All right, peace out. He flew away. In Brooklyn, Steve went to a polling station. He was asked the same question by the journalists. I served under General in the war. I have full confidence that he's the best our country can have. Saying that he got on his bike and left. So many people came to vote, mostly because people wanted a change. And because Alexander didn't represent either party, many people didn't feel too conflicted in voting for him. Alexander was also confronted by them. But they instead asked him who his Secretary of State was going to be. I will announce my whole cabinet soon. For now, I can tell you that Howard Stark will be the Secretary of Defense. Let's see what happens in tomorrow's results. Wish me luck. He answered. That evening, he and his cabinet met after Howard told him that he was going to be the president. The reason behind such confidence was because it had turned a trend on social media to upload a selfie after voting. And nearly all of them were putting hashtag grandpa_for_president hashtag under their pics. Alexander doubted that someone in his family had done it. Just asking Ghost answered his questions. As it turns out, Amy had used her Hollywood friends to make celebrities start this trend. Amy was initially unhappy as they didn't use Glampa, but she had to make peace with it. Deciding that he'd punish her later, he went to have his meeting. Ting. The lift opened and a man in a suit slowly walked in. A little girl was holding his hand and looking around at everything excitedly. Haha, come here. Jenny can play with Tina in the meantime. Alexander walked up to them. He dragged him to everyone and introduced him. Everyone. This is Connor. He'll be my Secretary of State. He's pretty good at public relations and has vast knowledge about the current condition of the world. Ragnarok quickly approached him and patted him on his shoulders. Welcome to the hood, kid. We got all kinds of weirdos here. And he's the biggest weirdo of us all, Dobby added. Haha. All right. Let's start the meeting. But before that, let's have a drink for the great future, Alexander proposed. After a while Connor came to him while he was drinking. Sir, I want to thank you for making that medicine. I had tried to keep Jenny's mutant form a secret from her, but she took it off once while bathing. She cried that whole night. But then you announced the medicine the next day and sent it to me before it even reached the market. I don't know how to repay you, sir. Now you are making me your Secretary of State. I don't know why you're doing this. I'm just a small senator, but I promise to serve to the best of my ability, Connor firmly said. Alexander grabbed a beer and gave it to him. Connor, do you know why I do all this changing the world and stuff thing? Because you can see that we can be better. Connor guessed. We can always be better. There's no limit to evolving, you know. Alexander replied. Then why do you do all this? He sincerely asked. Simple. Because I can. Tell me, why did Hitler kill so many people? Simple, because he could. No one was stopping him. When you have too much power and money, you can simply do whatever you want. Good or bad is just a matter of choice. There are so many superheroes that could have been supervillains and vice versa. So, you'll be gaining a lot of power by being the Secretary of State. Then it'll be just a matter of what you do with it. He walked away to the others. Connor just stood there and thought about his words. By the evening, all the polling stations closed down and the results would be announced the next day. The next day, election results were being announced slowly. On the news channel, the screens were filled with a green-colored U.S. statewide map. Light green was the color Alexander had chosen to represent himself. And the green color was currently covering every state. Yes, he was winning in all 50 states. However, the end result was yet to be announced. A lot of people had gathered in public places to cheer for his victory. To be honest, this was a totally different experience for Alexander. He became the Emperor of Planetos by his sheer strength. He became the Minister of Magic by his power and a bit of manipulation. But this time, it was a real election which he was winning because he showed the world some kindness. In a few more hours, the final result tally was announced, and with that, he became the president-elect. It would have been bad not to address the people, so he simply put a mic on the stairs of Universe Tower. He looked at the crowd and spoke while smiling. Haha, that was quite a historic victory. All 50 states. Damn, you guys are crazy. It won him some chuckles and laughs from the crowd. I thank you for your trust in me. I vow to fulfill the promises that I made to you all. I will lead all of us to a better future. Not just as my fellow Americans but as the same species. Alexander said. He had to say some nationalism-inducing words as he was their president now. I don't really have much to say. I believe in actions rather than words. I have already given you affordable food, water, and electricity. Next are affordable education and housing. Corruption will be rooted out no matter who it is. Racism will not be tolerated one bit. We call this country the strongest and best in the world, and it's about time we start acting like it. So cheer with me. For the future. For the future. A loud wave of cheering started as people started to jump in excitement. It looked more like a rock concert now, but then a loud sound came from among the crowd. Bang, a gunshot sound came. Most people didn't hear it due to the cheering noise, but the ones close to the gunner heard it and panicked. The bullet came to Alexander, hit him on his forehead and fell down. Alexander gestured to the crowd to stop screaming. Soon everyone realized what happened as a lot of policemen were trying to make their way to the assailant. No need, officers. I'll handle it, Alexander said on the mic. He pointed his finger at the hooded man. The man started floating in the air, singling him out of the crowd. Did you not see me fight planet-destroying aliens just the day before yesterday? Why did you think using a gun at me was a good idea? Alexander asked. Why you stole my wife? The man shouted. Alexander's eyebrow twitched. He made Ghost run facial recognition on him. Sir, his name is Ramsey and he's from Libya. His wife divorced him because he stayed at home and did nothing other than spending his wife's money. His wife used to work as a primary school teacher and now works in the new Stark electricity plant Closaby. She also took the kids. Ghost informed him. I changed Libya's government too. Women have a lot more rights there now, he thought. He looked at the man and spoke. What brought you to such a conclusion? I don't even know you. Why you? You stole my wife. She left me and took my kids. I was living happily. But your company gave her a new job. More money. She should know her place. That was my money. It is you who did all this. The man started muttering. Alexander could clearly see that the man had gone crazy. Alexander made Dobby come to him and speak nonsense to show everyone that he received some intel. I hate pineapple pizza, Dobby said in his ear. I'll make 10 of those for you after this, Alexander replied with a smile. Dobby's face twitched and he left. Alexander looked back at the crowd. I just received some intel. So, Mr. Ramsey from Libya, you are angry because your wife left you for being a leech who sits at home and spends her hard-earned money on alcohol? She took the kids to give them a better life? Well, Mr. Ramsey, there's a thing called human rights. It may be a new concept for you, but just know that all people are equal no matter their gender, color, or nationality. You treated her like an object, so she left. Let me tell you what I'm going to do now. I will wire $1 million to your wife and buy her a nice villa in the best location in Libya. Hell, she can even come here if she wants to give a better education to her kids. You, on the other hand, will be spending the rest of your life in prison. Not for trying to assassinate me but for physically abusing her. Yes, that's not enough to hold you for life in prison, so you will be charged with illegal possession of a gun, illegally entering the United States, and putting public life in danger as well. Goodbye. The police came and grabbed him away. Alexander looked at his people. I'm not even in the Oval Office yet and people are already trying to kill me. I guess I'm doing something right, then. Thank you all for coming here. I'll get to work and so should you all. May God bless you all. Good night. With that, he left the stage. His term in the office was going to start on January 20th next year. He had some things to do before then. But the people were already happy with Alexander's actions. They just realized that their new president wasn't only good for them but also the whole world. A lot of them were filled with pride from that realization. He called Brian, his space trade overseer. "Hey, Brian, how are you doing?" he asked. "I am good, boss. What can I do for you?" "I want you to hire Yondo to look for an orb in an ancient temple on planet Morag. Also, make sure that the words reach a human boy on his ship named Peter or Star-Lord. The prize for this task is 10 million units. Alexander instructed. Brian didn't ask anything. He had dealt with many such weird tasks like this before. "All right, boss. It'll be done. Anything else? What are Skrulls up to?" he asked. "They are still at war with the Universe Federation. They refuse to accept that the Kree Empire is no more. They now claim that they own the Kree Empire." Brian replied. "All right, commence the takeover of the Skrull Empire then. We gave them the chance to make peace and live happily but they are far too greedy to understand the chance they've been given. I will be sending Hela too. Tell this to Blue Fang as well," he commanded. Brian got serious. "Yes, sir. I will get to work immediately." Alexander ended the call and then apparat to Hela in Fihame. She was currently in the midst of combing her tigress which she saved from the hand. Its cub has also grown up now. "Hela, I want you to go and take over the Skrull Empire. The instructions are the same as earlier. But take these glasses. They will help you find any shapeshifters lurking in our own forces." Hela may not have the same bloodlust now but she still loved fighting. Hela took the glasses excitedly. "I will complete this task smoothly, Grandpa. Maya, let's go." She left with her tigress, Maya. Alexander then went to check up on the rest of his family. He came to the lawn and saw Golly munching on an elephant-sized cake. "Are you sure you won't get fat, Golly?" he asked. "No, Grandpa. I make sure I don't eat more than my calculated calorie intake," she replied like a fitness expert. "Haha. All the women in the world envy you, kid," he said and went into his house. He then saw Rena in her little candy factory. "Hey, there. What are you doing?" "Grandpa, I have made 1,000,000 batches of all flavor candies. When will we sell them? Or should I make more?" she confusedly asked. She was in her small form and wore a cute apron and a chef hat. "Whoa, why didn't you tell me? We should already be selling them." "All right, we'll have Tony eat this in his upcoming interview. It will be free publicity." Rena jumped on his shoulder and they left to find Tony. The next day, Tony was giving an interview for a news channel when Rena came to him in her small form and gave him the bowl full of colorful candies. Rena acted cute for the camera. "Big brother Tony, I made the candies. You promised you'll eat them." Tony looked at her and the bowl doubtfully. "Not now, Rena." Rena started to shed fake tears. But you promised. I worked so hard." "Ah," the female journalist exclaimed. Tony had to keep his reputation. "All right." He went ahead and picked the multicolored one randomly. He ate it and instantly regretted it. Its taste was totally new but utterly disgusting. Then the magic kicked in and he learned the flavor. Rena beat him to it. It's unicorn vomit. Tony just swallowed it and didn't dare to pick another. But Rena urged him so he gave in. He picked up a black one. But this time his face was happy. "It's cola flavor. Nice one." "Excuse me, what is this candy?" the reporter asked. Rena got into her professional mode. "Oh, it's a candy I'm going to sell. Grandpa taught me the magic which I used to make it. These 100 candies have different flavors. Some good, some bad. There are orange, mango, banana, and also mud, ash, rotten cheese, and others. Every single candy is an exciting harmless risk. After you chew it for a while the magic will kick in and you will quickly know what the flavor is. Isn't it exciting, miss? Here, eat this." She gave it to the reporter. The woman ate it and made a twisted face. "It's grass." From there, Rena hijacked Tony's interview and made it a whole Rena's all-flavor candy interview. Alexander was working on his new designs for a reusable rocket system with a landing function. It was going to be used to start the space colony mission. He could instantly introduce world-breaking space tech to Earth but the people would still need time to learn it. Ring ring. He picked up the phone. But no voice came from the other side. "Sir, there seems to be someone trying to break into your system. His ways are very primitive from my level of knowledge but very high for a person of this planet." Ghost spoke. "Can you hack him and see who he is?" Alexander asked. "Absolutely, sir." Ghost got to work. After some seconds he voiced again. "Sir, the person who tried to break in is the King of Latveria, Dr. Victor Von Doom. Any reason you found for this cyber attack?" Alexander asked. "I found a blueprint for an interdimensional portal. But it needs magic to work and he probably wanted to gain some magical knowledge from you." Ghost answered. "He's probably trying to get to his mother. Let's see if I can make him change his ways," he muttered. "But before that, I need to go to Camp Lehigh. A certain isolated AI is sitting there," he said and apparat away. "Ah, this brings back memories," he muttered as he walked through the camp. He went into the bunker where Zola's mainframe was stored. "Come on out, Nazi boy. I know you know I'm here," he loudly said. "Ah, General Universe. It is a surprise to see you here." "Oh, sorry. It's Mr. President now." A robotic voice sound from the speakers. "And look at you. I can't say it's good but you did evolve. You could have built so many amazing things but you just had to turn into a Nazi. Schmidt died. Now it's your turn. Let's delete you." He walked to the control panel and started typing on it. Oh, you cannot delete me. I can upload myself on the internet. Zola threatened. Haha. No, you can't. I've jammed all the wireless signals here and have cut all your internet cables. Now it's just you and me, Alexander said. But I still have control over missiles in the base. I can still kill you, Zola threatened. Alexander just laughed and kept on typing. You are welcome to try it. The only thing you will be killing will be yourself. Alright, good night, Zola. I hope you rot in hell. I'd have sent you there myself, but sadly you already gave up your soul. He deleted Zola from the computer and left the place. The bunker was still destroyed by the missile though. It was just reported as a drill went wrong. From there he directly appeared in the capital city of Latveria. Dr. Doom was quite a good leader in terms of keeping his people safe and well-fed with a high standard of living. But he ruled with an iron fist and gave little to no freedom of speech. Just like some certain other countries. There were cameras everywhere in the city and Dr. Doom probably already knew about his arrival. Soon many armored trucks came to him with lots of guards. They escorted him to Doom Castle. It didn't take long for Dr. Doom to show up. The President of the United States illegally entering a country. That will surely make the headlines. Latveria was destroyed from Earth's map because its ruler tried to hack the president's personal network. It's a bit crazy, but it will make a bigger headline. He retorted, making Doom go silent. Alright, tell me what you're making and I might just help you get your mother back. Yes, I can go to other dimensions. I have also dealt with Mephisto. He's in a very weak condition currently, Alexander revealed. Why should I trust you? Doom questioned. Because I can not only get your mother back but also heal your face so that you can once again have a loving family with a mother, wife, and children. Alexander plainly answered. What do you want in return? Doom asked. Arg, what's with all you people? Can't someone just be kind enough to do kind things without asking for something in return? I don't need anything from you except your signature on a magical contract stating that you will stop being a bad ruler and become a good person who takes care of his people as a human being but giving them freedom. You will also join my upcoming World Federation. You will also involve yourself in successfully making Moon and Mars colonies for humanity. Alexander stated his demands. Doom thought for a while. I will only sign after you keep your end of the bargain. Sure. Just remember though, I have ways to make you sign if you try to deny later. Alexander released a bit of his aura to threaten him. Doom did feel threatened by the aura of Alexander. He now seriously understood how much he had underestimated Alexander. Doom took Alexander to show him the portal he had made. It wasn't working the way he wanted. Alexander just checked it and then destroyed it. Do not ever make something like that again foolishly. You have no idea how dangerous extra-dimensional beings can be. Now, let's go and get your mama. Alexander took out the anywhere door and chose Mephisto's dimension as his destination. Just follow me and don't touch anything, Alexander advised him. They entered the hellish realm and went straight to the castle. It had not been a very long time since he last came there and punished Mephisto. Some minor demons came in his way but he just slapped them out of existence. He went straight to Mephisto's throne room. Why have you returned? I didn't do anything now, Mephisto said with a bit of fear in his voice. Release his mother, Mephisto, Alexander ordered. Doom was shocked to see the supposedly dreadful demon. It didn't look dangerous at all. Instead, it looked weak and fragile. Why do you need her? She made a deal and will keep on serving me, Mephisto denied. Sigh, I wasn't asking. Do you want me to take away the remaining energy you have left? Alexander threatened him. Mephisto paled at that and quickly summoned the soul of Victor's mother. Cynthia Von Doom was a woman who made a deal with Mephisto to make sure her people could live happily and away from the persecution of a man called Baron. She received powers in return for her soul and started slaying Baron's men. But then she found out that the magic that made her stronger also killed every child in the village. It was Mephisto being an asterisk whole. So she gave up her powers right at that moment and got stabbed by a guard. Though she survived to get away and died in her husband's arms, making him promise that he won't let Victor follow her path. But sad for her, Victor chose the path she despised. Alexander knew all this and he was expecting for Doom's mother to put him on the right path later. Cynthia appeared in her astral form. She looked bad. After all, she was getting tortured all this time. You are free to go, just leave me alone, Mephisto nearly pleaded. Doom quickly walked to his mother. Mother. Cynthia looked at him for a second and finally recognized the voice. Victor? Is that you? Yes, mother. I finally found you. He rejoiced but his voice was still the same monotone-ish. Why did you come here? Run away. You cannot fight Mephisto. She being a mother, quickly thought about the well-being of her son. Alexander walked to them. Ahem. No need to worry. Look at him. Do you really think he's in any position to fight me? I have already defeated him and have left him powerless. Now, I just need to make you a body and put you in it. Alexander took out his staff and pointed at the astral form of Cynthia. Slowly, a body started to form on her. Starting from internal organs to her skin and finally some clothes. Doom had already created a clone body for her using his own DNA but this was much better from what he had planned. Alexander took out the anywhere door and told them to follow him. They again appeared in Doom's office. Cynthia had small tears for being back in the realm of the living. She looked around at various stuff and touched it. What happened to your face, Victor? She asked. Doom was a bit uneased by that question. He had a reason why he hid his face behind that mask, and even if he wanted he wouldn't be able to take it off as he had molded it straight to his skin. The story was simple. When Doom used to study in America in the same college as Fantastic Four, he made a machine to talk to his mother. Though Richards tried to warn him about a flaw in the machine, seeing his calculations were a few decimals off, Victor continued on with disastrous results, the machine violently failing with the resulting explosion seemingly severely damaging his face. Expelled after the accident, Victor traveled the world until he collapsed on a Tibetan mountainside. Rescued by a clan of monks, Victor quickly mastered the monks' disciplines as well as the monks themselves. He then forged himself a suit of armor, complete with an iron mask, but before the mask had finished cooling, Victor put it on, permanently bonding it to his skin, and then took the mantle Dr. Doom. It was later revealed that Ben Grimm, a friend of Richards who despised Victor for his superior attitude, tampered with the machine. He would later blame himself for Doom's initial fall into villainy and rise to power, but never revealed this information to anyone. Alexander looked at Dr. Doom and smiled. Yeah, why don't you take that helmet off, Victor? Doom looked at Alexander with hatefulness. He thought that Alexander was mocking his misfortune. But before Doom could say anything, Cynthia quickly approached him and tried to take the helmet off. It won't come off, mother, he told her. Snap. Surprisingly, it came off. Doom was shocked and covered his face with one hand. You look so handsome, my child, she exclaimed. Doom looked shocked. How can his hideous burned face be handsome? Understanding his confusion, Alexander conjured a mirror in front of him. Doom looked at his own face in a daze. His normal face was back. There were no scars. I kept my end of the bargain. You'll find that bargaining with me is much better than doing it with demons. This brings us to our next topic. Alexander walked up to him and punched him directly in the face. It was so hard that he flew and got plated into the wall. Cynthia panicked. What are you doing? Wait, who are you? Now she sees me. Your foolish son made a deal with nether demons, that he would offer them something that is dear to him and can never be replaced, the only thing in the world he loved. In return, he would get absolute power and be able to harness magic like a sorcerer supreme. He's given up the love of his life, the girl who loved him from childhood. This is how he was going to pay Valeria back. Alexander angrily said. Cynthia was shocked and looked at her son. Is he telling the truth? Doom didn't answer. She understood the meaning behind his silence. She knew who Valeria was. She looked at Alexander. See, can you save her? Of course. But Doom needs to keep his end of the deal. Sign the contract to be a good boy. He threw a magical contract at him. Doom looked at it for a long moment and finally signed it. There was another clause added to it, that he would never deal with demons anymore. How will you save her? He asked. Just follow me, boy, Alexander said. They came to a small tribal village. It was Doom's old gypsy tribe. They had now formed a permanent village. All of the people looked happy and smiling. Kids were cheerfully playing around. The most surprising thing was that his presidential election posters were there too. He was not even on the American continent. He miscalculated his popularity and soon got surrounded by the people. They were all calling him God, Angel, or Messiah. It seems their lives got better from his food, water, and electricity work. Victor. A soft voice came from behind. They all looked back at a pretty woman in a red dress. Valeria. He called her. It's really you. Where were you all these years? She cried and jumped to hug him. Doom acted a bit reserved at first, but a fist to his head from his mother made him hug her back. Alexander felt the demonic aura rising from the ground under Valeria. So he sent everyone except him, Doom, Cynthia, and Valeria to Mirror Dimension. They are coming, Alexander announced. Soon the ground split open and a fiery red aura came out. A lot of skeleton-looking demons tried to crawl out and grab Valeria. You are not welcome to the world of the living. Alexander sent an extremely powerful frostfire spell into their demonic dimension. It started to slowly freeze everything to a statue, only to turn into dust a moment later. All the nether demons died that day. Valeria was unconscious at that moment, as telling her everything would make it all worse. What followed was a reunion between the two. Doom offered them all to come and live in his country. They all happily accepted it. Alexander decided to take his leave as his job was done. Thank you for your help, sir. Thank you. Cynthia shook his hands and thanked repeatedly. Haha, that's just what I do. Goodbye. Tell Victor to keep his promise. He popped away into Fahim because Fulcrum woke up. Alexander came to Fahim because Fulcrum had woken up from his long slumber. Thankfully no one had to kiss him to wake him up. Rise and shine, princess. Care to tell me how the second strongest being in the universe got possessed? Alexander asked. Fulcrum looked at his face. Who are you? A higher dimensional being and the one who saved you from that demon, he said. Yes. Now I remember. I was possessed by someone a long time ago. I tried to break free but couldn't and gave up in the end. What happened to the demon? He asked. Dead, Alexander answered. Fulcrum took a long breath. What about those celestials? The last thing I remember, I was on my way to deal with them. You made them your servant and allowed them to systematically experiment and destroy planets, he replied. Sigh. It's all right. It's not your fault. However, I want you to help me find a way to destroy the Horde. Alexander proposed. Yes, they're just as bad as the Celestials, if not worse. Fulcrum agreed. All right. You can go and talk to Alfred. He'll help you in finding an insecticide for the Horde, while I'll go and deal with the more important stuff. Alexander said. What can be more important than destroying the Horde? He asked. Saving a reality from collapsing. Just saying that, he popped out to Howard. Are you ready, Howard? Howard looked at him with excitement. Yes. I wonder how it will feel to not just travel through reality but also time. Easy now. We still have some time left for that. Get into Fihame now. Come out when I tell you to. He told him. Sir, Star-Lord just landed in Morag. Ghost informed him. All right, I'll go now. He turned himself invisible and popped to Morag. Once there he saw Peter Quill foolishly dancing alone. Then he saw Nebula and Colonel Rhodes hiding behind a rock. They went ahead and beat Peter unconscious. Then just like in the movies, Rhodes went ahead and Nebula was abducted by Thanos. Just as they vanished, a stone appeared in Alexander's hand. He finally had the second last power stone too. He had taken the time stone from Ancient One as well. He would later make a substitute gem for the sorcerers. So from there, he went to Vormir. There he saw the Black Widow and Hawkeye just climbing the mountain to find Red Skull there. Sanctuary V, Thanos command ship. So I succeeded. I did gather all the Infinity Stones. He exclaimed in joy while looking at memories of the future Nebula. But how can they know all this? Gamera asked. They are trying to change what I am yet to do. Perhaps I should do the same and do what I would have never done. He thoughtfully spoke. Then he looked at Nebula. My child. Go and pave the way for me. This is your chance to prove yourself. Nebula quickly kneeled. Yes, father. I will make you proud. The current Thanos was from Alexander's universe. It was probably bad luck for the Avengers of the other timeline. Because this Thanos was much stronger. It was a direct effect of the Emperor universe. Alexander had destroyed lots of Thanos' plans, which is why Thanos had been planning for a long time to fight him. But it seems his whole might will be used somewhere else. He now had 3 ships like the Sanctuary too. His main ship was so big that the 3 Sanctuary ships could be docked into it. His army was also a lot bigger now as he had cloned lots of Chidori. It seems my dreams will be fulfilled much earlier. I will finally be closer to you, my love. Thanos said in a mad fanatical voice. In a faraway place in the universe, a certain entity just realized that her biggest worshipper was going to do something very stupid. She didn't like him as he thought he could court her, but she didn't hate him either. So she gave him her blessings without even looking at who Thanos was about to mess with. Vormir. In order to get the stone, you must lose what you love. Red Skull told Natasha and Clint about the price needed to get the Soul Stone. Natasha and Clint talked to each other. Both of them tried to convince the other that they should be the one to die. You have Laura and the kids waiting for you. It must be me, she said. Bam. Clint suddenly pushed her down and tied her with an arrow. Tell my family I love them. Do it yourself. Natasha quickly got up and blocked Clint. Soon they both jumped. Natasha tackled Clint in midair and shot her grappling line into the cliff. She quickly attached the other end of her grappling line to Clint's belt, saving his life. She slides down but Clint caught her. They hang there for a while but his grip starts to loosen. Let me go, Natasha yells at him. No, please no. Natasha kicks off the cliff wall, yanking out of Clint's grasp. It's okay. She falls down. Clint dangles from the grappling hook, staring down helplessly and screaming. Looking at Natasha falling down. Natasha just looked up and waited for the impact. But Alexander flew to her and caught her in his arms. Whoops, nearly lost you there, kid. Natasha, who had made peace with her death, was shocked. She looked up and saw an old kind face. Who are you and why did you save me? Let me go, she tried to fight him off. But Alexander didn't let her. God, easy there, child. You don't need to die for Soul Stone. I have another way to let you have it. Natasha still fought him but Alexander had already brought her back up on the platform. He put Natasha on the ground and looked at Red Skull. I'm not very happy to see you here, Schmidt, Alexander said. Likewise, Red Skull replied. Clint had gotten back up and was grieving but then the old man and Natasha flew back. He quickly went to her. Natasha didn't waste a second and aimed her weapon at Alexander. Clint followed her lead. Alexander laughed and put his hands in the air. Come on, kids. Don't be scared of this old man. I came here to give you an alternative. I have a way through which the both of you can live and still get the stone. That is impossible, godson. Even for you? Red Skull chimed in. I wasn't talking to you. Alexander shut him up. Natasha and Clint were still on alert but they'd still like to hear about the option. What do you propose? And who are you? I am Alexander from Earth. I met your friends on Earth and Asgard. You all are in an alternate reality and not your own past. So I had to help them get the stones as events turn out differently here. Alexander briefed. How different? Natasha asked. Hydra has been thoroughly erased. I am the U.S. president. Tony has a sister and you are currently dating my son. Alexander blurted. Both Natasha and Clint had their mouths wide open from the shock. Why would I date your son? Who knows? I don't know what you saw in him. Though he's a very kind gentleman so that might be the case. And you, Agent Barton. I had healed your hearing problem. He added. But I don't have a hearing problem, he argued. Exactly, this is an alternate reality. Now, let's get you the stone. He said. He walked to Red Skull and put his palm on his head. He erased all his memories and filled them with fake memories of Clint Barton. He made Red Skull fall madly in love with him. What are you doing? Natasha asked. You must lose what you love. It doesn't say your love needs to be very old. It can be new. He replied. Then he walked to Clint and made him madly fall in love with Red Skull. He chained Clint while Red Skull went ahead and killed himself for love. As soon as that happened, Clint recovered his memories. What the hell did just happen? He asked. I just made him fall in love with you so he killed himself, Alexander told them. Clint felt like vomiting then. Then the next thing he knew, a yellow shining stone appeared in Clint's palm. Ha ha ha, it worked. Who'd have thought Schmidt would be so helpful someday? Alright, make sure you send it back or my reality will have some problem. Okay, he told them. They both nodded their heads like obedient children. They stood up and went away to their time and space. Just when they were about to vanish, Alexander said something. See you on the other side. After a few seconds, the soul stone appeared back in his hand. Finally, all 6 of them are in my hand. It's time to make the infinity smoothie, he mumbled and got to work. He poured some chocolate flavor and some ice cream on top. Then he placed the gems like cherries. Ah, what a taste! He exclaimed. Finally, it came time for the stones. He checked each of their tastes by licking them first. The worst tasting one was the reality stone. Maybe because reality can often be disappointing. He ate all the stones at the same time and chewed them for a while. As soon as he swallowed the stones, they met the energy from Ego Stone in his body. Ego Stone was meant to work as a controlling agent of the other atones, so the 6 infinite stones got thoroughly absorbed in his body. His body was glowing in rainbow color for a while. Haha, Amy would have loved this, he thought. By the end of the process, he was feeling like he was the strongest being alive. He reckoned that he was much better than the Infinity Gauntlet. He was a living snap now. He could do anything with a snap. He quickly took out God's power comparing tool and checked the percentage. It was a direct 9% jump. It was showing 20%. Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun, he thought, and operated into Thanos' ship and sat comfortably. 2023, alternate timeline. All the Avengers returned to the time machine platform. They all looked at each other to make sure that everyone was there. Once they were at ease, Tony spoke first. You will not believe what we just saw. This crazy old man alone destroyed all the aliens. And this time machine doesn't work. Yeah, we saw an old man too. He saved Nat, Clint added. Wait, did this old man have glasses and a nice beard? Rocket asked. So we all met him. It makes sense. We tried to mess up with his reality, Bruce contemplated. And that makes it more important that we successfully return these to him after we're done, Steve said. Yeah, though he did say he'd see us on the other side. Don't know what he meant by that. Rocket interjected. Yeah, he said the same to us. And we all were like years apart in time. Scott added. It's alright. We can discuss about him later. Let's bring everyone back first. Natasha pointed. Soon, they all gathered in the lab where Tony made the gauntlet for the stones. Alright, who's going to do it? Tony asked. I am the strongest Avenger, so I will. Thor proudly said. But Bruce stopped him. It should be me. These stones emit gamma radiation and I am made from it. I will do it. Natasha walked to him and held his giant hand. Are you sure? It nearly killed Thanos. Bruce was touched, but he firmly nodded. Yes, I can do it. Let's bring them back. Tony ordered for the area to be enclosed. Bruce slowly put the gauntlet on. He growled in pain as his body got used to the power. Everyone in the room shielded themselves in case something went wrong. Bruce thought about bringing back all the people who died in the snap. He then finally snapped his finger painfully. As soon as he did that, he fainted. His arm looked burnt. Tony quickly put the cooling liquid on the wound. Were we successful? Natasha asked. She didn't really have a family, but the Avengers had come to compensate for that. They were all family to her. She looked around and found Nebula missing. Hey, where is Nebula? Ring ring. Clint picked up his phone and saw Laura calling. I think it worked, he said. Tony checked the internet quickly and sure enough, many people were popping back. Yes, it whoa. Boom asterisk. Out of nowhere, an energy blast hit the building and it collapsed. All the Avengers were stuck in the rubble. Thanos had gathered all his forces for the fight. He had put out all the Sanctuary 2-sized ships. In total, he had 3 of those and 1 mothership. After leveling the Avengers mansion, he sent his whole army down. All the Chitaurus and Leviathans were out with a lot more weapons. He had never thought that his preparedness to fight Emperor Universe would prove to be so helpful. He looked at Nebula. Go and bring me the stones. She faithfully ran away to find them while he just sat down like an old man with back pain. So, what's the plan? Howard asked Alexander. The 2 were invisible. We will wait and let them fight first. We still need to let the world unite, you know. But I will still make sure no one dies. My dress may look a bit different, but 0 deaths are still the way to go, Alexander told him. Alexander was wearing the same uniform, but now it was golden in color. He was also sitting on a golden flying throne. Alright, tell me when you need me. I just got so much data about the quantum realm. I want to go and check it out. Howard ran back into Fihaim. Alexander looked at everything from the air. He was getting bored, so he called Ragnarok. The old dragon was always up for a drink. Haha. So one reality wasn't enough for you, HA? Ragnarok said. If I can help, then why not? I can't let so many good people die when I know I can stop it. Alexander replied. Can't argue with that. So, do I get some action? Thanos is too weak. I will let Medusa handle him as she still has a grudge on him for messing with Loki's mind. He stated. Yeah, she's still quite mad about that. Wakanda. Edward and Hermione had been there for a while. They found out about the sad events that happened on Earth. that some mad alien destroyed half the life in the universe, including the Strange Kingdom's king. They had no idea what to do after they looked for Alexander but couldn't find him. Their tracking machine was still pointing them to this universe. Unknown to them that their machine was right, but it couldn't point through the mirror dimensions. They didn't panic and decided to live and work on their next plan. They learned about the world, that it also had magic but different from theirs, that the world had superheroes. It had been 400 years, so it was normal for Edward to not realize, but as soon as he heard the names of Iron Man and Captain America he knew they were in MCU. But he had died way before Infinity War, so he didn't know anything about the recent events. Though today was a strange day. For some reason, people started reappearing from nowhere. Even the king returned for some reason. Both Hermione and Edward were invited by T'Challa. Why do you think all these people are returning, Ed? Hermione asked. I don't know. Maybe someone defeated the one who did it in the first place, he guessed. Soon they arrived in front of the huge royal palace doors. They had been living in the advanced city and helping them in managing the people, helping them in making medicine and stuff. They appeared in front of the king, sitting in an inappropriate skin-tight jumpsuit. Edward knew it was the Black Panther. Edward was a proud man and refused to bow, so he didn't. The same was true with Hermione. In her mind, being king was too outdated. Thank you for helping my people in my absence. I do not know you, but I am deeply honored for such powerful sorcerers to stay in my city, T'Challa said. He had heard about the two new arrivals from his people. Oh, you flatter us, King T'Challa. We are just passers-by with some knowledge. We were happy that we could help people. Helping those in need is what the grandfather taught us, Edward replied. Then he must be a great man. I would love to meet him, T'Challa admired. We are looking for him too. Can you tell us what has been going on? How are people appearing out of nowhere? Edward asked. I'm afraid I do not know the answer to that, T'Challa said. I can answer you. Another voice came and a circular shining portal opened near them. From it, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Peter Quill, Drax, and Mantis came out. Whoa, this room is so huge, Spider-Man exclaimed. Back on the battlefield, the fight had started between Iron Man, Thor, Captain America on one side and Thanos on the other. It wasn't really going well for the three. They were getting beaten very badly. Ah, that ballsack is quite strong, Ragnarok exclaimed. Haha. Well, he was preparing to fight me, Alexander clarified. Then he's pretty weak, Ragnarok corrected himself. Then it happened. Steve picked Thor's hammer that he stole from Thor of alternate time. Although Alexander knew that it was not Steve from his universe, it still filled his heart with pride. Steve was really a righteous man. From his perspective, it wasn't long before Steve was that thin little boy standing outside the recruitment center. Then Steve beat Thanos quite a lot. But that wasn't enough. However, every time he fell he stood back up. His will never wavered. I guess America's ass isn't gonna go down today, Ragnarok joked. They looked at the tired and injured Steve. Steve looked at Thanos some distance away. He didn't know how to defeat the Purple Man. No matter how much he tried, it was just not enough. Steve, on your left. Steve heard a voice in his headset. He felt something behind him and turned, just to see a big portal opening up. From it, Black Panther came out. Alexander and Ragnarok were looking at the amazing scene. Haha, better late than never, Ragnarok commented. Yeah, you have no idea how much work it took to make that CGI. Alexander remembered his past. What's CGI? Ragnarok confusedly asked. Forgot it. It's too complex and not worth it. He shrugged. They saw Doctor Strange flying in and Spider-Man jumping in. Then two more people came flying in slowly. A man and a woman. Alex, who are those? They radiate the same energy as a wizard from back then. Ragnarok pointed. Alexander followed the view and his jaw fell. What the? He looked at Hermione and Edward flying in and looking at the battlefield. Their grandpa tracker was also going crazy for some reason. They got excited thinking that they were near. Just then, a lot more portals opened, and troops upon troops poured in from them. The whole universe was pissed at Thanos and they had come for payback. Soon they all got into formation. Steve looked at the opposite side. Although a lot of backup had arrived, the enemy still had an army many times bigger, not to mention the spaceships. But Steve gathered himself. Avengers, assemble. The war started and both sides dashed towards each other. Ant-Man also broke through the rubble. Was he waiting for a dramatic entrance? Ragnarok commented. Knowing Scott's character, he probably was. Alexander agreed. From the air, Alexander saw everything and made sure no one died in the fight. He even saw Howard the Duck and remembered to send the guy to his home dimension later. Alexander also had his eyes on Edward and Hermione. He was still a bit shocked to see them. He was going to meet them soon. Though it was getting harder to not involve himself now. He also had his eyes on the Infinity Gauntlet, making sure that the ballsack doesn't get it too soon due to the butterfly effect. Technically there were 2 sets of Infinity Stones at that time, but his were the full collection. Without the final Ego Stone, the 6th Infinity cannot be as strong. You could technically erase the universe with the gauntlet, but that's it. You can only do that. You cannot erase the space and time itself. Soon a new Big Bang would happen and start a new universe. But if Alexander wanted to do it, then he could erase the space and time too, making sure that no new world will ever form. Thanos' side was technically winning. He had the advantage of the numbers. He didn't even need to use the ship's orbital cannons yet. They were trying to take the Infinity Stones back to where they took it from. They had realized that it was the only option to stop Thanos. It was like a crazy race going on the battlefield. The gauntlet was being passed from one person to another. Thanos understood their plan and commanded the spaceships to shower the van with orbital cannon. He was successful, he destroyed the van. All the Avengers looked hopeless at that moment. Tony landed near Doctor Strange. "Tell me this is the one, Doc." "No, this isn't," Dr. Stranger bluntly replied. He had seen 14,605 alternate realities and in none of them did he see Thanos so strong with such a big army. Natasha was alive and dead in quite some of them. But this one was surely not the one he saw themselves succeed in. Tony's heart sank at that. All the hard work and risk was for naught. He saw the face of Morgan in his mind, thinking that they'd never see each other again. Don't lose hope. This scenario is totally new. I didn't see this happen. If we are lucky, this could be one of the other where we succeed. Doctor Strange cheered him up. Tony lifted his head with resolve. If that's the case, I'm going to give it my all. As soon as Tony flew away, Doctor Strange started to manipulate things so that the events can be matched as much as possible with what he saw in his successful vision. Then he remembered the two more powerful sorcerers. He quickly went to them for help and told them his plan. Edward and Hermione decided to help them. Unknown to Doctor Strange, the current scenario was the best he could ever dream of. Suddenly the firing from Thanos' ships stopped and started attacking at the sky. Soon Captain Marvel came and destroyed one ship. That was all she could do before the others locked her and started bombarding her with all the cannons. No matter how strong she was, dealing with thousands of orbital cannons was not easy for her either. On the ground, Thanos had caught up to Spider-Man and took away the gauntlet. He quickly wore it and tried to snap, but Spider-Man threw his web, jamming it. Before Thanos could do anything else, Captain Marvel outmaneuvered the cannons and attacked Thanos. She was very strong and was nearly winning. But then he used the Power Stone and beat the hell out of her. Scarlet Witch also joined at the right time but Thanos now had the stones and fighting him was impossible. Alexander looked down and sighed, "I guess it's time to show myself. Ghost, prepare 5 superstar destroyers for launch." From the shadows, Doctor Strange, Edward, and Hermione were making it so that Tony would get a chance to swindle the stones from him. Doctor Strange was trying to make sure things happen as he saw in one of his successful visions. So when Scarlet Witch was done, Tony lunged at Thanos. He quickly transferred the stones into his suit. Thanos kicked him aside. Thanos looked so sure of himself and prepared to snap. "You humans are too narrow-minded. You should have realized it by now. I am inevitable." Snap. He snapped his finger, but nothing happens. He looks confused and surprised. He checked the gauntlet and found the stones missing. He looked at Tony and saw a new gauntlet forming on his hand with the stones. The power surged through his body but he controlled himself. Tony looked Thanos in the eye. "And I am Iron Man." Snap. He snapped his finger but nothing happened. He didn't feel hurt or anything. Tony quickly looked at his hand and there were no stones. He scaredly looked at Thanos and Thanos had a more shocked expression than him. "Where did the stones go?" Tony loudly asked. Everyone looked confused. Boom. Suddenly 5 gigantic spaceships appeared in the sky out of nowhere. They were even bigger than Thanos' motherships. Thanos' eyes widened as he recognized the ships. "No, how can he be here?" Tony saw the scared expression of Thanos and realized that whoever the new arrival was, he was higher than Thanos in the food chain. Roar. An ear-deafening roar sounded in the sky and a humongous dragon landed on the ground. His feet were so big that thousands of Chitauri died under it. The dragon started spewing fire and destroyed lots of Leviathans in seconds. All the Avengers prayed in their minds that whoever this new person is, would be on their side. Then like the lightning fell from the sky, a golden light came. So shiny that everyone had to close their eyes for a split second. "Ha ha ha. I told you I'd see you on the other side." Alexander loudly spoke from his hovering throne. All the Avengers recognized him. But the most excited were Edward and Hermione. Grandpa the two flew to him like lightning. They hugged him on his throne. "We missed you so much. Why weren't we able to find you? We've been here for days." Hermione continuously mumbled. "Oh, my cat is still as ferocious, HA? Well, you two are in the wrong reality. This is a mirror/alternate dimension of the world I'm currently in. I just came here to help them," Alexander clarified. He was amazed and felt so loved that the two traveled realities to meet him. "Oh, now I understand why the tracker was pointing to this world," Edward thought. But the two were quickly put in a tight hug by Alexander. "I missed you too, you know. How is everything there?" Grandpa, shouldn't you deal with all this first?" Hermione reminded him. Alexander scratched his head. "Haha, I guess I'm getting old. All right, let's deal with this first." He looked down at Tony on the ground. "Sorry to steal your light from you, son. But I don't want your daughter to grow up without a father." Tony felt so tired at that moment that he didn't even have the strength to speak. All he knew was that the old man was crazy strong and they were now saved. "Thanks," he slowly whispered. Most people there were still confused though. "What are you doing here, Emperor Universe? I have no quarrel with you," Thanos shouted. "Your mere existence infuriates me. I will make you beg for death now. You kill people in the name of your messed up ideology. But I know you do it for courting Lady Death. Don't worry. I will punish her soon too. Now shut your mouth and stay there," he replied. Out of nowhere, Medusa came out of Fahame and started attacking Thanos. She beat him bloody. You dare to mess with Loki, she shouted. A loud punch connected with Thanos' chest and he flew in the air from the impact. Medusa apparat to his flying body and kicked him back to the ground. Thanos' armor was destroyed beyond recognition now and blue blood was coming out of his many wounds. She beat his head making it swell like a balloon. Enough, Medusa. I need him for later. He will be trialed in front of the whole universe. He stopped her from killing him. Out of nowhere many cages fell from the sky on Thanos and his children. While one snap from his finger erased Thanos' army, another snap made it so that the stones in the gauntlet returned to places from where they were taken away. He then slowly brought down his throne. Don't worry. Thanos is of no danger anymore. The stones were also returned to their reality. Though we still have a lot to talk about. Alexander looked at so many people around him. Many of you may be confused about who this old man is. My name is Alexander Maxim Universe. You can think of me as some kind of a lawyer and also a full-time grandpa. Thanos came from my reality and will be punished there, in front of all those he hurt. All of them were very injured, so Alexander waved his hand and everyone got healed. Being a living gauntlet was just too powerful. Alexander's excitement quickly died down as soon as the realization hit that he was a stranger to everyone there. Roar. God damn it, Rag. The fight is over. Alexander shouted at the huge dragon which nearly scared everyone there. Ragnarok laughed and returned to his human form. I spooked you all, haha. No, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm an old man now, you know, Tony complained. He was healed now, so he slowly stood up. He was secretly very happy that he didn't die. He very well knew that the snap would have killed him. Alexander suddenly remembered that Howard wanted to come out too. He was going to see how Tony would react. Howard quickly appeared in his Iron Mage armor, ready to blast enemies. Wait, where's the fight? Aw man, don't tell me you ended it. Yes, it's over. Look there. He pointed to Tony. Howard followed his finger. Oh, hey Tony. Wait, you're not my Tony. Howard's helmet was removed. He didn't look very old, so it was hard for people to recognize him. But Tony still felt like he had seen the man. Meanwhile, Steve had seen the young Howard, so he recognized him quickly. Dad, Tony voiced. Howard just realized why Alexander brought him along. It wasn't to study space and time but to meet this Tony. This was the world where Tony lost his father that night. Yeah, son. It's me. From a different reality but still me. If we were to have a DNA comparison we'd match perfectly. Howard said. Tony's armor came off. He slowly walked to Howard. You are alive. Yeah, that old man saved me that night. Your mom is fine too, he said and looked at Alexander. Tony quickly came to Howard and hugged him. He was too emotionally unstable at the time. I love you, Dad. He finally said the last words he wanted but never got to say to him that night. Something he still regretted. Howard ruffled his hair. I know, son. I always knew. Alexander had called Maria out. Soon Dobby came with Maria and Antonia. Antonia was quite surprised to see another big brother already out there. She ran to him. Big brother. When did you come here? Howard quickly corrected her. This is a twin of your big brother, Tina. Now greet him properly. Oh, I am Antonia. Nice to meet you, twin big brother of big brother. She cutely introduced herself. Tony looked at Howard. Howard nodded. Yeah, she's your little sister. Tony fell to his knees to Tina's level. What do you like, Tina? He asked. Oh, I like squirrels. Big sis Doreen has one. But no squirrel comes to me, she sadly said. Tony made a squirrel from nanotech and gave it to her. Tina got to playing with it. He looked at his mom and quickly hugged her tightly. I missed you so much, Mom, he said. While this reunion was taking place, Alexander was meeting everyone else. Professor Hulk spoke first. So, you're like some god. Something like that. I had to come here as Thanos was a lot stronger than you all and he would have probably succeeded in his mission. He replied. We can understand. Thanks, if it weren't for you, I'd not be alive. Natasha said as she walked towards him. Haha, it's all right, child. You were ready to die for the world. That's all that matters. He praised her. Professor Hulk looked shocked. What? You were going to die? You had to lose someone you love for the Soul Stone. It was either Clint or me. She clarified. Yeah, and she jumped from the cliff for that. Anyways, I have gifts for you too. Hulk is just your alter ego, right? Alexander walked to Bruce and touched him with his finger. He fixed his body to a normal human and he would still be able to turn into Hulk whenever he wants with full mental control. Then he walked to Natasha and tapped her shoulder. There, you can procreate life again. You can have a family now. Bruce and Natasha had their minds blown. Bruce was back in his human body and Natasha could become a mother. She never thought about that as she knew she could never have a family, but now, Alexander said to Natasha, you can now retire after this. Maybe get an office job. Maybe become the manager of Avengers. And you, Bruce. Maybe you can become a college professor. Do something other than just being a hero. Enjoy while you can as no one knows what'll come tomorrow, he advised. Then he looked at Steve. Ah, hey there kid, you may not know me but in my reality, I'm like your grandpa. I have a gift for you too. He snapped his finger and an Agent Carter appeared. She was young and healthy. She's the same, Peggy. I just brought her back. Alexander said. Steve would have gone to the past originally but he didn't want him to come to his reality and mess things up now. Peggy looked around in confusion. Steve quickly approached her and calmed her down. Hey, I saw you bringing people to life. Can you Bring Gamera back? My Gamera. Peter Quill walked up to him. He had understood by now that the Gamera he saw now wasn't his girl. Alexander looked at Nebula from the current timeline and Gamera from his timeline, acting all familial. Hey, which universe do you want to stay in, Gamera? Alexander asked. Can I bring Nebula with me? She asked. Sure, he agreed. Gamera looked at Nebula and convinced her to come along. Come with me, Nebula. My world is a lot more peaceful than here. You see that man? He's also the Emperor of Kree, Skrull, and Shi'ar Empire. He conquered them all and made a new super empire called Universe Federation. Everything is good under his rule. Criminals are punished and people live in peace. Father was preparing to fight him all along, but it seems he underestimated him. Wait, he's an emperor. Peter exclaimed. I wasn't talking to you. Gamera hushed him. Nebula though for a while. It did sound interesting to go with her. Okay, I will go with you, sister. Nebula finally agreed. Seeing them agree, he just materialized a small spacecraft and told them to go in and wait. So, Peter, they have left you here alone. So I think I can bring her back. Normally, he wouldn't have been able to bring her back with just the 6 stones, but the 7th stone was a very crucial item. It let him have better control over them. He was also not sure if he would be able to use the snap power in some other world. Reason being that the infinite stones worked on the rules of the current universe. What would happen if the world he went to had different rules? He just hoped that even if he didn't have the snap power, he'd still have the ability of all the stones. In an instant, Gamera was standing in front of Peter. She looked dazed. In her mind, she was falling from the cliff in Vormir. She suddenly felt arms around her. What? Where am I? She looked at who was hugging her and it was Peter. She thought it was a dream, but Peter's words proved her wrong. I thought I lost you. I'm not dead. She confusedly asked. You were. But that old man brought you back. I'll tell you everything later, he said and dragged her to sit nearby. Ahem. AAA, old man. Alexander turned around and saw Thor. See, can you bring my family back? He asked. I'm sorry, Thor. But you know about the reincarnation cycle of Asgardians. In a few million years, the whole cycle will be restarted and your father will be born again. Bringing them back would disrupt that cycle, he told him. But Alexander felt pity for Thor. He had lost everything. His love, his mother, his brother, the whole Asgard except a small number of people. But I can bring back Frigga and Loki as they do not entirely connect with the reincarnation cycle. It's more of an Odin's bloodline thing, he said. Thor had initially gotten very disappointed after hearing his answer, but now his face had a big smile. Really? Then please do that. I think Loki had changed. Thor tried to defend his brother. Haha, even if he isn't, I won't let him stray this time. I don't want him to start the final host here now, although I believe he can change as I've seen him doing that. Alexander said. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, Loki had indeed become a man worthy of Medusa. Alexander snapped his fingers again and Frigga and Loki returned. Frigga was free to move but not Loki. Alexander took out a contract from his pocket. Sign it and live, don't sign it and return to the land of the dead. Loki gulped his saliva and looked at the contract. It said that he could never scheme to kill anyone, ever. He cannot scheme to take over Earth or any other planet. He can only live as a good son and a good brother. Alexander believed that Loki had changed. He had a chance to rule Asgard and he got tired of doing it, the one thing that he wanted the most. All the mess he made in his life was to become a king, and after achieving that goal he realized that it meant nothing. Loki didn't think much and quickly signed the contract, thinking that he'd get out of it later. But Alexander's magic wasn't something he could break even if he lived millions of years and spent every second studying magic. Soon Loki was free to move and Frigga and Thor hugged him. Frigga was a witch herself and felt the godly aura of Alexander. It was much stronger and purer than even Odin in his prime. Thank you for reuniting us. We will not forget this debt, she respectfully said. Haha, what debt? You won't be seeing me ever again, so there's no need for that. Just live happily, that's all I ask for. Alexander then looked at the duck. Hey, come here. Howard the duck walked toward him slowly. Yes, sir. You want to go back to your world? Alexander asked, to which Howard nodded. Happy journey then. He snapped his finger and Howard the duck disappeared. Soon Alexander was walking back to Dobby and Howard when Doctor Strange came to him. What are you? He bluntly asked. A being of higher dimension. Here, this might help as a small substitute for the time stone. It doesn't really give you the time ability, but it can make your magic stronger. It will help you fight beings like Dormammu. Alexander handed him a small red crystal. Thanks, I guess. Why are you doing all this? He asked further. Tell me, Doctor, did you see me in this alternate future? He asked. No, you weren't there. He replied. That is what being a higher dimensional being means. We can live outside the space and time. Anyways, this outcome is probably the best one from infinite others. He walked away. When he reached the small group of people he saw another little girl besides Tina. He assumed it was Tony's daughter. Hey there, little one. I am your great-great-grandpa, he said. He was sitting down to her level. Really? Then you must be very old, she amusingly stated. Haha, yes, I am thousands of years old. How old are you? He asked. Morgan showed him her 5 fingers. I am 5, Grandpa. Alexander smiled ear to ear. What is your favorite food? He inquired. Cheeseburger, she replied. Oh, you see that tall grandpa there? He makes the best burgers in the world. Let's go and ask him to make some for us. He picked her up in his arms. Yay, burgers. She cheered. Seeing her smiling happily, he felt really good that he saved Tony. He could imagine her sad face if he had died. Hey, Dobby, set up the portable kitchen. We're making cheeseburgers for our cute little princess, he said, tickling Morgan. I'm a princess too, Grandpa. Tina ran to him. Oh, yes. We have 2 princesses. Here, take your throne. He put the 2 on his shoulders. Did someone say cheeseburgers? Tony and Howard both appeared out of nowhere. Haha, yeah. Come along. We got enough for everyone. Dobby loudly called everyone. All the aliens and people had returned from Doctor Strange's portals. Now only the Avengers were left. We can make a deal, Emperor Universe. I can have this reality while you can have yours, Thanos shouted from a close-up cage. Alexander looked at him sitting in the cage. He fiddled in his pocket and threw something at him. It rammed straight into his face. You must be hungry, Thanos. There, grab a Snickers, he joked and got back to making burgers with Dobby. The battlefield turned into a nice party. It was a time of happiness as lives were saved and families were reunited. Iron Man and Morgan sat together and ate burgers happily. Alexander saw a certain spider looking at him interestingly, but he was too intimidated by him. What do you want to ask, Peter? What? I didn't say anything. Peter Quill replied with his stuffed mouth. I wasn't talking to you. This Peter. He pointed to Spider-Man. Peter Parker meekly came to him. Sir, does your reality have Spider-Man too? It's still 2014 there. What were you doing in 2014? He asked. I was a normal school student. He said. There, you got your answer. By the way, take this. He threw 2 small bracelets-like things. What are these? Peter excitedly asked. Those are infinite and indestructible web shooters. Alexander then showed him how it works. This is so cool. Now I don't have to worry about refilling it. Peter exclaimed. He may be a superhero, but he was still a teenager. Yay, it's way better than that armor. Alexander proudly said. Tony's feelings got hurt. Hey, that is made of bleeding-edge technology. Best of the best. Haha. I have removed world hunger, water problem, and given electricity to the whole world in my reality. Nearly all with tech. Not to mention I just launched flying cars. Alexander proudly told him about his achievements. Tony had to agree that those achievements were hard to top off. Howard then added, he also became the President of the United States so he could change the system. Tony was suddenly hit with the idea. Pepper. I'm standing for the next election. Damn it, why did I never think of that? They all laughed and bantered for the rest of the evening. Finally, it was time for Alexander to leave. Tony had talked to his mom and dad to heart's content. He told and showed them all things he wanted. Howard and Maria also showered him, Morgan and Pepper, with love. Now they were going to go back and pester Tony to give them a grandchild. Alexander went to Thanos and put him in his dimensional pocket with all the other spaceships. All of Thanos' army was dead, so no extra burden. In the end, before leaving he snapped again and the Avengers Mansion returned to being normal. He left the battlefield as it is though, hoping it to be a reminder to the world that just one madman was able to cause so much destruction to their planet. And the space is filled with madmen. Thanks, that would save me quite a bit of money. Tony came to him and shook his hand. Like you care about money. Tony, the world is filled with people again. Even if Thanos is a mass murderer, he still speaks the truth. This planet's resources will run out someday. It will start a gruesome war then. I advise you to start focusing on expanding into space. Alexander advised him. Saya, I'm also too old for this hero stuff now. I'll sit back in the Oval Office and just build stuff for the next generation. Tony replied. Haha, good luck. Here, take this. It's a better design for an arc reactor. It'll be helpful for you. After a while, Edward and Hermione also came back from Wakanda with all their equipments they've been working on. Soon Alexander stood alone looking at everyone. Little Morgan was waving her arms furiously. He smiled and snapped his finger. The next moment he found himself back at his universe. Planet Morag was where he appeared. He dumped Nebula and Gamera there. He had told Nebula that Guardians of the Galaxy should be together. That's where the fun is. So she will be recruiting some people. A human, a brainless man, a raccoon, and a tree to be precise. Alexander then went on his way to Finta, where he will trial Thanos and Lady Death. Finta. The planet was a giant hub of economic activity now. It was now a dream of many people to have a shop on the planet. Nalkids, the aboriginals of the planet, had a total upliftment of their society and now they were the managers of Finta. All of them were wealthy and lived a fulfilling life. Though they were still peace-loving and still secretly prayed to Alexander's portraits while chanting CUNT. Alexander knew that, but he let them do it as long as they did it secretly. He had called for all the highest authorities on major planets for the upcoming trial of Thanos. Boss, they've all gathered, Dobby reported. Alexander got up. Let's go then. Is Thanos ready to confess? Dobby nodded. Yes, I've fed him Truth Spitter potion. This is going to be a major step. You know, Thanos has killed a lot of people. He may not be the epitome of evil, but it will still boost the universe's purity. Alexander told him. What's the purity now? It's 70% for the universe and 65% for the Earth, he said. So Earth is currently worse than the rest of the space. Dobby contemplated. Soon they arrived where the trial was to be held. There wasn't much to be asked though, as Thanos was already a famous warlord. He had destroyed many worlds in his senseless balance theory. He quickly took the highest seat. Thanos was also brought in. Alexander read his sins. Thanos, Category 4. Murder, 627,667,544. Indirect murder, 80,567,438,543. Enslaved, 1,567,544,888. Sin percentage, 90%. Thanos, it shouldn't be surprising to you that you'll be sentenced to death today. However, I would like to bring another person who is somewhat responsible for your rise, he said. He quickly summoned Lady Death. She was a cosmic entity and the personification of death. Although she was seldom seen and rarely speaks, she has been known to manipulate and interfere with the lives of mortals on a few occasions and her would-be lover Thanos. Although death is a neutral entity by nature, she isn't above trying to seize control over things and has a rivalry of sorts with her brother Eternity. Though Lady Death is wise enough to understand the need for balance and as a result, rarely engages in acts of outright villainy. In short, she's not pure evil but she's not on the good side either. Alexander had Infinity Stones combined with his body and his power now only came below that of some selective beings of the universe. Lady Death wasn't one of them. If he wants he can erase her and make another Lady Death. Lady Death appeared in her most common form as a lady. Although it didn't have a gender it liked the look of she. She looked at Alexander haughtily. Why have you summoned me, godson? She didn't really know about him but since he defeated the Celestials he had become quite famous in the overpowered people's circle. Silence. Look beside you, Alexander loudly said while releasing his oppressive aura. It surely made Death a bit scared. Lady Death looked sideways and her would-be lover was sitting in a cage, looking at her with big eyes and salivating mouth. You gave him blessings of being hard to kill, didn't you? He asked. Lady Death looked at Alexander in surprise. How does he know? Although she was often content to keep a balance between life and death, she was still more than happy to take advantage of situations to get the upper hand sometimes. She saw the same opportunity in Thanos. She saw that he can bring a lot of souls to her, though she didn't know at that time that Thanos would go crazy for her after that. But she was not able to understand why she was dragged into this situation. Yes, I did. But you can't hold me accountable for what he did. Yes, you are correct, but it is also correct that without your blessings he would have died much earlier and it would have been good for the universe. You knowingly meddled with the matters of mortals, Alexander argued. Everyone around them was looking at the exchange with shocked faces. They had only heard about the entity called Death and that it was immensely powerful, but in front of them, this entity was getting reprimanded by the Emperor Universe. Alexander decided to end this. I am taking away your ability to scan the universe and give blessings. Your job is to rule the realm of death and that is all you will do from now on. Alexander snapped his finger and Death felt her power reduced. No, you can't, she exclaimed. But before she could complete, Alexander sent her back to her realm. Now only Thanos was left. But what Alexander didn't know was that Death would soon find another lover. Thanos, you have killed 627,667,544 people and for this, you deserve nothing but death. But I will make it harder. Alexander put him in 10,000 years long time torture. In it, he saw himself back in the endgame battle. He would come close to getting the Infinity Gauntlet and snap, but every time he would lose and die a very bad death. Like Ant-Man expanding from inside his ass. Then when the torture ended he fed him sensory increasing portion and made a big sword wound in his gut and left him to die in pain. The whole thing was recorded and would be circulated around the universe to warn everyone who would think of taking the same path as Thanos. After the trial, Alexander headed back to Earth. It hadn't been long since he was gone. Just a few days. The time for him to take the Oval Office was arriving soon. He'd have to deal with some people then. He went straight to Universe Tower to finish his work on a rocket engine he was making for UNSRO, United Nations Space Research Organization. He knew that the current United Nations was quite corrupt and it was nothing but a mouthpiece and puppet of the strongest nations. It would do anything for the highest bidder. He was going to change that by introducing S.H.I.E.L.D. in the space exploration aspect. Then he'll have a good enough reason to tell everyone how he found so many corrupted people. For some reason, his whole floor had shades down and lights off. Ghost, turn the lights on. Surprise! Loud cheers came from all around the big hall as soon as the lights were on. He looked around in shock. He may be all-powerful but even he couldn't predict the future. He also didn't really pay attention to his surroundings as he was in his own home. Glenn Pay a happy birthday. Amy came running and hugged him. Little Tina got jealous and she also came running. But she was too small and could only hug his leg. He had to pick her up. How did you guys know? I didn't even remember it. He asked. Oh, it was Glenma. She told us about it. So we prepared a surprise. Amy clarified. Ah, thank you. She and Tina got bombarded with kisses. Not many people were there. Only his family and some close friends. Tony slowly walked to him. Happy birthday, old man. Here is my gift for you. I completed your rocket engine while you were away. He showed him some pictures. That's amazing. Less work for me. Alexander accepted it. Then suddenly Tony came closer. Where the hell did you take Mom and Dad? Now they've been pestering me to marry Pepper and make babies. Ha ha ha. You love Pepper, don't you? Alexander asked. Yes, he answered. Then don't wait. Never leave things for tomorrow as we don't know what tomorrow holds. You should know that best. Alexander advised him. Tony remembered how he lost his mom and dad and he couldn't even say last words. You know what? You are absolutely right. I'm gonna marry her. He walked away while cheering himself up. Then little Tina walked up to him. Grandpa, I made this for you with Sister Doreen and Monkey Joe. She cutely put forward a handkerchief on which she had done embroidery. It had his face on it. Alexander felt so loved that he picked the chubby Tina and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Tina. I will keep this safe and use it every day. She was elated that her grandpa liked it. Hee. Where is this Sister Doreen of yours? He asked. Oh, she's sitting in the student's floor, Tina said. Go and bring her here. Tell her that I want to talk to her. He instructed her. Tina happily accepted the task and ran away. As soon as Tina left, Olivia came to him and gave him a hug. I really have no idea of what I should give you as a present. We already have everything we can ever wish for. Alexander lovingly looked at her. Yes, I already have everything I could wish for. You being by my side is the biggest gift for me and I appreciate this gift every day. You've been learning how to flirt, huh? Tell me, who is she? I swear I will not kill her, she said, looking him in the eye. Haha. Then you'll have to spare yourself, Oli. There is and never will be another woman in my life, except you, and Medusa, Rena, Amy, and Hela. He blabbered. Oh, thanks for reminding me. Are you going to allow Medusa and Loki to marry? She asked. It had been more than 10 years since they started dating and it was time to let them tie the knot. Can they really live with each other for the rest of their life? He asked. I had a chat with Medusa some days ago. She and Loki seem to already be living like married couples. Since the New York invasion, Loki has been training seriously to get stronger. She told him. If that's the case, let's discuss this with them later. No matter how much I'd hate to have Medusa be taken away, I can't keep her tied forever. She has her own life and choices to make. Let's just hope they are the right ones. He thoughtfully said. Grandpa, I brought Sister Doreen. Tina came running back. Dragging behind her was the squirrel girl. Up until just a few moments ago, Doreen was resting in the students' area of the Universe Tower, dreaming about joining the Avengers and getting praised by them. She had gotten a job due to Tina's recommendation in a coffee shop there. Although coffee was free there, someone was still required to make it. She had been playing with Tina for many days now. She was very shocked when she found out about Tina's real identity, but she vowed never to use this relationship to become an Avenger. Today as well, she was working like any other day. But then Tina came and told her that her grandpa wanted to see her. She asked and Tina said it's Grandpa Universe. She quickly realized that she was being asked by the President of the United States. She got nervous and followed Tina all the way. But to her shock and anxiety, the hall she just came to was filled with so many superheroes. All the Avengers were there. She meekly walked up to Alexander. So, you're Doreen. Oh, who do we have here? Hey there, little guy, Alexander said, looking at the small squirrel on Doreen's shoulder. Monkey Joe made some noise in Doreen's ears. He says his name is Monkey Joe and he's a big boy. Ha ha ha. I am sorry, Monkey Joe. So, how did you meet, Tina? He asked. Doreen was a bit surprised that Alexander wasn't bothered by her huge squirrel tail. I met her near Stark Tower when I came to New York to join the Avengers, she straightforwardly answered. It would be a lie if she said she wasn't nervous. In fact, saying she was nervous would be an understatement. Alexander knew about Doreen, aka Squirrel Girl. She was quite a goofy and enjoyable character. She had a very strong sense of justice and a funny personality to go with it. He had read in the comic once that she had even befriended Galactus because she wasn't afraid of him and talked to him like any other person. She had super strength, super agility, and she could talk to squirrels. So you want to be an Avenger? He asked. Yes, almost instantly she replied with a firm look in her eyes. Alexander couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Haha, then you will. But you'll need training first. Hey, my man, Fury. Come here, he called Fury who was talking to someone else. He looked at him. What's the status of the Young Avengers initiative? Almost ready. We have selected candidates and almost all superheroes have agreed to take an apprentice. Except for our great Tony Stark. Fury briefed. Alexander looked at Tony who had come to them seeing all the ruckus. Don't worry about him. He already has an apprentice. I want you to induct Doreen into the program. Her abilities can be very helpful. Fury quickly thought of the possibility of using squirrels for intel gathering. Not to mention Doreen had super strength. Tony loudly exclaimed suddenly, No. I denied taking an apprentice. How can you give me one without telling me? Alexander made him quiet down. Your apprentice is yet to become a superhero. But believe me, you'll love that kid. He's super smart too. You also need to become a bit more responsible. Alexander ignored his complaints and asked Steve to come to him. Steve, this is Doreen. I want you to take her as your first apprentice. She has a high sense of justice, super strength, and can talk to squirrels. Steve looked at Doreen. Talk to squirrels. Yay, look at that little guy on her shoulder. Alexander pointed. Monkey Joe again got angry and decided to complain. I am Monkey Joe and I'm not little. A squeaky yet understandable voice came out of his mouth. Monkey Joe himself was shocked. Haha, I just gave you super strength and ability to speak, Monkey Joe. I'd hate it if something were to happen to you as you were still a normal squirrel. Alexander explained. Monkey Joe started speaking nonstop to test his new ability. He ran around and tested his strength as well. While Doreen stood there in a daze, she couldn't believe her dream was so easily fulfilled. She not only joined the Avengers but she'd be taught by Captain America. Unknowingly a small tear fell down her eye. Alexander noticed it and quickly gave her a napkin. "What happened, kid?" he asked. "I've been trying to become an Avenger since I came here. But they never let me through the Avengers Tower. I thought I'd never have my dream fulfilled," she cried. Alexander couldn't blame her. She was still an innocent 16 years old. But they all look at Tony with questioning gaze. Tony quickly took out his phone. "Happy, you will check every person trying to enter Avengers Tower and let the superpowered ones meet whichever Avenger is free." Alexander looked back at Doreen. "Welcome to the team, kid. Now cheer up and enjoy." Alexander took out a backpack and gave it to her. "This has your new superhero uniform. Indestructible and always clean." Doreen suddenly felt like hugging the kind old man and went for it. "Thank you, sir." Alexander patted her head. "Haha, it's all right, child. I'm glad I could help." According to the normal timeline, the events of Captain America Winter Soldier should be happening at the moment. But Alexander had already destroyed Hydra. Though Project Insight was still going on, it only made new and better heli-carriers for S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had a new security council now. It was only there to oversee their budgets and administrative things. In no way, they could interfere with their working now. Secretly, all the new members of the Security Council were Alexander's people. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed some time to truly spread its reach. But Alexander had also put many curses to root out corruption and incompetent people. Bucky Barnes had also returned to Earth from his multiple missions in space. He was not Winter Soldier but Space Soldier. Alexander had told Steve that Bucky was alive and well, and they had a happy reunion. Alexander didn't have anything to do in the coming days except prepare to officially take the office and start changing the world.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.